was thoughtful, but in a way that didn't have to do with the case, he sensed. "Anything you want to talk about, Sachs?" Without answering, she closed the elevator door and pressed the up button. Chapter 28. In Chinese, many words are combinations of their opposites. For instance, advance retreat means to move. One of these is the word for doing business, which is literally translated as buy, sell. And this was what the four men sitting in the smoky storefront office of the East Broadway Workers' Association were now engaged in, late on this stormy August night, buying and selling. That the object of the negotiations was human life, selling the ghost, the location of Sam Chang's family, didn't appear to give these men any pause at all. There were, of course, many legitimate tongs in Chinatown, and they provided important services for their members, resolving conflicts among competing businesses, protecting school children from gangs, running centers for senior citizens and child daycare, discouraging inroads by the restaurant and garment workers' unions, and serving as a liaison to the other government, that is, City Hall and the NYPD. But this particular tong did none of these. It had one specialty only, and that was to serve as a base of snakehead operations in the New York area. Now, nearly midnight, the three leaders of the Workers' Association, all in their 40s or 50s, sat on one side of the table, across from a man whom none of them knew. But he was a man who could be very valuable, since he knew where the Changs were hiding. "How do you know these people?" the director of the association asked the man, who'd given only his family name, Tan, presumably so that the ghost couldn't track him down and torture him to find the Chang's location. "Chang is a friend of my brother's in China. I got them an apartment, and Chang and his boy a job." "Where is the apartment?" the director of the tong asked casually. Tan, gesturing abruptly, said, "That's what I'm here to sell. If the ghost wants it, he has to pay for it." "You can tell us," an associate said, smiling. "We'll keep it to ourselves." "I deal only with the ghost." Of course, the tong bosses knew this, but it was always worth a try. There were many stupid people in this world. "You have to understand," one of the associates offered. "The ghost is hard to find." "Ah," Tan scoffed. "You're not the only ones I can deal with, you know." "Then why are you here?" the other associate asked quickly. Tan paused. "Because I'm told you are the most informed." "It's dangerous," the director said to Tan. "The police are after the ghost. If they find out that we've contacted him, well, they could disrupt our organization." Tan shrugged. "You have ways to get in touch with him that are secure, don't you?" "Let's get to the money. What will you pay us to put you in touch with the ghost?" 10% of whatever he pays me." The director waved his arm. "This meeting is over. Go find your other sources." Laughing in ridicule at the director's comment, Tan said, "And how much did you want?" "Half. You are making a poor joke." The battle lines being drawn, they got down to business. The buy-sell continued for nearly a half hour. Finally, they agreed on 30%, provided it was U.S. dollars. The director pulled out a cell phone and placed a call. The ghost came on the line, and the director identified himself. "Yes?" the snakehead asked. "I have someone here who rented an apartment to some of the survivors of the dragon, the Changs. He wants to sell you that information." The ghost was silent for a moment. He asked, "Tell him to prove it." The director relayed this request to Tan, who replied, "The father's Western name is Sam. There is an old man, too, Chang's father, and 2 boys. Oh, a wife, Mei Mei, and they have a baby, She isn't theirs. She was on the ship. Her mother drowned." "How does he know them?" The director explained. "He's the brother of a friend of Chang's in China." The ghost considered. "Tell him I'll pay 100,000 one color for the information." The director asked Tan if this was acceptable. He said immediately that it was. Some people you do not buy-sell with. Keeping a straight face, despite his pleasure at this sum, the director added delicately to the ghost, "He has agreed to pay us a fee. Perhaps, sir, if it wouldn't be too much trouble—" "Yes, I'll pay you your portion directly, if the information's accurate. What is your cut?" 30%. "You're a fool," the ghost scoffed. "You were robbed. I would have taken 65% if I'd been you." The director flushed and began to defend himself, but the ghost cut him off. "Send him to see me tomorrow morning at 8:30. You know where." He hung up. The director told Tan the arrangement, and they shook hands. In the Confucian order of duty to others, friendships were on the lowest rung, after ruler-subject, father-son, husband-wife, and older brother, younger brother. Still, there was something abhorrent, the director thought, about this kind of betrayal. But no matter. Whenever he arrived in hell, Tan would be judged for his acts. And as for the director and his associates, well, $30,000 was not bad for an hour's work. His hands shaking, his breath fast, Sam Chang left the storefront of the East Broadway Workers' Association and had to walk 3 blocks before he found a bar, which are rare in Chinatown. He sat on an uneven stool and ordered a Tsingtao beer. He drank it fast and ordered another. He was still surprised, no, astonished, that the 3 men at the Tong had believed that he was Joseph Tan and had actually told him where he could meet the ghost in the morning. He laughed to himself. What an appalling idea. He was actually bargaining with these men over the price of his family's life. Sitting in their dark apartment in Brooklyn several hours before, Chang had been thinking, "So this is to be our life, darkness and fear." And his father's keen eyes had narrowed. "What are you thinking of doing?" he'd asked his son. "The ghost is looking for us." "Yes?" "He won't expect me to be looking for him." Zong Jiechi's eyes remained on his son for a long moment, then slid to the name plaque on the improvised altar. Zong, Archer. "And what would you do if you found him?" he said to the old man. "Kill him." "Why not go to the police?" Chang laughed sourly. "Do you trust the police here any more than in China?" "No," his father answered. "I will kill him," Chang repeated. He had never in his life disobeyed his father, and he wondered if the man would now forbid him to do what he'd decided must be done. But, to his surprise, his father asked only, "You would be able to do that?" "Yes, for my family. Yes." Chang then pulled his windbreaker on. "I'll go to Chinatown. I'll see what I can do to find him." "Listen to me," his father said, whispering. "Do you know how to find a man?" "How, Baba?" "You find a man through his weaknesses." "What's the ghost's weakness?" "He cannot accept failure," Zong Jiechi said. "He must kill us, or his life will suffer from great disharmony." And so Sam Chang had done just what his father had suggested, offered the ghost the chance to find his prey. And it had worked. Holding the cold beer bottle to his face, Chang now reflected that he himself would probably die. He'd shoot the ghost immediately, as soon as he opened the door, but the man would have associates and bodyguards who would in turn kill him. And, thinking this, the first image in his mind was William, his firstborn son, the young man who would, sooner than anyone thought, inherit the mantle of the Changs. The father now heard the son's insolence, saw the contempt in his eyes. "Oh, William," he thought, "yes, I neglected you. But if only you understood that I did so solely in the hopes of making a better homeland for you and your children. And when it grew too dangerous in China, I brought you here, leaving my beloved country behind, to give you what I couldn't back home. Love, son, is not manifest in the gift of gadgets or coddling foods or rooms of one's own. Love shows itself in discipline and example and sacrifice, even giving up one's life. Oh, my son." Sam Chang paid for the beer and left the bar. Though the hour was late, some stores were still open to tempt the last of the tourists. Chang went into a variety and gift shop and bought a small shrine box, a brass plate, electric candles with red bulbs, some incense. He spent some time trying to find the right Buddha statue. He picked a smiling one because, even though he would kill a man tomorrow and would himself die, a cheerful Buddha would bring comfort and solace and ultimately good fortune to the family he was leaving behind.
"The thing is, Amy,"
Amelia Sachs was driving downtown, uncharacteristically close to the posted speed limit.
"the thing is, honey,"
her father had said to her in his dissipated state, ravaged by the greedy cells that were dismantling his body,
"you gotta look out for yourself."
"Sure, Pop."
Nah, you say sure, but you don't really mean sure. You mean I'm agreeing with the old man 'cause he looks like you-know-what.
Even lying in West Brooklyn Hospice on Fort Hamilton Parkway, near death, the man hadn't let her get away with a single thing. "I don't think I mean that at all."
"Oh, listen, Amy. Listen.
"I'm listening."
I hear your stories about walking the beat."
Sachs, like her father, had been a portable at the time, a beat patrolman. In fact, her nickname was PD, for the portable's daughter.
"I make up a lot of stuff, Pop. Be serious."
Her smile faded, and she indeed grew serious, feeling the dusty summer breeze flow through the half-open window, tousling her unencumbered red hair and her father's overwashed sheets as they sat and lay in that difficult place. "Go on," she said.
"Thank you. I hear your stories about your beat. You don't look out for yourself enough. But you've got to, Amy."
"Where's all this coming from, Pop?" They both knew it was coming from the cancer that would soon kill him, and from the urgency to pass along to his only child something more substantive than an NYPD shield, a nickel-plated Colt pistol, and an old Dodge Charger in need of a transmission and cylinder heads. But his role as father required him to say,
"Humor an old man.
So let's tell jokes."
Remember the first time you flew?"
"We went to see Grandma Sachs in Florida. It was 180 degrees by the pool and a chameleon attacked me." Unfazed, Herman Sachs continued.
"And the stewardess, or whatever you call them nowadays, said, 'In case of emergency, put your oxygen mask on and then assist anyone who needs help. That's the rule.'"
"They say that," she conceded, buffeted by the emotions she felt. The old cop, with stains of axle grease permanently seated in the lattice of his hands, continued.
"That's gotta be a patrolman's philosophy on the street. You first, then the Vic. And it's gotta be your personal philosophy, too. Whatever it takes, look out for yourself first. If you're not whole, you'll never be able to take care of anybody else."
Driving now through the faint rain, she heard her father's voice fade, and another replace it. The doctor from several weeks ago.
"Ah, Ms. Sachs, here you are."
"Hello, Doctor."
"I've just been meeting with Lincoln Rhymes' physician."
"Yes?"
"I've got to talk to you about something."
"You're looking like it's bad news, Doctor."
"Why don't we sit down over there in the corner?"
"Here's fine. Tell me. Let me have it straight." Her whole world in turmoil, everything she'd planned for the future altered completely. What could she do about it? Well, she reflected, pulling to a stop at the curb. Here's one thing. Amelia Sachs sat for a long moment. This is crazy, she thought. But then, impulsively, she climbed out of the Camaro and, head down, walked quickly around the corner and into an apartment building. She climbed the stairs and knocked on the door. When it opened, she smiled at John Sung. He smiled back and nodded her inside. "Whatever it takes, look out for yourself first. If you're not whole, you'll never be able to take care of anybody else." Suddenly, she felt a huge weight lifted off her shoulders. Chapter 29. Midnight. But, despite the exhausting day which had led him from a sinking ship to a Central Park West apartment half the globe away from his home, Sonny Lee didn't seem tired. He walked into Lincoln Rhymes' bedroom, carrying a shopping bag.
"When I down in Chinatown with Hong Se Laoban, I buy some things. Got present for you."
"Present?" Rhyme asked from his throne, the new Hill-Rom Flexicare bed, which, he'd been told, was exceedingly comfortable. Lee took an object from the bag and began unwrapping a small wad of paper.
"Look what I got here."
In his hands was a jade figurine of a man with a bow and arrow, and looking fierce. Lee looked around the room.
"Which way north?"
"That's north,"
Rhyme nodded. Lee put the figurine on top of a table against the wall, then returned to the bag and took out some sticks of incense.
"You're not going to burn that in here."
"Have to, Laoban. Not kill you."
Despite Lee's assertion that Chinese have a difficult time saying no, this was not a trait the cop apparently shared. He set the incense into a holder and lit it. He then found a Dixie cup in the bathroom and filled it with some liquor from a light green bottle, which had also appeared from the shopping bag.
"What are you doing, making a temple?"
"Shrine, Laoban, not a temple."
Lee was amused by Rhyme's failure to miss the obvious distinction.
"Who is that? Buddha? Confucius?"
"With a bow and arrow?"
Lee scoffed.
"Laoban, you know so much about so little, and so little about so much."
Rhyme laughed, thinking that when he'd been married, his wife had often said much the same, though at a higher volume and less articulately. Lee continued.
"This is Guandi, god of war. We make sacrifice to him. He likes sweet wine, and that what I bought for him."
Rhyme wondered how Silito and Del Rey, not to mention Sachs, would react when they saw the transformation of his room into a shrine to the god of war. Lee bowed toward the icon and whispered some words in Chinese. He extracted a white bottle from the shopping bag and sat it in the rattan chair by Rhyme's bed. He filled a Dixie cup for himself, and then fiddled with one of Rhyme's tumblers, taking off the lid, filling it halfway up, and then replacing the lid and fitting a straw inside.
"And that?"
Rhyme asked.
"Good stuff, Laoban. Suye Chinzo. We make sacrifice to us now. This stuff good, like whiskey."
No, it wasn't like whiskey at all. Definitely not delicately peat-smoked 18-year-old Scotch. But, although the taste was pretty bad, it had one hell of a kick to it. Lee nodded toward the impromptu sacristy.
"I find Guandi at store in Chinatown. He very popular god. Thousands shrines all over China devoted to him. But I not buy him because of war. He is god of detectives too, I'm saying.
You're making that up.
Joke? No, I'm saying it's true. Every security bureau I ever been in has Guan Di there. Case don't go so good, detectives burn offerings just like we do.
Another shot of the liquor. Lee sniffed.
Oh, that's strong stuff, I'm saying. The Baijiu.
The what?
He nodded at the bottle of Suye Chinzo.
What was your prayer?
Rhyme asked. I translate. Guan Di, please let us find the Changs and catch the fuck ghost.
That's a good prayer, Sonny.
Rhyme drank more of the liquor. It grew better with every sip.
Or maybe it was that you tended to forget how bad it was.
The Chinese cop continued. That surgery you talk about, that make you better?
It might, a little. I won't be able to walk, but I could regain a little movement.
How it work?
He explained to Lee about Dr. Cheryl Weaver, whose neurology unit at a branch of the University of North Carolina was performing experimental surgery on spinal cord injury patients. He could still remember almost verbatim the doctor's explanation of how the technique worked. The nervous system is made up of axons which carry nerve impulses. In a spinal cord injury, those axons are cut or crushed, and they die. So they stop carrying impulses and the message doesn't get from the brain to the rest of the body. Now, you hear that nerves don't regenerate. Well, that's not completely true. In the peripheral nervous system, like our arms or legs, damaged axons can grow back. But in the central nervous system, the brain and the spinal cord, they don't. At least, they don't on their own. So when you cut your finger, your skin grows back and you regain your sense of touch. In the spinal cord, that doesn't happen. But there are things that we're learning to do that can help regrowth. Our approach at the Institute here is an all-out assault on the site of the injury. We attack SCI on all fronts. We use traditional decompression surgery to reconstruct the bony structure of the vertebrae themselves and to protect the site where your injury occurred. Then we graft two things into the site of the injury. One is some of the patient's own peripheral nervous system tissue, and the other substance we graft is some embryonic central nervous system cells. From a shark, Rhyme added to Sonny Lee.
The cop laughed.
This is the end of Disc 7. Disc 8.
Fish?
Exactly. Sharks are more compatible with humans than other animals are. Then, the criminalist continued, I'll take drugs to help the spinal cord regenerate.
Hey, Lao Ben, Lee said, looking him over carefully. This operation, it dangerous?
Again, Rhyme heard Dr. Weaver's voice.
Of course, there are risks. The drugs themselves aren't particularly dangerous, but there are risks associated with the treatment. Any C4 quad is going to have lung impairment. You're off a ventilator, but with the anesthetic, there's a chance of respiratory failure. Then the stress of the procedure could lead to autonomic dysreflexia and the resulting severe blood pressure elevation. I'm sure you're familiar with that, which in turn could lead to a stroke or cerebral event. There's a risk of surgical trauma to the site of your initial injury. You don't have any cysts now and no shunts, but the operation and resulting fluid buildup could increase that pressure and cause additional damage.
Yes, it's dangerous, Rhyme told him.
Sound to me like Yil Wan Toshi.
Which means?
Lee considered, then said, Words translate throwing eggs against rocks. Means doing something bound to fail, I'm saying. So why you do this operation?
It seemed obvious to Rhyme. To move a step closer to independence. Perhaps to be able to close his hand around the tumbler, for instance, and lift it to his lips. To scratch his head. To become more normal. Using the term that was very politically incorrect within the disabled community. to be closer to Amelia Sachs, to be a better father to the child that Sachs wanted so badly. He said, "It's just something I have to do, Sonny." Then he nodded at the nearby bottle of Macallan Scotch. "Let's try my bai-fu now." Lee barked a laugh.
By Joe, Lao Ben, what you just say was, let's try my department store.
"By Gio," Rhyme corrected himself. Lee filled the cup and the tumbler with the aged Scotch. Rhyme sipped from the straw. Ah, yes, much better. Lee tossed down a whole Dixie cup of Scotch. He shook his head.
I'm saying, you should not do this operation.
"I've weighed the risks and—"
No. Embrace who you are. Embrace your limitations.
"But why, when I don't have to?"
I see all this science shit you have here in Miguo. We don't have science everywhere in China like you do. Oh, Beijing, Hong Kong, Guangdong, Fuzhou. Sure, we got mostly everything you got. A little behind, thank you, Chow and Mao. But we got computers, we got internet, we got missiles. Yeah, sometimes they blow up, but usually they go in space okay. But doctors, they don't use so much science. They put us back in harmony. In China, doctors not gods.
"We have a different view here."
Yeah, Lee scoffed. Doctors make you look younger, give you hair, give women bitter xiong. You know.
He pointed to his chest.
We not understand that. They're not in harmony.
"You think I'm in harmony like this?" Rhyme asked with an exasperated laugh.
Fate make you this way, Lao Ben, and make you this way for purpose. Maybe you best detective you can be because of what happened. Your life balanced now, I'm saying.
Rhyme had to laugh. "I can't walk. I can't pick up evidence. How the hell is that better?"
Maybe your brain, it work better now, I'm saying. Maybe you have stronger will. Your shizong, your focus, maybe is better.
"Sorry, Sonny, I don't buy it." But as he'd learned, once Sonny Lee took a position on an issue, he didn't let go.
Let me explain you, Lao Ben. You remember John Sung has that good luck stone of Monkey King?
"I remember."
Well, you are monkey.
"I'm what?"
You are like monkey, I'm saying. Monkey do miracle things, magic, smart, tough, had temper too, I'm saying, like you. But he ignore nature, look for ways to cheat gods and stay alive forever. He steal peaches of immortality, got names erased from register of living and dead. That when he got in trouble. Got burned and beat up and buried under mountain. Finally, Monkey give up wanting to live forever. Found some friends and they all made pilgrimage to Holy Land in the West. He was happy, in harmony, I'm saying.
"I want to walk again," Rhyme whispered adamantly, wondering why he was baring his soul to this strange little man. "That's not too much to ask."
But maybe it's too much ask, Lee responded. Listen, Lao Ben, look at me. I could wish to be tall and look like Chow Yun Fat, have all girls chase me. Could wish to run big commune and have hundreds productivity awards so everybody respect me. Could wish to be Hong Kong banker, but not my nature. My nature is being fuck good cop. Maybe you start walking again, you lose some other else, something more important. Why you drink this crap?
He nodded at the Scotch. "It's my favorite, by Joe."
Yeah? How much it cost?
"About $70 a bottle." Lee made a sour face. Still, he downed the glass and poured another.
Listen, Lao Ben, you know the Tao?
"Me? That New Age crap? You're talking to the wrong person."
Okay, I'm telling you something. In China, we got two big philosophers, Confucius and Lao Tzu. Confucius think what is best is for people to obey superiors, follow orders, kowtow to betters, keep quiet. But Lao Tzu, he say opposite. What is best is for each person follow the way of life on his own. Find harmony and nature. English name of Tao is way of life. He writes something I try to say. And all about you, Lao Ben.
About me?
Rhyme asked, reminding himself that his interest in the man's words must have had its source in the well of alcohol within him at the moment. Li squinted as he translated.
In Tao, Lao Tzu say, there no need to leave house for better seeing. No need to peer from window. Instead, live in the center of your being. The way to do is to be.
Does everybody in China have a goddamn saying for everything? Rhyme snapped.
We got lots sayings, true. You should have Tom write that down and put up on wall next to altar to Guandi.
The men fell silent for a minute. There is no need to leave house for better seeing. No need to peer from window. Finally, the conversation resumed, and Li talked at length about life in China. Rhyme asked,
And what's your house like?
Apartment. Whole place small. Size this room.
Where is it?
My town. Liu Guoyan. Means 6 orchards. But they all gone now, all cut down. Maybe 50,000 people. Outside Futsal. Many people there. Over 1 million, I'm saying.
I don't know the area.
In Fujian province, southeast China. Taiwan is just off coast. Many mountains. Min River, big one, run through it. We independent place. Beijing worried about us lots. Fujian was home of first triad. Organized gang, I'm saying. The Sanlian Hui. Very powerful. Lots smuggling. Salt, opium, silk. Lots sailors in Fujian. Merchants, importers. Not so many farmers. Communist Party is powerful in my town, but that because the party secretary is private capitalist. Has internet company like AOL. Real success. Ha! Running dog lackey capitalist. His collective make good money. His stock not fall like NASDAQ.
What kind of crime is there in Liu Guiyan?
Rhyme asked. Li nodded.
Lots bribes, protection money. In China, you cheat business and people, that okay. But cheat the party or the government, then you fuck die. Convict you, shoot, and back ahead. We got lots of other crime too. Same stuff happen here. Murder and robbery and rape.
Li sipped more liquor.
I find a man killing women. Kill 4 of them. Going to kill more? I got him.
He laughed.
1 drop blood? I find 1 drop blood on his bicycle tire, small as grain of sand. That what place him at scene. He confess. See, Lao Ben, not all woo-woo.
I'm sure it isn't, Sonny.
Kidnapping women, big problem in China. Have more men than women. For every 100 women, we got 120 men. People not want baby girls, I'm saying. Only boys. But then where brides come from? So lots kidnappers take girls and women, sell them. Sad. Families come to us and ask us find their wives or daughters been kidnapped. Lots security officers don't bother. Hot cases. Sometimes they take women's thousands miles away. I find 6 last year. Record in our office. Good feeling to find kidnapper. Arrest him.
Rhyme said,
That's what it's all about.
Li lifted his cup at this, and then they drank in silence for a moment. Rhyme, thinking that he was feeling content. Most of the people who came to visit treated him like a freak. Oh, they meant no unkindness, but either they struggled to ignore his condition, as most of them referred to it, or they celebrated his disability, making jokes and comments about it to show how closely they connected with him, when in fact they didn't connect at all, and as soon as they caught a glimpse of the catheter or the box of adult diapers in the corner of the bedroom, they started counting down the minutes until they could escape. These people would never disagree with him. They'd never fight back. They never got below the appearance of a relationship. But in Sonny Li's face, Rhyme could see complete indifference to Rhyme's state, as if it were, well, indeed natural. He realized then that nearly all the people he'd met over the past few years, with the exception of Amelia Sachs, had been merely acquaintances.
He'd known the man for less than a day, but Sonny Lee already seemed more than that.
"You mentioned your father," Rhyme said. "When you called him before, it didn't sound like a good conversation. What's his story?"
"Ah, my father."
He drank more scotch, which was apparently growing on the cop, the way Rhyme had gotten used to the baijiu. Globalization through liquor, Rhyme reflected wryly. Lee poured another shot.
"You might want to sip it,"
Rhyme suggested.
"Time to sip is after you dead,"
the cop said, and emptied the pink Dixie cup emblazoned with flowers.
"My father, he not like me much. I am, what is meaning, not live up to what he wants."
"Disappointment?"
"Yes, I am disappointment."
"Why?"
"Ah, lots things. Give you our history in Acorn."
"Nutshell."
Dr. Sun Yat-sen in the 1920s, he unified China, but civil war happened. Kuomintangs, the National Party, were under Chiang Kai-shek, but Gongshangtang, the communists, they fight against them. Then Japan invade. Bad time for everybody. After Japan lose, we have more civil war in China, and finally Mao Zedong and communists win, drive the nationalists to Taiwan. My father, he fought with Mao. October 1949, he's standing with Chairman Mao at the gate of heavenly peace in Beijing. Oh, Lao Ben, I hear that story 1,000,000 times. How he stood there and bands were playing the March of the Volunteers. Big fuck patriotic time. So my father, he got Guanxi, connections high up. He become big guy in Communist Party down in Fujian. Want me to be too. But I see what communists do in 66. Historically unprecedented great proletarian cultural revolution. Destroy everything. Hurt people. Kill people. Government and party not doing right things.
"It wasn't natural," Rhyme said. "Wasn't in harmony."
"Exact right, Lao Ben," Lee laughed. "My father want me to join party, order me to, threaten me. But I not care about party, not care about collectives." He waved his arms. "Not care about great ideas. What I like is police work. I like catch criminals. Always puzzles, always challenge, I'm saying. My sister, she big and high in the party. Our father proud of her even though she a woman. He say she not bring disgrace on him like me. Say that all the time." His face grew dark. "Other bad thing, too, is I not have a son. No children when I married."
"You're divorced?"
Rhyme asked.
Well, my wife, she die. Got sick and die. Some fever, bad thing. Only married few years but no children. My father say it my fault. We try, just not have child. Then she die."
He rose and paced to the window, stared at the lights of the city.
"My father, he lot strict. Hit me all time growing up. Never what I did was good enough for him. Good grades. I good student. Got medals in army. Marry nice, respectful girl. Get job at security bureau, become detective. Not just traffic, I'm saying. Come visit my father every week. Give him money. Pay respect at mother's grave. But never anything I do is enough. Your parents, Laban?"
"Both dead."
"My mother, she not so strict as father, but she never say much. He not let her. Here, in beautiful country, you not so much, what you say, under gravity of your parents?"
Good way to put it, thought Rhyme.
"Maybe not so much. Some people are."
"Respect for parents. That number one for us."
He nodded toward Guan Di's statue.
"Of all gods, most important are our ancestors."
"Maybe your father thinks more of you than he's letting on. A facade, because he thinks is good for you."
Nah, he just not like me. Nobody to carry on family name, I'm saying. That very bad thing.
Well, you'll meet somebody and have a family.
A man like me, Lee scoffed. Nah, I just cop. Got no money. Most men my age in futsal, they work business. Got lots money. Money all over place. Remember I tell you, many more men than women? Why a woman pick poor old man when they can have rich young one?
You're my age, Rhyme said. You're not old.
Lee looked out the window again.
Maybe I stay here. I speak English good. I be security officer here. Work in Chinatown, undercover.
He seemed serious. But then Sonny Lee laughed and said what they were both thinking.
Nah, too late for that. Lots too late. Nah, we get the ghost. I go home and keep being fuck good detective. Guandi and I solve big crime and get my picture on paper in futsal. Maybe chairman give me medal. Maybe my father watch news and see and he think I not be such bad son.
He drained the cup of scotch.
Okay, I drunk enough now. You and me, we play game, Laoban.
I don't play games.
But what that game on your computer? Lee said quickly. Chess, I saw it.
I don't play very often,
Rhyme qualified.
Games improve you. I am show you how to play best game.
He returned to the magic shopping bag.
I can't play most games, Sonny. Can't exactly hold the cards, you know.
Ah, card games, Lee said, sneering. They're games of chance, only good for make money. See those? You keep secrets by turning cards away from opponents. Best games are games where you keep secrets in head, I'm saying. Wei Chi? You ever hear it? Also called Go.
Rhyme believed he had.
Like checkers or something?
Lee laughed.
Ha, checkers? No.
Rhyme surveyed the board that Lee took from the shopping bag and set up on the table beside the bed. It was a grid with a number of perpendicular lines on it. He then took out 2 bags, one containing hundreds of tiny white pebbles, the other black ones. Suddenly Rhyme had a huge desire to play, and he forced himself to pay careful attention to Sonny Lee's animated voice as he explained the rules and object of Wei Chi.
Seems simple enough,
Rhyme said. Players alternated putting their stones on the board in an attempt to surround the opponents and eliminate them from play.
Wei Chi like all great games. Rules simple, but winning hard.
Lee separated the stones into 2 piles. As he did, he said,
Game go back many years. I am study best player of all time. Name was Fan Si Pin. Lived in 1700s, your dates. There nobody better than him ever live. He have match after match with Su Ting An, who was almost as good. The games were usually draws, but Fan had few points more, so he was overall better player. Know why he better?
Why?
Su was defense player, but Fan, he play always offense. He charge forward always, was impulsive, crazy, I'm saying.
Rhyme felt the man's enthusiasm.
Do you play much?
I'm in club at home. I play much, yes.
His voice faded for a moment, and a wistfulness came over him. Rhyme wondered why. Then Lee swept his oily hair back and said,
Okay, we play. You see how you like. Can last long time.
I'm not tired, Rhyme said.
Not either, Lee said. Now, you never play before, so I give advantage. Give you 3 piece extra. Seem like not much, but big advantage in Wei Chi.
No, Rhyme said. I don't want any advantages.
Lee glanced at him and must have thought this had to do with his disability and added gravely,
Only give you advantage because you not play before. That only reason. Experienced players do that always. It's customary.
Rhyme understood and appreciated Lee's reassurance. Still, he said adamantly,
No, you make the first move. Go ahead.
and watched Lee's eyes lower and focus on the wooden grid between them. Part 4. Cutting the Demon's Tail. Wednesday, the hour of the dragon, 7 a.m., to the hour of the rooster, 6:30 p.m. In Wei Qi, the more equally matched two players are, the more interesting the game. The game of Wei Qi. Chapter 30. On the morning of the day he was to die, Sam Chang awoke to find his father in the back courtyard of their Brooklyn apartment, going through the slow movements of Tai Chi. He watched the elderly man for a few moments, and a thought occurred to him. Zhong Jieqi's 70th birthday was in 3 weeks. In China they'd been so poor and so persecuted, the family had not been able to have the man's 60th birthday celebration, traditionally a huge party that signified the move into old age, the time for veneration. But his family would do so for the 70th. Sam Chang's animate body would not make it to the party, but his spirit perhaps would. He gazed at the old man, who moved like a leisurely dancer in the small backyard. Tai Chi was beneficial to the body and to the soul, but it always saddened Chang to watch the exercise. It reminded him of a humid night in June, years ago. Chang and a cluster of students and fellow teachers had been sitting together in Beijing, watching a group of people nearby engaged in the balletic movements. It was after midnight, and they were all enjoying the pleasant weather and the exhilaration of being among like-minded friends in the center of what was becoming the greatest nation on earth, the new China, the enlightened China. Chang had turned to a young student next to him to point out a spry elderly woman lost under the spell of Tai Chi, when the boy's chest exploded and he dropped to the ground. The People's Liberation Army soldiers had begun firing on the crowd in Tiananmen Square. The tanks came through a moment later, driving the people in front of them, crushing many beneath the treads. The famous televised image of the student stopping the tank with a flower was the rare exception that terrible night. Chang could never watch Tai Chi without thinking of that moment, which solidified his stance as an outspoken dissident and changed his life, and that of his father and family, forever. He now looked down at his wife, and, next to her, the little girl who slept with her arm around the white stuffed cat Mei Mei had sewn for her. He gazed at them for a moment. Then, walking into the bathroom, he turned the water on full. He stripped off his clothes and stepped into the shower, resting his head against the tiles that Mei Mei had somehow found the time to scrub last night. He showered, shut off the scalding water, and dried himself with a towel. He cocked his head, hearing the sounds of clanking metal in the kitchen. Mei Mei was still asleep, and the boys knew nothing of cooking. Alarmed, he went to the bed and pulled the pistol from beneath the mattress and walked cautiously into the main room of the apartment. He laughed. His father was making tea. "Baba," he said, "I'll wake Mei Mei. She can do that."
No, let her sleep,"
the old man said.
"When your mother died, I learned to make tea. I can cook rice, too, and vegetables, though not very well. Let us take tea together."
Zhong Jieqi lifted the iron pot, the handle wrapped with a rag, and took cups and hobbled into the living room. They sat, and he poured the tea. Last night, when Chang had returned, he and his father had taken a map and located the ghost's apartment building, which was not, to their surprise, in Chinatown, but farther to the west, near the Hudson River.
"When you get to the ghost's apartment,"
his father now asked,
"how will you get inside? Won't he recognize you?"
Chang sipped the tea.
I don't think he will. He only came to the hold of the ship once. It was dark, too. How will you get in? If there is a doorman, I'll tell him I'm there on business and give the name Tan. I practiced my English all night. Then I'll just take the elevator up to his door and knock on it. And if he has bodyguards, Zhong Jiechi said, they'll search you. I'll hide the gun in my sock. They won't search carefully. They won't be expecting me to be armed.
Chang tried to picture what would happen. He knew they would have guns, too. Even if they shot him as soon as they saw the gun, he would still be able to shoot 1 or 2 bullets into the ghost. He realized that his father was gazing at him, and he looked down. I will come back, he said firmly. I will be here to take care of you, Baba. You are a good son. I could not have asked for a better one. I have not brought you all the honor I should have. Yes, you have, the old man said, and poured more tea. I named you well. Chang's given name, Jing Erze, meant shrewd son. They lifted their cups, and Chang drained his. Mei came to the door, glanced at the teacups. Have you taken rice yet? She asked, the expression meaning simply, good morning. It wasn't a reference to food. Wake William, Chang told Mei. There are some things I want to say to him. But his father waved for her to stop. No. She did. Why not? Chang asked. He will want to come with you. I'll tell him no. Zhong Jiechi laughed. And that will stop him? That impetuous son of yours? Chang fell silent for a moment, then said, I can't go off like this without talking to him. It's important. But his father asked, What is the only reason that a man would do something like you are about to do? Something foolhardy and dangerous. Chang replied, For the sake of his children. His father smiled. Yes, son. Yes. Keep that in mind, always. You do something like this for the sake of your children. Then he grew stern. How well Sam Chang knew this look of his father's. Imperial, unyielding. He had not seen it for some time, ever since the man had grown sick with the cancer. I know exactly what you intend to say to your son. I will do it. It's my wish that you don't wake William. Chang nodded. As you say, Baba. He looked at his wristwatch. The time was 7:30. He had to be at the ghost's apartment in an hour. His father poured him more tea, which Chang drank down quickly. Then he said to Mei, I have to leave soon, but I wish that you come sit by me. She sat beside her husband, lowering her head to his shoulder. They said nothing, but after 5 minutes Bao Yi began to cry, and Mei rose to take care of the girl. Sam Chang was content to sit in silence and watch his wife and their new daughter. And then it was time to leave and go to his death. Rhymes smelled cigarette smoke.
That's disgusting,
he called. What? Asked Sunny Lee, the only other person in the room. The Chinese cop was groggy, and his hair stuck out comically. The hour was 7:30.
The cigarettes,
Rhyme explained. You should smoke, Lee barked. Relaxes you. Good for you. Mel Cooper arrived with Lon Solito and Eddie Deng not far behind him. The young Chinese-American cop walked very slowly. Even his hair was wilted. No stylish spikes today.
How are you, Eddie?
Rhyme asked. You should see the bruise, Deng said, referring to his run-in with a lead slug yesterday during the shootout on Canal Street.
"I wouldn't let my wife see it. Put on my pajamas in the bathroom."
Red-eyed Solito carried a handful of pages from the overnight team of officers who'd been canvassing recent contractors that had installed gray Arnold Luster-Wright carpet in the past 6 months. The canvassing wasn't even finished, and the number of construction locations was discouragingly large. 32 separate installations in and around Battery Park City.
Hell,
Rhyme muttered.
32.
And each one could have multiple floors that had been carpeted. 32. He'd hoped there'd be no more than 5 or 6. INS agent Alan Coe arrived, walking brightly into the lab. He didn't seem the least contrite, and began asking questions about how the investigation was going, as if the shootout yesterday had never happened, and the ghost hadn't escaped thanks to him. More footsteps in the corridor outside. "Hey," Sachs said in greeting, entering the room. She kissed Rhyme. He started to tell her about the list of recently carpeted buildings, but Solito interrupted.
"Get some rest last night?" he asked her.
The detective's voice had a definite edge to it. "What?" she asked.
"Rest? Sleep? You get plenty of rest?"
"Not exactly," she replied cautiously. "Why?"
"I tried you at home about 1. Had some questions for you."
Rhyme wondered what the reason for the interrogation was. "Well, I got home at 2, she answered, a flare in her eyes. "I went to see a friend."
"Did you?"
"Yeah, I did."
"Well, I couldn't get in touch with you."
"You know, Detective," she said, "I can let you have my mother's phone number. She can give you some pointers on checking up on me, even though she hasn't done it for about 15 years.
"Oh, boy, that was good," said Sonny Lee. "Watch yourself, patrolman," Solito said to Sachs.
"Watch what?" she snapped. "You got a point to make it." The homicide cop backed down. He muttered,
"I couldn't get in touch with you, that's all. Your cell phone was off."
"Was it? Well, I had my pager. Did you try to page me?"
"No."
"Then?" she asked. The argument mystified Rhyme. True, when she was working, Rhyme insisted that she be instantly available. But after hours it was different. Amelia Sachs was independent. She liked to go for fast drives. She had interests and friends other than him. Whatever drove her to scratch her skin, to mourn her father, to mourn her former lover, a cop busted for being one of the most crooked in recent history, whatever drove her at the crime scenes, the same force drove her off by herself at times. Just as there were times when he booted her out, sometimes asking nicely, sometimes ordering her away. A crip needs time alone, to gather strength, to let the aide take care of the piss and shit stuff, and to consider little questions like, do I want to kill myself today? Rhyme called the Federal Building and asked for Del Rey, but he was in Brooklyn checking out leads to the attempted bombing last night. Then he spoke to the assistant special agent in charge and was told that they were meeting that morning about assigning another FBI agent to Ghost Kill to replace Del Rey. Rhyme was angry. He'd assumed the Bureau had already picked an SSA for the team.
"What about Spectac?"
The ASAC replied,
"That's on the scroll for the powwow this morning, too."
The scroll for the powwow?
"Well, we need people, and we need them now,"
Rhyme snapped. The slick man said, "We're prioritized."
"Oh, that's fucking reassuring."
"I'm sorry, Mr. Rhyme. I missed that."
"I said call us as soon as you know something. We need more people."
Just after he disconnected, the phone rang again. Rhyme snapped,
"Command, answer phone."
There was a click, and a Chinese-accented voice asked,
"Mr. Lee, please."
Lee sat down, absently pulled out a cigarette, which Tom swooped by and lifted from his hand. Lee leaned toward the speaker and began to talk rapidly in Chinese. There was an explosive exchange between him and the caller. Rhyme thought they were arguing, but Lee finally sat back, jotting notes in Chinese. Then he hung up and smiled.
Okay, Lee said.
Here I got something. That was Kai from the Tong. He asked around about minorities. They're this group of Chinese called Uyghurs. They Muslims, Turks, tough guys. They got take over by China, like Tibet, and don't like it so good. Treat it bad. Kai find that ghost hire people from Turkestan community and Islamic Center of Queens. The guy Hongse shot, he one of them. Here address and phone number. Hey, was I right, Lao Ban? I say he from minority.
You sure were, Sonny.
Eddie Deng translated the information into English on a second slip of paper. Should we raid it? Solito asked.
Not yet. Might tip off the ghost,
Rhyme said.
I've got a better idea.
Deng was right with him. Pen register.
Yep.
These were phone company records of incoming and outgoing calls for a particular number. Since they didn't record the content of a conversation, it was far easier for law enforcers to access these records than to monitor the actual transmissions under a Title III or state wiretap. What's that going to do? Coe asked.
The ghost got to town yesterday morning and called the center at some point, presumably to arrange for his muscle. We'll check out all incoming and outgoing calls to the number of the place after, say, 9 a.m. yesterday.
In a half hour, the phone company had provided a list of about 30 numbers into and out of the Uyghur Center in Queens in the past 2 days. Most of those numbers they could eliminate immediately, like those called before the ghost arrived, as Rhyme had pointed out, but 4 were cell phones with local exchanges.
And they're hot phones, right? The mobiles?
Stolen as bad as the Mets' second base,
Solito said. Because the phones were stolen, this meant there was no billing address where the ghost might be, but the cell phone providers were able to give the team information about where the callers were located when each call had been made or received. One phone had been in the Battery Park City area, and as the security chief from the company dictated intersections to delineate the cell zone, Tom drew them on the map. The result was a wedge about a half-mile square downtown near the Hudson River.
Now,
Rhyme shouted to Sachs, feeling the excitement of narrowing in on his prey.
Did any of the buildings in that area have Arnold Luster Wright carpet installed?
Crossing my fingers, Eddie Deng said. Finally, Sachs looked up from the list and shouted, Yes! Got one!
That's the ghost's safe house,
Rhyme announced. She said, A new building, 805 Patrick Henry Street, not far from the river. She circled it on the map. Then she sighed, looking over the information from the Arnold Company. Hell, she muttered. They installed carpet on 19 floors. Lots of apartments to check.
Then,
Rhyme said impatiently,
you'd better get going.
Chapter 31. You are part of the old. Do you repent? The ghost stood at the window of his high-rise apartment on Patrick Henry Street in Lower Manhattan and watched the boat sailing through the harbor 50 meters below him, a mile away. Some streaking fast, some bobbing awkwardly, some pristine, some rusty like the futsal dragon. Part of the old. Your decadent way of life is disgusting. He greatly enjoyed watching the panorama below him. He rarely had such views in China. Once, away from Beijing and the big cities in Fujian and Guangdong, there were few towering buildings, because there were few elevators, which was a condition that the ghost's father came close to rectifying in the 1960s. His father was a man blessed with the rare combination of careening ambition backed up by sensible schemes. The stocky businessman had his hands in many ventures, selling military products to the Vietnamese, who were gearing up to defeat the Americans in their appendix of a country to the south, operating junkyards, lending money, building private housing, and importing Russian machinery, the most lucrative of which were Lemarov elevators, which were cheap, functional, and rarely killed anyone. Under the auspices of a futsal collective, Quan Baba, the given nickname meaning father, had signed contracts to buy thousands of these elevators, sell them to the building collectives, and bring in Russian technicians to install them. He had every reason to believe that his efforts would change the skylines of China and make him even wealthier than he was. And why wouldn't he succeed? He wore conformist unisex suits. He attended every CCP rally he possibly could. He had guanxi throughout the southeast, and his cooperative was one of the most successful in the province of Fujian, sending a cascade of yen to Beijing. But his career was doomed. And the reason for this was simple. A solid, humorless soldier turned politician named Mao Zedong, whose capricious 1966 Cultural Revolution incited students across the country to rise up and destroy the four olds: old culture, customs, ideas, and habits. The house of the ghost's father, in an elegant part of Futsal, was one of the first targets of the rampaging young men who took to the streets, practically shivering with idealism, on the orders of the great helmsman. "You are part of the old," the leader raged. "Do you repent? Do you confess to clinging to the old values?" Quan Baba had met them in his living room, which had shrunk to the size of a prison cell due to the number of shouting youths surrounding the family, and had gazed at them not only in fear, but in bewilderment too. He honestly hadn't been able to see the evil in what he'd done. "Confess and seek re-education, and we will spare you," another cried. "You are guilty of old thought, old values, old culture. You have built a lackey's empire on the backs of the people." In fact, the students had no idea what Quan Baba did for a living, or whether the cooperative he headed was based on the purest principles of J.P. Morgan capitalism or Marxist, Leninist, Maoist communism. They knew only that his house was nicer than theirs, and that he could afford to buy art from an abhorred old era. Art that did nothing to inform the people's struggle against the oppressive forces of the West. Quan and his wife, along with the 12-year-old Ang and his older brother, stood speechless before the seething crowd. "You are part of the old." Much of that night was a terrible, confused blur to young Ang. But one part was permanently branded into his memory, and he thought of it now, standing in his luxurious high-rise, overlooking the harbor, awaiting the Chang's betrayer. The tall student leader of the cadre stood in the middle of the living room, wearing black-rimmed glasses, lenses slightly askew because they'd been made at one of the local collectives. Spittle flying from his mouth, he engaged in a furious dialectic with young Quan Ang, who hovered meekly beside the kidney-shaped coffee table on which his father had taught him to use the abacus years before. "You are part of the old," the student raged into the boy's face. "Do you repent?" For emphasis, with every line he spoke, he swung the thick baton, heavy as a cricket bat, to the floor between them. It landed with a loud thud. "Yes, I repent," the boy said calmly. "I ask the people to forgive me." "You will reform your decadent ways." Thud. "Yes, I will reform my ways," he said, though he didn't know what decadent meant. "The old ways are a threat to the collective good of the people." "You will die if you retain your old beliefs." Thud. "Then I will reject them." Thud. 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 So it continued for endless minutes, until the blows the student rained down finally stole the life from what the student had been striking with the iron-tipped baton. The ghost's parents, who lay bound and gagged on the floor at their feet. The boy gave not a single glance at the bloody forms as he recited the catechism the students thirstily sought to hear. "I repent my ways. I reject the old. I regret that I have been seduced by unbeneficial and decadent thought." He was spared, but not his older brother, who fled to the gardener's shed and returned with a rake, the only weapon the foolish boy could find. Within minutes, the students reduced him to a third bloody pile on the carpet, as lifeless as his parents. The fervent youngsters took loyal Kwan Ang with them, welcoming the young boy into the heart of the glorious Red Banner Futsal Youth Brigade. As they spent the rest of the night ferreting out more of the pernicious old, none of the students noticed that the next morning Ang slipped away from their impromptu headquarters. It seemed that with so much reform to perpetrate, none of them even remembered him. He, however, remembered them. His short time as an old, despising Maoist revolutionary, no more than a few hours, had been spent quite productively, memorizing the names of the youths in the cadre and planning their deaths. Still, he bided his time. Naishin. The boy's sense of survival was strong, and he escaped into one of his father's junkyards near Futsal. He lived there for months. He would prowl through the huge place, hunting rats and dogs for food, tracking them through the skeletons of machinery and mounds of trash with a homemade spear and a club, a rusty shock absorber from a wrecked Russian truck. When he grew more confident and learned that the cadres were not searching for him, he began making forays into town to steal food from trash bins behind Fuzaonis restaurants. Because of their seafaring history and extensive contact with the rest of the world, the Fuzaonis have always been among the most independent of Chinese. Teenage Kwan Ang found that the Communist Party and the Maoist cadres steered clear of the waterfront and docks, where snakeheads and smugglers didn't give a shit about downtrodden masses, and spouting ideology was a sure way to get yourself killed. The boy was informally adopted by several of these men and began running errands for them, earning their trust, eventually being allowed to head up some of their smaller schemes, like thefts from the docks and extorting protection money from businesses in town. He killed his first man at 13, a Vietnamese drug dealer who had robbed the snakehead Ang was working for. And, at 14, he finally tracked down, tortured, and killed the students who'd robbed him of his family. Young Ang was not a fool. He looked around him and realized that the thugs he worked with tended to rise only so far, largely because of their poor education. He knew that he needed to master business, accounting, and English, the coming language of international crime. He would sneak into the state schools in Futsal, which were so crowded that the teachers never knew that one of the students was not officially enrolled. The boy worked hard amassing money, learning which crimes to avoid, stealing from the state and importing drugs, each of which would assure that you were the headline act at the well-attended Tuesday morning executions in the local football stadium, and which crimes were acceptable, stealing from the foreign businesses that were stumbling obliviously into the Chinese market, dealing in guns, and human smuggling. His experience on the waterfronts had given him an expertise in smuggling, extortion, and money laundering, and these were the areas in which he made his money. First in Futsal, then in Hong Kong, and expanding throughout China and the Far East. He made a fetish of staying out of the limelight, of never being photographed, of going to desperate lengths never to be spotted, much less arrested. He was thrilled when he learned that some local public security bureau officer had dubbed him Gui, the Ghost. He immediately adopted the nickname. He was successful because the money itself was not what excited him. Rather, it was the challenge itself. To lose was to be shamed. To win was glorious. The driving force in his life was the hunt. In gambling dens, for instance, he would play only games of skill. He was contemptuous of the fools who would pay money for a chance at a wheel of fortune or a lottery. Challenges, like finding the Wus and the Changs. He wasn't displeased with how the hunt was going. The Ghost had learned from his sources that the Wus were in a special safe house, not an INS one, but a facility run by the NYPD, which he never would have expected. Yusuf had talked to a colleague who would check out the place, see what the security was like, and perhaps even kill the Wus if he had an opportunity. As for the Changs, they'd be dead by nightfall, betrayed by their own friend, this Tan fellow, whom the ghost would, of course, kill after the man revealed the family's address. He was also pleased to hear from his source that the police weren't having much success tracking him down. The FBI side of the case was stalling, and most of the case had fallen to the city police department. His luck was changing. These meditations were interrupted by a knock on the door. The betrayer had arrived. The ghost nodded toward a Uyghur, who pulled his gun out of his waistband. He opened the door slowly, pointing his pistol toward the visitor. The man in the hallway said, "I am Tan. I am here to see the man who is called the Ghost. Quan is his real name. We have a business matter. It's about the Changs." "Come in," the ghost said, stepping forward. "Do you want some tea?" "No," the old man replied, hobbling inside, looking around. "I won't be here long." Chapter 32. With his still eyes beneath drooping lids, Zong Jiechi surveyed the men in the room. The ghost himself, then two men from some Chinese minority, Uyghurs or Kazakhs. Like many older Han Chinese, Zong Jiechi thought of them by the word barbarians. The old man continued farther into the room, thinking, what a journey it had been to come here to this place that would be the site of his death. Thinking, too, about his son, Sam Chang, who, he hoped, was still unconscious from the tea Zong Jiechi had given him, generously laced with some of the old man's morphine. "What is the only reason that a man would do something like you are about to do? Something foolhardy and dangerous?" "For the sake of his children." No father, of course, would willingly let a son go to his death. Zong Jiechi had decided as soon as Sam had returned from Chinatown last night that he himself would drug his son and come here in his stead. Sam had half a lifespan ahead of him here in the beautiful country. He had his sons to raise, and now, miraculously, the daughter that Mei Mei had always wanted. Here was freedom. Here was peace. Here was a chance for success. He would not let his son miss out on these things. As the drug tea had taken effect, and his son's lids fell heavily, and the cup dropped from his hand, Mei Mei had risen, alarmed. But Zong Jiechi had told her about the morphine and what he intended to do. She tried to stop him, but she was a woman, and she was his daughter-in-law. She acquiesced to his wishes. Zong Jiechi had taken the gun and some money, and, embracing Mei Mei and touching his son's forehead one last time, left the apartment, with instructions not to wake William under any circumstances. He'd found a taxi and used the church van map to show the driver where he wished to go. Now he walked stiffly into the ghost's elegant apartment. The barbarian with the gun hovered close, and Zong Jiechi understood that he would have to put the men at ease before he would have a chance to pull out his own pistol and put a bullet into the heart of the snakehead. "Do I know you?" the ghost asked, eyeing him curiously. "Perhaps," Zong Jiechi replied, making up something he believed was reasonable and would make the ghost less suspicious. "I'm involved in the tongs here in Chinatown." "Ah." The ghost sipped his tea. The barbarian remained nearby, looking suspiciously at the old man. The other young man, dark and brooding, sat down in the back of the apartment. As soon as the thug that was closest turned his attention away, Zong Jiechi would shoot the ghost.
"Sit down, old man," the ghost said.
"Thank you. My feet aren't well. Dampness and heat in my bones."
"And you know where the Changs are?"
"Yes."
"How do I know I can trust you?"
Zong Jiechi laughed.
Regarding trust, I think I have more to worry about than you do."
Please, he prayed to the spirit of his own father, a man gone from this earth for 46 years, and the primary god in Zong Jiechi's pantheon, higher even than the Buddha. Father, make that man put his gun away and give me 5 seconds. Let me save my family. Give me the chance for 1 bullet. That's all I ask. I am only 3 meters away. I cannot miss.
"How do you know the Changs?" the ghost asked.
"Through a relative in Futsal."
"You know I wish them harm. What reason do you have to betray them?"
"I need the money for my son. He is not well. He needs doctors."
The ghost shrugged and said to the barbarian,
"Search him. Let me see any papers he has on him."
"No," thought Zong Jiechi in alarm. The barbarian stepped forward, blocking his view and aim of the ghost. Zong Jiechi held up a hand and stopped the barbarian.
"Please, I am an old man. I deserve your respect. Don't touch me. I will give you my papers myself."
The barbarian glanced back at the ghost with a raised eyebrow, and when he did, Zong Jiechi drew the pistol from his pocket and, without hesitation, shot the barbarian in the side of the head. He dropped hard and lay motionless, sprawled on a footstool. But the ghost reacted immediately and leapt behind a heavy couch as Zong Jiechi fired again. The bullet snapped through the leather, but he had no idea whether or not he'd hit the snakehead. He turned toward the second barbarian in the back of the apartment, but the man had already raised his gun and was aiming it. Zong Jiechi heard a shot and felt a huge fist strike his thigh as the heavy bullet spun him around and he landed on his back on the floor. The barbarian hurried toward him. The old man might have fired at the man and possibly hit him. Instead, he turned to the couch and repeatedly fired his gun toward where the ghost was hiding. Then he realized that the weapon had stopped firing. He was out of bullets. Had he hit the ghost? Oh, please, Guan Yin, goddess of mercy, please. But a shadow grew on the wall. The ghost rose from behind the couch unhurt, his own pistol in his hand. Breathing heavily, he pointed the black muzzle toward Zong Jiechi and walked around the furniture. A glance at the dead barbarian.
"You're Chang's father."
"Yes, and you're the devil who's on his way back to hell."
"But not," the ghost said, "on your ticket." The other barbarian, moaning and whispering hysterically in a language that Zong Jiechi did not understand, hovered over the body of his countryman. He then rose and started toward the old man, pointing the gun at him.
"No, Yusuf,"
the ghost said impatiently, waving him back.
"He'll tell us where the rest of them are."
"Never,"
was the defiant response. The ghost said to his confederate,
"We don't have much time. Somebody will have heard the shots. We'll have to leave. Use the stairs, not the elevator. Have the van waiting by the back door."
The agitated man continued to stare at Zong Jiechi with wide eyes, hands shaking in rage.
"Did you hear me?"
the ghost raged.
"Yes."
"Then go. I'll join you in a minute. Go."
Zong Jiechi began to crawl desperately toward the closet doorway, which led to a dim bedroom. He glanced back. The ghost was in the kitchen, taking a long filleting knife from a drawer. Just ahead of Amelia Sachs, driving her bee-yellow Camaro at 70 miles an hour, was the building that contained the ghost's safe-house apartment. The structure was huge, though, many stories tall and wide. Finding which apartment was the ghost's would be a chore. A sharp crackle in her Motorola speaker.
Be advised, all RMP units in the vicinity of Battery Park City. We have a 1034. Reports of shots fired. Stand by. All units further to that 1034. Have a location. 805 Patrick Henry Street. All units in area respond.
The very building she was now bearing down on. The ghost's. Was it a coincidence? She doubted it, though. What had happened? Did he have the Changs inside the building? Had he lured them there? The families, the children. She pushed the accelerator farther down and depressed the button of her mic, pinned to her windbreaker. Crime scene 5885 to Central. Approaching scene of that 1034. Anything further, K?
Nothing further. 5885.
No apartment number, K?
Negative.
K. A few seconds later, Sachs's Camaro was up on the curb, leaving room for the ambulances and other emergency vehicles, which would soon be converging on the building. As she ran inside, minding the slick, rosy marble floors, she noted that the flower beds near the front door overflowed with mulch, which was scattered on the sidewalks, undoubtedly the source of the trace that they'd found at the earlier scene. There was no security guard or doorman station in the building, but several people were standing in the lobby, looking uneasily at the elevators. Sachs asked a middle-aged man wearing workout clothing, "Did you report the shots?"
I heard something. I don't know where from, though.
"Anybody?" Sachs asked, glancing at the other tenants.
"I think it was west,"
an elderly woman said.
"High up, but I'm not sure where."
Two other responding RMPs pulled up out front, and the uniformed officers ran inside. Solito, Lee, and Alan Coe were behind them. An ambulance appeared, and then 2 emergency services unit trucks.
We heard the 1034,
Solito said.
This is his building, right? The ghosts?
Yup, Sachs confirmed.
Jesus,
the homicide detective muttered.
There've got to be 300 units here.
274,
the elderly woman said. Solito and Sachs conferred. The name on the apartment directory would be fake, of course. The only way to find the ghost would be a dangerous door-to-door search. Crew-cut Bo Howman strode into the lobby with more ESU officers.
We've sealed all the exits,
he said. Sachs nodded. What floor? She asked the elderly woman.
I was on 19, West Wing. They seemed awfully close.
A young man in a business suit had joined them. Nah, he said. I'm sure they were from 15. South, not west.
You sure?
Howman asked. Absolutely.
I don't think so,
the woman offered in gentle disagreement.
They were higher, and it was definitely the west wing of the building.
Great, Howman muttered.
Well, we've got to move. We could have injuries. We'll search everywhere.
Sachs's Motorola clattered again.
Central to crime scene 5885.
Go ahead, Central.
Landline patch.
Go ahead, Kay.
Sachs, are you there?
Lincoln Rhymes' voice said.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm here with Lon and Bo and ESU.
Listen,
the criminalist said.
I've been talking to dispatch and correlating the reports from the people in the building who called 911. It looks like the shots came from either the 18th or 19th floors, somewhere in the middle of the west side of the building.
The speaker was a squawk box, not a headset. Anyone nearby could hear the transmission.
Okay, you all hear that?
Howman asked his officers. They nodded. We're going to sweep, Rhyme, she said. I'll call you back. Howman divided his officers into 3 teams, 1 for each floor, 18 and 19, and 1 to divide up further and sweep the stairwells. Sachs noticed Coe nearby. He was checking his own pistol, the large Glock with which he was a proven bad shot, and had sidled over to one of the ESU teams. She whispered to Howman, "Keep him off the entry. He's trouble in a tax situation." Sachs had some credibility with the head of ESU. He'd seen her under fire, and Howman agreed. He walked over to Coe and spoke with him. Sachs didn't hear the exchange, but since this was an NYPD operation, Howman must have pulled jurisdictional rank and ordered the agent to stand down. After a moment of heated discussion, the INS agent's face was nearly as red as his hair. But Howman had never lost the will and demeanor of the drill sergeant he had once been, and Coe soon gave up his futile protests. He turned away and stormed out the front door, pulling out his cell phone, undoubtedly to lodge a protest with Peabody or somebody at the Federal Building. The ESU head left a small team to guard the lobby. Then he, Sachs, and a group of officers stepped into one of the elevators and started up to the 18th floor. They crowded away from the door when it opened, and one officer looked out with a metal mirror attached to a wand. "Clear." Out they stepped, moving cautiously along the carpet, trying to remain quiet, though their equipment rang like mountain climbers. Howman gave the hand signals that meant to spread out. Two officers, armed with MP5 machine guns, joined Sachs, and together they deployed to start the search. Bracketed by the two large cops, machine guns ready, Sachs picked a door and knocked. There was an odd sound from inside, a faint clunk, as if something heavy was being set down next to the door. She glanced at the ESU officers, who leveled their weapons at the doorway. With a satisfying zip of Velcro, Sachs drew her pistol from her holster and stood back slightly. Another clunk from inside, a scraping of metal. What the hell was that noise? A chain rattled. Sachs put a few pounds of nervous pressure on the trigger guard of her weapon, though not on the trigger itself, and tensed as the door opened. A tiny, gray-haired woman looked up at them.
"You're the police,"
she said.
"You'll hear about those firecrackers I complained about."
She stared at the large machine guns the ESU officers carried.
"Oh, well, look at this."
"That's right, ma'am," Sachs said, noticing that the clunking sound had been a stool, which the woman had apparently set on the floor to be able to look out through the security peephole. She grew wary.
"But you wouldn't have those guns if they were just firecrackers, right?"
"We're not sure what they were, ma'am. We're trying to find out where the sounds came from."
I think it's 18K, up the hall. That's why I thought they were firecrackers, because an Oriental man lives there. Or Asian, or whatever you're supposed to say nowadays. They use firecrackers in their religion. They're supposed to scare away dragons. Or maybe it's ghosts. I don't know.
"Are there any other Asians on this floor?"
No, I don't believe so.
"Okay, ma'am, thank you. Could you go back inside and lock your door? Whatever you hear, don't open it."
"Oh, dear."
She looked at the men with the guns again and nodded uncertainly.
"Could you tell me—"
"Now, please," Sachs said, smiling, but in a firm voice. She pulled the woman's door shut herself. She called in a whisper to Howman.
"Think it's 18K.
Howman gave hand signals to his team, directing them to the apartment. He knocked hard on the door.
"Police, open the door!"
No response. Again. Nothing. Howman nodded to the officer who'd lugged the team's large battering ram with him. He and another cop took hold of the handles on the sides of the thick metal tube and looked at Howman, who nodded. The officers eased the ram back and then swung it forward hard into the door near the knob. The lock gave way immediately, and the door slammed inward. They dropped the ram, chipping the marble floor. A half-dozen officers, guns to their shoulders, raced into the room. Amelia Sachs moved in fast too, though behind the others, who sported full body armor, Nomex hoods, helmets, and visors. Weapon in hand, she paused in the entryway and looked over the luxurious apartment, painted in subtle grays and pinks. The ESU entry team fanned out and checked every room and any possible hiding places a human being might fit into. Their gruff voices began reverberating through the place.
"Clear here! Clear! Clear in the kitchen! No back entrance! Clear!"
The ghost was gone. But, just like at Easton Beach yesterday, he'd left death in his stead. In the living room was the body of a man who bore a resemblance to the one she'd shot outside the Wu's apartment last night. Another Uyghur, she assumed. He'd been shot at close range. He lay near a leather couch that had been riddled with bullets. A street gun, a cheap chrome automatic with the serial number etched out, lay on the floor in front of the couch. The other body was in the bedroom. He was an elderly Chinese man, lying on his back, his eyes glazed. There was a bullet wound in his leg, but the slug had missed the major arteries and veins. It hadn't bled much. Sachs could see no other wounds, even though a long kitchen knife lay near his side. She pulled on rubber gloves and felt his jugular. No pulse. Emergency medical services technicians arrived and checked the man over, verifying that he was dead. "What's the COD?" one of the techs mused. Sachs studied him, then leaned forward. Got it," she said, nodding at the man's hand, in which was clutched a brown bottle. Sachs worked it out of his fingers. The characters on the label were in both Chinese and English. "Morphine," she said. "Suicide. This might have been one of the immigrants on the Futsal Dragon, perhaps Sam Chang's father, who had come here to kill the ghost." She speculated about what had happened. The father had shot the Uyghur, but the ghost had jumped for cover behind the couch, and the old man had run out of ammunition. The ghost took the knife and was going to torture him to learn where the rest of the family was, but the immigrant had killed himself. Howman listened into his headset and reported that the rest of the building was clear. The ghost had escaped. "Oh, no," she muttered. Crime scene arrived. 2 techs carrying large metal suitcases into the hallway outside the apartment. Sachs knew them and nodded a greeting. She opened the cases, donned the Tyvek suit, and then announced to the ESU team, "I need to process the room. Could I have everybody out of here, please?" For a half hour she worked the scene, and though she collected some evidence, none of it gave an obvious indication of where the ghost might have gone to. As she finished the search, Sachs was aware of cigarette smoke. She looked up to see Sonny Lee standing in the doorway, surveying the room. "I know him from boat," Lee said, shaking his head with a sadness in his eyes. "That's Sam Chang's father." "I figured, why'd he try it? One old man against the ghost and the others." "For family," Lee said quietly. "For family." "I suppose you want to run the scene too?" she asked, without any irony. Lee's correct prediction about Jerry Tang and his surprise appearance at the Wu's apartment yesterday had bolstered his credibility as a detective.
"What you think I doing now, hunks, eh? I walking grid."
She laughed.
"Lao Ban and me talk last night. He tell me about walking grid. Only I walk grid in my mind now."
"Sort of like rhyme does," Sachs reflected. "You finding anything good?"
"Oh, plenty, I'm saying."
She turned back to the more tangible evidence and wrote out the chain of custody cards and packaged the evidence for transport. In the corner of the room she noticed a small altar and several statues of Chinese gods. The words from the woman up the hall echoed in her mind. They use firecrackers in their religion. They're supposed to scare away dragons. Or maybe it's ghosts. Chapter 33. Dozens of flashing lights surrounded the high-rise. The ghost turned and looked back at them. Yusuf, the silent Turk, drove along Church Street away from the place. He was grim and badly shaken from the loss of yet another comrade, but he drove calmly and was careful not to draw attention to the stolen Windstar van.
This is the end of Disc 8. Disc 9.
After the old man had killed himself, without revealing anything, he had nothing in his pockets either, the ghost had fled down the stairs and sprinted into the parking lot just as he'd heard sirens in front of the building. He was now still struggling to catch his breath and to calm his heart. The police had arrived too quickly to be responding to the sound of the gunshots. They'd known that he was there. How? Gazing absently at the people on the morning streets, he considered this. The safe house had absolutely no connection to him. Finally, he decided that they had probably tracked the place down through phone calls to and from the Uyghur Center in Queens. That had given the police his cell phone number, and they'd traced the location of the safe house. Probably there was other evidence, too. His intelligence about this Lincoln rhyme suggested that he was fully capable of making a deduction like that, but he was troubled that he'd got no advance warning that the police were on their way there. He'd thought his Guanxi was better than this. Yusuf said something in his native Turkic, and the ghost said in English, "Repeat. Where you go?" The ghost had several other safe houses in the city, but only one nearby. He gave him directions. Then the ghost handed the man another 5,000 in one color. "Go find somebody else to help us. You'll do that?" Yusuf hesitated. "I'm sorry about your friends," the ghost said, masking the contempt in his voice with as much faux sympathy as he could add. "But they were careless. You're not careless. I need you to help me. There'll be another 10,000 for you. Cash to you alone. You don't have to split it." He nodded. "Okay. Go find someone else, but not at the Uyghur Center. Don't go back there. The police will be watching it. And get another cell phone. Call me on mine and give me your new number." He recited the number of his new mobile phone, another one he'd kept in the high-rise and had taken with him along with the money when he'd escaped a few minutes before. "Drop me on the corner, up there." The Turk rolled to a stop at Canal Street, not far from where they had nearly killed the Woos yesterday. The ghost climbed out, then leaned down and had the Turk reiterate his instructions in English, made sure that he remembered the number of the ghost's new cell phone. The van sped off. The ghost stretched, his eyes following a Chinese teenager in a tight-knit blouse, short skirt, and in plausibly high heels, which gave her a stuttering gait. He watched her disappear in the crowd. He wasn't the only man watching her, though the ghost suspected that only he wanted to hurt her very badly before he fucked her. Turning the opposite way, he started down disheveled Canal Street. He still had a long walk to get to his other safe house. It was nearly a kilometer east. As he walked, he considered what he needed to do. Foremost was a new gun. Something big, a SIG or a Glock. It seemed this was going to be a neck-and-neck race to see who got to the Changs first, he or the police, and if it came to a shootout, he wanted good firepower. He also needed some new clothes, a few other things as well. The battle was growing more and more challenging. He thought of the days of his youth when he'd hide from Mao's cadres in the junkyard, patiently stalking rats and vicious dogs for food. He thought, too, of the search for his father's killers in the youth brigade. Those times had taught him a lot about the art of hunting, and one lesson he learned was this: the stronger adversary expects you to seek out and exploit his weakness, and he prepares his defense accordingly. But the only effective way to prevail against such an enemy is to use his strength against him. And this is what the ghost now intended to do. Naishin? He asked himself. No. The time for patience was over. Zong Mei Mei set a cup of tea in front of her groggy husband. He blinked at the pale green cup, but his attention, as was that of his wife and sons, was wholly on the television set. The news story, they learned with the translation assistance of William, was about 2 men found dead in Lower Manhattan. One of the men was a Chinese Turkestan immigrant from Queens. The other was a 69-year-old Chinese national, believed to have been a passenger on the Futsal Dragon. Sam Chang had wakened from his heavy sleep, cotton-mouthed and disoriented, a half-hour ago. He'd tried to stand, but fell, crashing to the floor, bringing the children and his wife running. As soon as he noticed the gun was gone, he'd understood what his father had done, and stumbled toward the door. But May had stopped him.
"It's too late,"
she'd said.
"No,"
he'd cried, falling back onto the couch. He'd turned to her. His loss and sorrow tipped him into fury, and he raged at her.
"You helped him, didn't you? You knew what he was going to do."
The woman, holding Bao Yi's toy kitten, looked down at it. She said nothing. Chang had made a fist and drawn back to strike her. May had squinted and turned away, anticipating the blow. William shifted from one foot to the other. Ronald cried. But then Chang had lowered his hand, thinking, "I've taught her and my children to respect their elders. My father most of all. Zong Jiechi would have ordered her to help him, and she would have obeyed." As the pernicious effects of the powerful medicine had worn off, Chang had then sat for a time, racked by worry, hoping for the best. But the television report confirmed that the worst had come to be. The Turkestan had been shot to death, the reporter explained, by the elderly man, who had then died of an overdose of morphine, apparently a suicide. The apartment was believed to have been a hideout for Quan Ang, the human smuggler wanted in connection with the sinking of the Futsal Dragon early yesterday. Quan had escaped before the police arrived, and was still at large. Ronald continued to cry and looked back and forth from the TV to his mother, then his father.
"Yay,"
he said.
"Yay."
Sitting cross-legged, rocking back and forth anxiously, William bitterly spat out the translation of the pretty newscaster's words. By coincidence, the reporter was Chinese-American. The story concluded, and, as if the televised confirmation of Zong Jiechi's death signaled the moment, May rose and went into the bedroom. She returned with a sheet of paper. She handed it to her husband, then hefted Bao Yi onto her hip and wiped the girl's face and hands. Numb, Sam Chang took the folded piece of paper and opened it. The letter had been written in pencil, not a brush charged with rich ink, but the characters were beautifully drawn. A true artist, the old man had taught his son, can excel in any medium, no matter how base.
My son, my life has been full beyond my hopes. I am old and I am sick. Seeking a year or 2 more of life on earth gives me no comfort. Rather, I find solace in my duty to return to the soul of nature at the hour inscribed for me in the register of the living and the dead. And that moment is now. I could say many things to you, summarize for you all the lessons of my life, all that I have learned from my father and from your mother, and from you, son, as well. But I choose not to do so. Truth is unwavering, but the path to truth is often a maze that we each must struggle to find on our own. I have planted healthy bamboo, and it has grown well. Continue your journey away from the earth and toward the light, and nurture your own young crops. Be vigilant as any farmer, but give them space. I have seen the stalk of the plant. They will grow straight. Your father,
Sam Chang was seized with bottomless anger. He rose fast from the couch and, groggy from the drug, struggled to stay upright. He flung the teacup against the wall and it shattered. Ronald shied away from his enraged father.
"I am going to kill him!" he screamed. "The ghost is going to die!"
His tirade started the baby crying. May whispered something to her sons. William hesitated, but then nodded toward Ronald, who hefted Bao Yi. Together they walked into the bedroom. The door closed. Chang said to her,
"I found him once, and I'm going to find him again. This time—"
"No," May said firmly. He turned to face his wife.
"What?"
She swallowed and looked down.
"You will not." "Don't speak to me like that. You're my wife."
"Yes," she said to him, her voice quavering. "I am your wife, and I'm the mother of your children. And what will happen to us if you die? Have you thought about that? We'd live on the street. We'd be deported. Do you know what life in China would be like for us when we returned? A widow of a dissident with no property, no money? Is that what you want for us?"
"My father is dead,"
Chang raged.
"The man responsible for that has to die."
"No, he doesn't," she replied breathlessly, working up her courage once again. "Your father was an old man. He was sick. He was not the center of our universe, and we must move on."
"How can you say that?"
Chang raged, shocked at her impudence.
"He's the reason I exist."
"He lived a full life, and now he's gone. You live in the past, Jing Erze. Our parents deserve our respect, yes, but nothing more than that." He realized that she'd used his Chinese given name. He didn't think she'd done so in years, not since they'd been married. When she addressed him, she always used the respectful Zhang Fu, husband. In a steadier voice now, May said, "You won't avenge his death. You'll stay here with us, in hiding, until the ghost is captured or killed. Then you and William will go to work at Joseph Tan's printing company, and I'll stay here and teach Ronald and Bao Yi. We'll all study English. We'll make money. And when there's another amnesty, we'll become citizens." She paused for a moment and wiped her face, from which tears streamed. "I loved him too, you know. It's my loss as well as yours." She resumed cleaning up. Chang fell onto the couch and sat for a long time in silence, staring at the shabby red and black carpet on the floor. Then he walked to the bedroom. William, holding Bao Yi, stared out the window. Chang began to speak to him, but changed his mind and silently motioned his younger son out. The boy warily stepped into the living room and followed his father to the couch. They both sat. After a moment, Chang composed himself. He asked Ronald,
"Son, do you know the warriors of Jin Shi Huang?"
"Yes, Baba." These were thousands of full-size terracotta statues of soldiers, charioteers, and horses, built near Xi'an by China's first emperor in the 3rd century B.C. and placed in his tomb. The army was to accompany him to the afterlife.
"We're going to do the same for Ye."
He nearly choked on his sorrow.
"We're going to send some things to heaven, so your grandfather will have them with him."
"What?" Ronald asked.
"Things that were important to him when he was alive. We lost everything on the ship, so we'll draw pictures of them."
"Will that work?" the boy asked, frowning.
"Yes, but I need you to help me."
Ronald nodded.
"Take some paper there
And that pencil."
He nodded toward the table.
"Why don't you draw a picture of his favorite brushes, the wolf hair and the goat, and his ink stick and well? You remember what they looked like?"
Ronald took the pencil in his small hand. He bent over the paper, began his task.
"And a bottle of the rice wine he liked,"
May suggested.
"And a pig?"
the boy asked.
"Pig?"
Chang asked.
"He liked pork rice, remember?"
Then Chang was aware of someone behind him, and he turned to see William looking down at his brother's drawing. Somber-faced, the teenager said,
"When Grandmother died, we burned money."
It was a tradition at Chinese funerals to burn slips of paper printed to look like million-yen notes issued by the Bank of Hell, so that the deceased would have money to spend in the afterworld.
"Maybe I can draw some yuan,"
William said. Chang was swept with emotion at his words, but he didn't embrace the boy as he wanted desperately to do. He said simply,
"Thank you, son."
The lean boy crouched down beside his brother and began to draw the bills. When the children had finished their drawings, Chang led his family outside into the backyard of their new home, and, as if this were Zhong Jieqi's actual funeral, he set 2 burning incense sticks in the ground to mark the spot where the body would have lain, and then, setting afire the pictures the sons had drawn, they watched the smoke disappear into the gray sky and the ash melt into black curls. Chapter 34.
"Somebody made another move on the woos,"
Solito said, glancing up at Rhyme from his cell phone.
"What?"
Sachs asked, astonished. "In our Murray Hill safe house?" Rhyme wheeled around to face the detective, who said,
"Dark-complected man, slight build, wearing gloves, was spotted on one of the security cameras in the alleyway. He was checking out one of the rear windows. Coincidence, you think?"
Sonny Lee laughed bitterly.
"With Ghost, they're not coincidences."
With a concurring nod, Rhyme asked,
"What happened?" "2 of our people went after him, but he got away."
The criminalist then asked,
"How the hell did the Ghost find out where they were?" "Who'd know?"
Solito asked. Sachs considered this. "After the shootout on Canal Street, one of his bangsos could have followed me to the clinic, then followed the woos to the safe house. Hard to do, but possible." She walked to the whiteboard and tapped an entry. "Or how about this? Ghost is reported to have government people on payroll."
"A spy, you thinking?"
Solito asked. She said, "Nobody at the Bureau knew we sent them to Murray Hill. Del Rey had left by the time I thought of it. That leaves somebody at the INS or NYPD.
"Well," Solito said, "we damn well can't keep the woos there anymore. I'll call the U.S. Marshals and have them taken to a witness protection facility upstate."
He looked at the team around him.
"And that information doesn't leave this room."
He placed the call and arranged to have the woos transported in a bulletproof van. Rhyme was growing impatient.
"Somebody check with the Bureau. Where the hell is Del Rey's replacement? Eddie, make the call."
Deng got in touch with the Bureau's ASAC. It turned out that there had been some delay with the magical powwow that was supposed to result in additional agents to work Ghost Kill. "They said everything will be in place this afternoon."
"What's everything?"
Rhyme asked caustically.
"And what fucking place does it have to be in before we get the agents? Don't they know there's a killer out there?"
"You want to call them back?" he snapped.
"No, I want to look at the evidence."
Sachs's search of the crime scene at the Ghost's safe house on Patrick Henry Street had mixed results. One discouraging fact was that the cell phone that had been instrumental in tracking down the Ghost had been abandoned in the high-rise. Had he still been using it, they might have been able to trace him. Moreover, the fact he'd left it meant that he'd probably figured out that this was how they'd found him, and would now be far more careful when calling on mobiles. Unlike the shooter killed on Canal Street, the Uyghur in the safe house did have some identification on him, a driver's license and a card with the address of the Turkestan Cultural Center in Queens. But Bedding and Saul and a team of tactical agents were at the center now, and the head of the organization had said only that he'd heard that some unidentified Chinese man had hired a few people in the neighborhood to move furniture. He didn't know anything else. They would continue to lean on him, the twins assured, but their assessment was that he'd rather go to jail than dime out the ghost. The name on the lease of the ghost's apartment didn't help either. Harry Lee. His social security number and references were fake, and the certified rental check came from a bank in the Caribbean. Lee was the equivalent of Smith in English, Deng reported. The body of the old man found dead from the morphine overdose, though, did reveal some clues. He'd carried in his wallet an ID card, very blurred from the seawater, that identified him as Zong Jiechi. They also found a very old scrap of paper hidden behind the ID. Deng smiled sadly.
Look at that. It's an autograph from Chiang Kai-shek, the nationalist leader. The inscription thanked Zong Jiechi for his efforts to resist the communists and keep the Chinese people free from dictatorship.
Rhymes' gaze then slipped to the row of pictures below the ones of the old man's corpse. There were close-ups of his hands. The criminalist moved his own fingers slightly and eased the storm arrow up to the board.
"Look at that," he said. "His hands."
I shot them because of the blotches, Sachs said.
Zong Jiechi's fingers and palms were covered with blue-black stains. Paint or ink. Clearly not the purple shade of post-mortem lividity, which in any case wouldn't have occurred so soon after death.
"The fingers," Rhyme called. "Look at the fingers."
She squinted and walked close.
Indentations.
She pulled the printout of Sam Chang's fingerprints off the wall and held it close to that of the father's hand. The palms and digits were different sizes, and the old man's were far more wrinkled, but the indentations Rhyme had spotted on Sam Chang's fingers and thumb were similar to the lines clearly evident on his father's. They had assumed that the marks on Sam Chang's fingers were from an injury of some kind, but clearly that wasn't the case.
What's it mean?
Mel Cooper asked. Genetic?
"No, can't be,"
Rhyme said, his eyes scanning the picture of the old man's hand. He closed his eyes for a moment and let his mind fly, like one of the peregrine falcons lifting up from its bedroom window perch. Ink on his hands. Indentations. Then his head jerked back in the chair and he looked at Sachs.
"They're painters. Father and son are both artists. Remember the logo of the home store on the van? One of them painted it."
"No," Lee said, looking at the photo.
Not painters. Calligraphers. Calligraphy in China lots important. Hold brush like this."
He grabbed a pen and held it perfectly vertical, gripped firmly in a triangle formed by the thumb and his first two fingers. When he released it and held his hand up, the red indentations in his fingers and thumb were identical to those in the hands of Chang and his father. Lee continued.
Calligraphy considered art in China, but during proletarian revolution, art is persecuted bad. Lots calligraphers got jobs printing and sign painting, doing useful things, good for society. On boat, Chang tell us he dissident and got fired from teaching job. Nobody hire him at schools. Makes sense for him do printing, sign painting.
And at the clinic, Wu said that Chang had a job here lined up already, Sachs reminded.
"We know the Changs are in Queens," Rhyme said. "Let's get as many Chinese-speaking officers from the 5th Precinct as we can to start calling quick print printing or sign painting companies that have just hired somebody illegal."
Alan Coe laughed, apparently at Rhyme's naivete. "They're not going to cooperate. No guanxi."
"Here's some fucking guanxi," Rhyme snapped. "Tell them if they lie about it and we find out, the INS is going to raid their shop and, if the Changs are killed, we'll book them for accessory to murder."
"Now you think like Chinese cop," Sonny Lee said with a laugh. "Using
Historically unprecedented people's ox prod.
Deng pulled out his cell phone and made a call to his headquarters. Mel Cooper had run some of the trace from the safe house on Patrick Henry Street through the gas chromatograph. He studied the results. Something interesting here. He glanced at the bag that Sachs had marked with a felt-tipped pen. It was on Chang's father's shoes. Nitrates, potassium, carbon, sodium. Biosolids. In significant amounts, too. This caught Rhyme's attention. Biosolid was a term undoubtedly invented by some public relations expert who was clever enough to know that the marketing potential of the product would be severely limited if the stuff was sold under its real name, processed human shit. The 14 waste treatment plants in New York City produced more than 1,000 tons of biosolids a day and sold it throughout the country as fertilizer. For there to be significant amounts on the victims' shoes meant that the Changs were probably living quite close to one of the plants. "Can we search house by house near the treatment plants?" Solito asked. Rhyme shook his head. There were a number of treatment plants in Queens, and given the fickle winds in the New York City area, the Changs could be living in a several-block radius around any of them. Without narrowing the search down further, by finding the print shop where Sam Chang would be working, say, a door-to-door search would take forever. The rest of the evidence didn't help much. The morphine that the man had killed himself with had come from a clinic in China, and therefore was of no use to them forensically. "Morphine can kill you?" Solito asked. "The rumor is that's how the writer Jack London killed himself," pointed out Lincoln Rhyme, whose knowledge of suicide techniques was as extensive as his command of historical criminal trivia. "Besides, in the right dosage, anything can kill you." Sachs then added that the old man had no subway transfers or other receipts on him to suggest where he might have come from. But, Rhyme was soon reminded, Amelia Sachs was not the only cop to have run the crime scene in the ghost's high-rise. Sonny Lee said, "Hey, Laban, I found things too when I searched Ghost's place. You want to hear?"
"Go ahead."
"Got some good stuff, I'm saying. Okay, there's a statue of the Buddha across from door, facing it. No stereos or red color in his bedroom. Hallway, painted white. Bookcases had doors on them. Had statue of 8 horses. All mirrors very tall, so they not cut off part of head when you look in them. Had brass bells with wooden handles. He keep them in western part of room." He nodded at the apparent significance of this. "Figure it out, Laban?"
"No," Rhyme snapped. "Keep going."
Lee patted his shirt for his cigarettes, then let his arms fall to his side.
"Over my desk at Security Bureau office in Liu Guiyan, I got sign."
"Another expression?"
"Zu Yi, Fan San. It mean learning 3 things from one example. From Confucius saying, if I show man corner of object and he not able to figure out what other 3 corners look like, then I not bother to teach him again."
Not a bad motto for a forensic detective, Rhyme reflected.
"And you deduce something helpful, something we can use from a statue of 8 horses and brass bells?"
"Feng shui, I'm saying."
"Arranging furniture and things for good luck," Tom said. When Rhyme glanced at him, he added, "It was on a show on the Home and Garden Channel. Don't worry, I watched it on my own time." Impatient, Rhyme said,
"So he lives in a good-luck apartment, Lee. What's the evidentiary point?"
"Hey, congratulations, Sonny," Tom said. "You got the last name treatment. He saves that for his really good friends. Note that I'm only Tom."
"Speaking of which, Tom, I believe you're here merely to write, not to editorialize."
"The point, Laban? Pretty clear to me," Lee continued. "The ghost hired somebody to arrange his room, and guy he hired do fuck good job. Know his stuff. Maybe no other places the ghost has apartments."
"Okay," Rhyme said. "That's useful."
"I go check feng shui men in Chinatown. What you think?"
Rhyme caught Sachs's eyes, and they laughed.
"I need to write a new criminalistics textbook. This time I'll add a woo-woo chapter."
"Hey, know what our leader Deng Xiaoping say? He say it not matter if cap black or white, so long as it catches mouse."
Well, go catch yourself a mouse, Lee. Then come on back here. I need some more baijiu. Oh, and Sonny?
The Chinese cop glanced at him.
Zaijian.
Rhyme carefully pronounced the word he'd learned on a Chinese language translation website. Lee nodded.
Goodbye. Yes, yes. You even pronounce good, Lao Ben. Zaixian.
The Chinese cop left, and they returned to the evidence. But the team made no headway, and an hour went by without any word from the officers who were canvassing the quick print shops in Queens. Rhyme stretched his head back into the pillow. He and Sachs gazed at the charts, Rhyme feeling a too familiar sensation, the desperate hope that evidence long picked over would yield just one more nugget, even though you knew there was nothing else for it to reveal. "Should I talk to the Woos again? Or John Sung?" she asked.
"We don't need more witnesses," Rhyme murmured. "We need more evidence. I need something concrete."
More goddamn evidence. They needed... Then his head swiveled fast toward the map, the original one, of Long Island. He looked at the tiny red dot about a mile off the coast of Orient Point. "What?" Sachs asked, seeing him squint.
"God damn,"
he whispered. "What?"
"We have another crime scene, and I forgot all about it."
"What?"
"The ship. The Futsal Dragon."
Chapter 35. Lon Solito said, "But the evidence on the ship would be messed up, wouldn't it, Link? Because of the water." Sachs said, "Although submersion in water may destroy or degrade certain types of evidence, such as water-soluble chemicals, other forms of physical evidence, even trace, may be preserved and readily discovered depending on the currents and the depth and temperature of the water. Indeed, some may be better preserved than had the scene been on dry land." How'd I do, Rhyme?
"Good, Sachs. I'm impressed."
The passage was from Rhyme's textbook on criminalistics.
"Somebody call the Coast Guard. Patch me through to whoever's in charge of the rescue out there."
Solito finally got through and put the call on speakerphone.
"This is Fred Ransom speaking. I'm captain of the Evan Brigant."
The man was shouting. The wind whistled loudly over the mouthpiece of his radio mic.
"This is Detective Solito, NYPD. I talked to you before?"
"Right, sir. I recall."
"I'm here with Lincoln Rhyme. Where are you now?"
"Just above the Dragon. We're still looking for survivors, but haven't had any luck."
Rhyme asked,
"What's the status of the ship, Captain?"
"She's on her starboard side, about 80-90 feet down."
"What's the weather like now?"
"A lot better than it was. 10-foot seas, wind about 30 knots, light rain, visibility probably 200 yards.
"You have divers available who can check out the interior?"
Rhyme asked.
"Yes, sir."
"Can they dive in that weather?"
Conditions aren't the best, but they're acceptable. You know, sir, we've already scanned for survivors. Negative on that."
"No, I'm talking about searching for evidence."
"I see. We could send some folks down. The thing is, though, that my divers have never done that. They're S&R.
Search and rescue, Rhyme recalled. The captain asked,
"Could somebody walk them through what to do?"
"Sure,"
Rhyme said, though he was discouraged at the idea of explaining a lifetime of crime scene investigation to a novice. Then Amelia Sachs's voice interrupted. "I'll search it." Rhyme said,
"I'm talking about the ship itself, Sachs."
"I understand that."
"It's 90 feet underwater."
She bent down and said into the speakerphone, "Captain, I can be down in Battery Park in 30 minutes. Can you have a chopper get me out to your location?"
"Well, we can fly in this weather, but
I'm open water certified. PADI," meaning she had been trained in scuba diving by the Professional Association of Diving Instructors. Rhyme knew that she and her former boyfriend Nick had taken the course together and had gone on a number of dives. Not surprisingly, though, speed lover Sachs had found cigarette boats and jet skiing more to her liking.
"But you haven't been diving for years, Sachs," he pointed out.
"Like riding a bike."
"Miss?"
"That'd be Officer Sachs, Captain," she said.
"Officer, there's a big difference between recreational dives and what it's like down there today.
My people have been diving for years, and I wouldn't feel real comfortable sending them into an unstable wreck under these conditions."
"Sachs," Rhyme said, "you can't. You're not trained for that."
"There are a million things they'd miss. You know that. They'd be the same as civilians." "All respect, Captain." "Understood, officer, but my vote is it's too risky." Sachs paused, and then said, "Captain, you have children?" "I'm sorry?" "You have a family." "Well," he said, "yes, I do." "This perp we're after is the man who sank that ship and killed most of the people inside. And right now he's trying to kill some immigrants who escaped. A family with 2 children and a baby. I'm not going to let that happen. There may be some evidence inside that ship that could tell us where he is. My expertise is finding clues under all conditions." Solito said, "Use our divers." Both the NYPD and the city's fire department had experienced scuba divers. "They're not crime scene," Sachs argued. "They're just SNR too." She looked at Rhyme, who hesitated for a long moment, but then nodded, indicating that yes, he'd back her up.
"Will you help us out here, Captain?" Rhyme asked. "She needs to be the one who goes down."
Through the wind, the captain said, "Okay, officer, but tell you what, we'll set the chopper down at the Hudson River helipad. That'll save some time. It's closer than Battery Park, you know it?" "Sure," she said, then added, "One thing, though, Captain."
"Yes'm."
"On a lot of those dives I did in the Caribbean?"
"Right."
"Afterward, when we were sailing home, the crew made rum punch for everybody. It was included in the cost of the dive. You have anything like that on Coast Guard cutters?" "You know, officer, I think we may be able to rustle something up for you." "I'll be at the pad in 15 minutes. They hung up, and Sachs glanced at Rhyme. "I'll call you with what I find." There was so much he wanted to say to her, and yet so little he was able to. He settled for,
"Search well,
but watch my back." She stroked his right hand, the one whose fingers couldn't feel any sensation whatsoever. Not yet, at any rate. Maybe after the surgery. He glanced at the ceiling toward his bedroom, where the god of detectives, Guan Di, presently sat with his evaporating cup of sweet wine. But Lincoln Rhyme, of course, restrained himself from sending a prayer to a folk deity, wishing Sachs a safe journey, and sent that message directly, though tacitly, to her. Learning 3 things from one example. Confucius, I like that, thought Lincoln Rhyme. He said to his aide,
I need something from the basement.
"What?"
A copy of my book.
"I'm not sure where they are," Tom replied.
Then you better start looking, don't you think?
With a loud sigh, the aide vanished. Rhyme was referring to a hardcover book that he'd written several years ago, The Scenes of the Crime. In it, he'd examined 51 old crime scenes in New York City, some solved, some not. The book included a cross-section of the more notorious crimes in the city, ranging from mayhem in the 5 Point section of town, considered in the mid-1800s one of the most dangerous places on earth, to architect Stanford White's love triangle murder in the original Madison Square Garden, to Joey Gallo's unfortunate last meal at a Little Italy clam house, to John Lennon's death. The illustrated book had been popular, though not popular enough to keep it from being remaindered. The surplus copies had been sloughed off to bargain books shelves in bookstores around the country for discounted sales. Still, Rhyme was secretly proud of the book. It was his first tentative venture back into the real world after his accident, an emblem that, despite what had happened to him, he was capable of doing something beyond lying on his ass and bitching about his state. Tom returned 10 minutes later, his shirt streaked with dirt and his handsome face dotted with sweat and dust. "They were in the farthest corner, under a dozen cartons. I'm a mess."
"Well, I think if things were better organized down there, it might have taken less work,"
Rhyme muttered, eyes on the book. "Maybe if you hadn't said to pack them away, you never wanted to see them again, you hated the, quote, fucking things, It might not have taken so much work either.
Say, is the cover torn?
No, the cover's fine.
Let me see, Rhyme ordered. Hold it up.
The weary aide brushed some dirt off his slacks and then offered the book for inspection.
It'll do,
the criminalist said. He looked around the room uneasily. His temples were pounding, which meant his heart, which he couldn't feel, was pumping blood hard. What, Lincoln?
That touchpad. Do we still have it?
A few months ago, Rhyme had ordered a touchpad attachment for the computer, like a mouse, thinking that he could use his extant finger, his left ring finger, to control the computer. He hadn't shared with Tom or Sachs how important it had been for him to make the pad work. But he hadn't been able to. The range of motion for the digit was too limited to move the cursor in any helpful way, unlike the touchpad controller that operated his Storm Arrow, which was specifically made for people in his condition. The failure had, for some reason, devastated him. Tom left the room for a moment and returned with the small gray unit. He hooked up the system and placed it under Rhyme's ring finger. "What are you going to do with it?" Tom asked. Rhyme grumbled, "Just hold it still." "All right."
Command, cursor down. Command, cursor stop. Command, double-click.
A drawing program popped up on the screen.
Command, line draw.
Surprised, Tom asked, "When did you learn that?"
Quiet! I need to concentrate.
Rhyme took a deep breath, and then he started to move his finger on the pad. A shaky line appeared on the screen. Sweat popped out on his forehead from the tension. Breathing hard, riddled with anxiety, as if he were dismantling a bomb, Rhyme said through clenched teeth, "Move the pad to the left, Tom. Carefully." The aide did, and Rhyme continued, giving him directions. 10 minutes of agony. 10 minutes of exhausting effort. He gazed at the screen, finally satisfied with the result. He rested his head on the back of the chair.
Command, print.
Tom walked to the printer. "You want to see your handiwork?"
Of course I want to see it,
Rhyme barked. Tom picked up the sheet and held it in front of Rhyme. "I think that's the first thing you've written since the accident, in your actual handwriting."
It's a goddamn schoolchild's scrawl,
Rhyme muttered, feeling exhilarated at the accomplishment.
Hardly legible.
"You want me to paste that in the book?" Tom asked.
If you would, yes. Thank you,
Rhyme said.
Then set it aside and we'll give it to Lee when he gets back.
"I'll wrap it up," the aide said.
I don't think we need to go that far, Rhyme snapped. Now, let's get back to the evidence.
Chapter 36. Okay, I can do this. Amelia Sachs stood on the rippled metal floor of the Coast Guard Sikorsky HH-60J helicopter 50 feet above the whipping antenna of the cutter Evan Brigant and let the crewman fit the harness around her. It had never occurred to her when she'd requested the helicopter ride out to the ship that the only way to get onto the ship would be by winching down to a bobbing deck. Well, what did she expect, she now reflected? An escalator? The chopper pitched in the fierce wind, and beneath them, through the mist, she could see the gray water breaking around the cutter in ragged white ridges. Encased in an orange vest and battered helmet, Sachs gripped the handhold near the open doorway and thought again, "Okay, I can do this." The crewman shouted something she didn't hear, and she shouted back for him to repeat it, a request he apparently didn't hear, for he took her words to be an acknowledgment. Then a hook was attached to the harness, and the rig double-checked. The crewman shouted something else. Sachs pointed to herself, then out the door, and received a thumbs up. Okay. I can do this. Her essential fear was claustrophobia, not heights. But still... Then out she went, holding the cable, even though she thought she'd been told not to. She swung wildly from the momentum of stepping out the door. In a moment, the motion slowed and she started down, buffeted by the wind and the powerful downdraft from the rotor blades. Down, down. A shroud of fog suddenly enveloped her, and she was disoriented. She found herself hanging in space, not able to see either the chopper above or the ship below. Rain spattered her face, and she was blinded. Vertigo consumed her, and she couldn't tell if she was swinging like an out-of-control pendulum or dropping toward the ship at 100 miles an hour. All rhyme. But then the cutter grew visible beneath her. The Evan Brigant bobbed up and down and rocked, but whoever was at the helm held the vessel perfectly in position, despite waves that were so huge that they seemed fake, something created by a special effects team for a movie. Her feet touched the deck, but just as she hit the quick-release button on the harness, the ship dropped to the bottom of a wave, and she fell 4 feet to the deck, hitting hard, her arthritic legs screaming in pain. As 2 seamen ran to help her up, she reflected that this was probably what the crewmen on the chopper had been warning her about. Boating is not a sport for arthritics, Sachs recalled. She had to flex her knees continually for stability as she made her way to the bridge. She had an imaginary conversation with Dr. John Sung, reporting to him that Chinese medicine had yet to score serious points over Percocet and anti-inflammatories. On the bridge, the improbably young-looking captain, Fred Ransom, greeted her with a smile and a handshake. He welcomed her to the ship and led her to the chart table. "Now, here's the picture of the vessel and where she's lying." Sachs concentrated on the image of the ship. Ransom told her where the bridge was and where the cabins were located, on the same deck, but down a lengthy corridor toward the stern. "Now, one thing, officer, just to warn you," he said delicately. "We understand there are about 15 bodies inside, and there'll be some sea life activity regarding them. It could be pretty grim. Some of my crew have sort of a tough time." But his voice faded as he looked into her eyes. Sachs said, "Appreciate the warning, Captain, but I do run crime scenes for a living." "Sure, officer. Understood. All right, let's get you into your gear." Another trek outside into the rain and wind. They made their way to the stern of the ship. In a small shed, open to the rear, she was introduced to 2 other officers, a man and a woman, both wearing yellow and black wetsuits and boots. They were the chief dive officer on board the ship and his second-in-command. "Understand you did Patty?" the man asked. "How many dives?" "I'd guess 25 or so." This relieved them somewhat. "And the last time was?" "Make it a few years." This response had the opposite effect. "Well, we're going to walk you through all the steps again," the male officer said. "Like you're a novice."
"I was hoping you would."
"Your deepest?"
the woman dive officer asked.
80 feet.
That's about the same as here. The only difference is that it'll be murkier. The currents are stirring up the bottom."
The water wasn't that cold, they explained, still retaining much of the summer's heat, but to be under for any length of time would deplete her body heat quickly, and so she needed to wear a wetsuit, which insulated her not only with the rubber, but, as the name suggested, a thin layer of water between her skin and the shell of the suit. Behind a screen she stripped, and then struggled to put the suit on.
"Are you sure this isn't a child's size?"
she called, gasping from the effort of pulling the tight rubber over her hips and shoulders.
"We hear that a lot,"
the woman dive officer responded. Then they suited her up with the rest of the equipment, weights, mask, and the air tank attached to the BCD, buoyancy control device, a vest that you inflated or deflated with a control near your left hand, which made you rise or sink in the water. Also attached to the air tank was a primary regulator, the one that she'd breathe through, and then a secondary one, nicknamed the Octopus, that could be used by a fellow diver to breathe off her tank if the buddy's air supply was cut off. They also fitted a head-mounted spotlight to her hood. They ran through the basic hand signals for communicating with dive partners. A lot of information, important information, and she struggled to keep it in her mind. "How about a knife?" she asked. "You've got one," the dive chief said, pointing to her BCD. She drew the weapon, only to find that it didn't have a point. "You're not going to be stabbing anything," the woman said, seeing Sax's concern. "Only cutting, wire or something that entangles you." "Thinking more about sharks, actually," she said. "Huh, rarely see sharks in these waters." "Hardly ever," the other officer echoed. "Not big ones, anyway." "I'll take your word for it," Sachs said, replacing the knife. Wasn't the movie Jaws set here? The dive chief handed Sachs a large mesh bag for stowing any evidence she found. Into these she placed what she'd brought for evidence collection, plastic bags. Then he and his assistant donned their equipment, and carrying their flippers, all three walked unsteadily to the very stern of the heaving ship. Shouting over the noise of the wind, the dive chief said, "Too choppy to go off the deck. We'll get into the raft, put our flippers on, and then fall backward into the water. Hold your mask and regulator to your face. Other hand on your weight belt release." She tapped the top of her head, the hand signal for OK. He did the same. They climbed into the yellow raft, which was already in the water, and reared up and down like a bucking horse. They sat on the side and checked their equipment. 20 feet away was an orange buoy. The dive chief pointed to it and said, "There's a line from there that goes straight down to the vessel. We'll swim over to that and follow the line down. What's your plan for the search?" She called back, "I want to get samples of the explosion residue from the hull and then search the bridge and cabins." The other divers nodded. "I do the inside alone." This was a breach of the fundamental scuba rule that you be able to swim to your buddy on one breath. The dive chief frowned. "You're sure?" "Have to." "Okay," he said uneasily. Then he continued. "Now, sounds don't work well underwater. Hard to tell where they're coming from. But if you're in trouble, bang on your tank with the knife and we'll search for you." He held up her SPG, submersible pressure gauge, which showed how much air was in her tank. "You've got 3,000 pounds of air. You'll burn it fast because you're going to be pumped up on adrenaline. We leave the bottom with 500, no less than that. That's an ironclad rule, no exceptions. We come up slow, no faster than the bubbles from our regulator, and we pause for 3 minutes 15 feet down." Otherwise, Sachs knew, there was a risk of decompression sickness, the bends. "Oh, and what's the most important rule in scuba?" Sachs remembered it from her course years ago. "Don't ever hold your breath underwater." "Good. Why?" "Otherwise, your lungs could explode." Then they started her air, and she pulled on her fins, then mask, gripped the regulator fiercely in her teeth. The dive chief gave the other OK sign, middle finger and thumb in a circle, and she responded the same way. She pumped some air into her BCD to allow her to float on the surface. They gestured for her to roll backward. She gripped the mask and regulator so they wouldn't be torn off by the entry, and she held her weight belt release so that if her buoyancy device failed and she dropped toward the bottom, she could dump the weights and swim to the surface. "Okay, Rhyme, here's one for Guinness. The record for searching the most submerged crime scene. 1, 2, 3. Backward into the churning water." By the time she righted herself, the others were in the water beside her and gesturing toward the buoy. In a few minutes, they'd swum to it. OK signs all around. Then a thumbs down, which meant descend. Then they took their BCD control in their left hand and deflated the vests. Immediately, noise became silence. Motion became stillness. Heavy became weightless. and they drifted downward placidly along the thick rope toward the bottom. For a moment Sachs was struck by the absolute peace of life underwater. Then the serenity was broken as she looked below her and saw the dim outline of the Futsal dragon. The image was more unsettling than she'd expected. The ship, on her side, a black gash in the hull from the explosion, the rust, the peeling paint, the encrusting barnacles on the plates, dark and jagged and foreboding, and containing the bodies of so many innocent people. A coffin, she thought, with a clenched heart. It's a huge metal coffin. Sharp pain in her ears. She pinched her nose through the soft plastic portion of the mask and blew to equalize the pressure. They continued downward. As they got closer to the ship, she began to hear the noises, grating and moaning as the ship's thick metal plates scraped on the rocks. Hate that noise. Hate it. Hate it. It sounded like a huge creature dying. Her escorts were diligent. They'd stop the descent occasionally and check on her. OK signs were exchanged, and they continued downward. At the bottom she looked up and found that the surface didn't seem as far away as she'd expected, though she recalled that water has the effect of acting like a lens and magnifying everything. A glance at her depth gauge. 90 feet. A 9-story building. Then a glance at her pressure gauge. Jesus, she'd already used 150 pounds of air on the effortless descent. Amelia Sachs pumped air into the BCD to neutralize her buoyancy, so that she floated level. She first pointed toward the gash in the hull, and together the threesome swam toward it. Despite the pitching surface above them, the currents here were gentle, and they could move easily. At the site of the explosion, Sachs used her blunt knife to scrape residue from the outwardly curled metal. She placed some of the black ashy material into a plastic bag, sealed it, and put that in the mesh collection bag. She looked at the dark windows of the bridge 40 feet away. Okay, Rhyme, here we go. They swam toward it. And the pressure gauge gave her its emotionless message, 2,350 pounds. At 500, they left the bottom. No exceptions. Because the ship was on its side, the bridge door now opened upward, toward the surface. It was metal and very heavy. The 2 Coast Guard officers struggled to lift it, and Sachs swam through the opening and down into the bridge. They lowered the door into the closed position. It clanked shut with a chilling boom, and Sachs realized that she was now trapped inside the ship. Without her companions, she probably couldn't open the door herself. Forget it, she told herself, reached up to the light mounted on her wetsuit hood, and clicked it on. The beam offered her faint comfort. She turned and swam away from the bridge, down a dark corridor that led to the cabins. Faint motion, too, from the dimness. Coming from what? Fish? Eels? Squid? I don't like this, Rhyme. But then she thought about the ghost searching for the Changs, about the baby, Bao Yi, the treasured child. Think about that, not about the darkness or confinement. Do this for her, for Bao Yi. Amelia Sachs swam forward. She was in hell. No other word described it. The black hallway was filled with sooty debris and refuse, scraps of cloth, paper, food, fish with piercing yellow eyes, and overhead a shimmering like ice, the thin layer of air trapped above her. The sounds were harrowing, the scraping and groaning, moans, squeals like human voices in agony, pings and snaps, the clank of metal on metal. A fish, gray and sleek, darted past. She gasped involuntarily at the motion and turned her head to follow it. She found herself looking at two dull human eyes and a white, lifeless face. Sachs screamed through her regulator and jerked back. The body of a man, barefoot, his arms above his head, like a perp surrendering, floated nearby. His legs were frozen in the position of a runner's, and, as the fish sped past, the small wake turned him slowly away from her. Clank, clank. No, she thought, I can't do this. Already the walls were closing in on her. Plagued all her life by claustrophobia, Sachs couldn't stop thinking of what would happen if she got caught in one of these tiny passages. She'd go mad. 2 deep breaths of dry air through the regulator. She thought of the Chang family. She thought of the toddler. And she swam on. The gauge. 2,300 pounds of pressure. We're doing fine. Keep going. Clank. That damn noise, like doors closing, sealing her shut. Well, ignore it, she told herself. Nobody's closing any doors. The rooms above her, on the side of the dragon facing the surface, were not, she deduced, the ghosts. 2 didn't appear to have been occupied on the voyage, and 1 was the captain's. In this one she found seafaring memorabilia and pictures of the bald, mustachioed man she recognized as Captain Sun from the pictures tacked up on Lincoln Rhymes' wall. Clank, clank, clank. She swam downward to check out the rooms on the other side of the narrow corridor, facing the bottom. As she did, her tank caught on a fire extinguisher mounted to the wall, and she froze in position. Trapped in the narrow corridor, she was seized with a flash of panic. "It's okay, Sachs," Lincoln Rhymes' voice said to her in that deep, lulling voice he always fell into when speaking to her through her headset at crime scenes. "It's okay." She controlled the panic and backed up, freeing herself. The gauge told her 2,100 pounds. 3 of the cabins below her hadn't been occupied. That left only 1 more. It had to be the ghosts. A huge groan. More clanks. Then a moaning so loudly she actually felt it in her chest. What was happening? The whole ship was buckling. The doors would be jammed. She'd be trapped here forever, suffocating slowly, dying alone. Oh, Rhyme! But then the moaning stopped, replaced by more clanking. She paused at the entrance to the ghost's cabin, below her feet. The door was closed. It opened inward, well, downward. She gripped the knob and twisted. The latch released, and the heavy wooden door eased downward. Looking beneath her into the darkness, things were swimming around inside the room. Jesus. She shivered and remained where she was, hovering in the narrow corridor. But Lincoln Rhymes' voice, as clear as if he'd been speaking through her headphones, sounded in her thoughts. "It's a crime scene, Sachs. That's all it is. And searching crime scenes is what we do, remember? You grit it, you search it, you observe it, you collect evidence." "Okay, Rhyme, but I could live without eels." She let some air out of the BCD and dropped slowly into the room. 2 sights made her gasp. In front of her, a man floated in the black space, eyes closed, his jaw down as far as it could go, arms outstretched, his coat billowing out behind him. His face was white as paper. The second thing she saw was less macabre, but far stranger. What must have been 1,000 $100 bills floated in the water, filling the room, like flakes in a plastic souvenir snow globe. The bills explained the man's death. His pockets were filled with money, and she deduced that as the ship started to go down, he'd run to the cabin to get as much of the ghost's cash as he could, but he'd been trapped here. She eased farther into the room, the bills swirling in her wake. The money soon proved to be a major pain in the ass. It stuck to her. It obscured the scene like smoke. Add this to your book rhyme. Excessive money at the crime scene can make searches extremely difficult. She couldn't see more than a few feet past the cloud of bills. She grabbed several handfuls of the money for evidence and put them in her collection bag. Kicking her way to what was now the top of the room, originally the side, she noticed an open attaché case floating in the thin air pocket. She found more currency inside. Chinese, it seemed. A handful of these bills went into the collection bag. Clank, clank. Jesus, this is spooky. Darkness around her, unseen things caressing the wetsuit. She could see only a few feet in front of her, the tunnel of dim illumination cast by the tiny spotlight on her head. She then located two weapons, an Uzi machine pistol and a Beretta 9mm. She examined them closely and found that the Uzi's serial number had been etched out. She let this weapon drop to the bottom. There was a number on the Beretta, though, which meant it might yield some traceable connection to the ghost. She slipped it into her evidence bag. A glance at her pressure gauge. 1,800 pounds of air. God, she was going through it fast. Breathe slowly.
Come on, Sachs. Concentrate.
Right. Sorry, rhyme. Clank, clank, clank. I hate that fucking sound. She searched the body of the corpse. No wallet or ID. Another shiver. Why was this scene so horrible, so eerie? She'd processed dozens of bodies. But then she realized the corpses at those scenes had always lain like broken toys on the ground, pulled, inanimate, to the concrete or grass or carpet by gravity. They weren't real. But this man wasn't still at all, as cold as the heartless water around him, white as snow. He moved like an elegant dancer in slow motion. The stateroom was very small, and the body would interfere with her search. So, with a respect that she wouldn't have felt anywhere outside of this horrible mausoleum, she eased the body upward into the corridor and pushed him away. Then she returned to the ghost's cabin. Clank, clank, clank. Ignoring the spooky moans and the clanking, she looked around her. In a tiny room like this, where would one hide things? All the furniture was attached to the walls and floors, and there was only one small dresser. Inside were Chinese brand toiletries, nothing that yielded any obvious evidence. She looked for anything hidden in the closet, but found only clothes. Clank, clank. What do we think, rhyme?
I think you've got, let's see, about 1,400 pounds of air left. I'd say if you don't find something soon, get the hell out.
I'm not going anywhere yet, she thought. Hovering, she looked slowly around the room. Where would he hide things? He left his guns. He left the money. That means the explosion took him by surprise, too. There has to be something here. She glanced again at the closet. The clothes? Maybe. She kicked toward it. She began to go through them. Nothing in any of the pockets, but she kept searching and, in one of his Armani jackets, found a slit he'd made in the lining. She reached in and extracted an envelope containing a document. She trained the light on it. Don't know if it's helpful or not, rhyme. They're in Chinese.
That's for us to find out back home. You find it, Eddie'll translate it, I'll analyze it.
Into the bag. 1,200 pounds of pressure. But don't ever, ever hold your breath. Why was that again? Right. Your lungs will explode. Clank. Okay, I'm out of here. She made her way out of the small stateroom and into the corridor, the treasures of evidence stashed in the bag tied to her belt. Clank, clank, clank. Clank, clank, clank. She turned back down the endless corridor, the route by which she could escape from this terrible place. The bridge seemed miles away down the black corridor. The longest journey, the first step. But then she stopped, gripping the doorway. Jesus Lord, she thought. Clank, clank, clank. Amelia Sachs realized something about the eerie banging she'd been hearing since she'd entered the ship. 3 fast bangs, 3 slow. It was Morse code for SOS, and it was coming from somewhere deep within the ship. Chapter 37. SOS. The universal distress call. Somebody was alive. The Coast Guard had missed a survivor. Should she go find the other divers? Sachs wondered. But that would take too long. Sachs imagined from the uneven pounding that the trapped air the survivor was breathing was nearly gone. Besides, the sound seemed to be coming from nearby. It should take only minutes to find the person. But where were they exactly? Well, obviously it hadn't come from the direction of the bridge, through which she'd entered the ship. It wasn't coming from the cabins here either. It had to be one of the holds or the engine room, in the lower part of the ship. Now, with the Dragon on its side, those areas were level with her, on her left. Yes? No? For this, she couldn't ask Lincoln Rhymes' advice. There was no one to help her here. Oh, Jesus, I'm really going to do this, aren't I? Less than 1,200 pounds of air left. So you better get your butt going, girl. Sachs glanced at the faint illumination where the bridge was, then she turned away from it toward the darkness and the claustrophobia, and kicked hard, following the clanking. SOS. But when she came to the end of the black corridor, from which she thought she heard the code, Sachs found no way to get into the interior of the ship. The corridor just ended. She pressed her head against the wood, though, and could distinctly hear the clanging. OS. Training the light on the wall, she discovered a small door. She opened it and gasped as a green eel swam leisurely past her. She let her heart calm and gazed inside, looking to her left, into the bowels of the ship. The shaft was a dumbwaiter, presumably to cart supplies up to the cabin deck and the bridge from the lower decks. It measured about 2 feet by 2 feet. Confronting the thought of swimming into that narrow space, she now thought about going back for help. But she'd already wasted too much time finding the doorway. Oh, man. 1,000 pounds of air. Clank, clank. She closed her eyes and shook her head. Can't do it. No way. SOS. Amelia Sachs, calm as tea when she hit 130 miles per hour in her Camaro SS, would wake up sobbing after dreams of herself imprisoned in chambers and tunnels and mine shafts. Can't do it, she thought again, then sighed through her regulator and pulled herself into the narrow space, turned left as best she could, and kicked her way deeper into hell. God, I hate this. 900 pounds of pressure on her gauge. She eased forward, moving along the shaft that was just wide enough to accommodate her and her tank. 10 feet. Her tank suddenly caught on something above her. She fought down the shiver of panic, clamping her teeth furiously on the mouthpiece of her regulator. Rotating slowly, she found the wire that had snagged her, and she freed herself. She turned back and found another blue-white face protruding through another doorway of the dumbwaiter shaft. Oh, my Lord! The man's eyes, opaque as jelly, stared in her direction, glowing in the bright light. His hair rose outward from his head like the coat of a porcupine. Sachs eased forward and kicked slowly past the man, struggling to ignore the chilling sensation of the crown of his head brushing her body as she swam past. S. The sound, though still feeble, was louder here. O. She continued down the shaft to the very bottom of the dumbwaiter, and, pushing aside the panic as she neared the exit, she forced herself to move calmly through the doorway into what was the galley of the dragon. S. The black water here was filled with trash and flecks of food, and several bodies. Clank. Whoever was signaling couldn't even make an entire letter now. Above, she saw the shimmering surface of a large air pocket and a man's legs in the water dangling downward. The feet, in socks, moved slightly, almost a twitch. She swam quickly toward them and burst to the surface. A bald man with a mustache was clinging to a rack of shelves that were bolted to the wall, now the ceiling of the kitchen, turned away with a cry of shock and undoubtedly from the pain of the blinding light shooting into his eyes. Sachs squinted. She recognized him. Why? Then realized that she'd seen his picture on the evidence board in Rhymes' townhouse, and the one she'd seen in the cabin just a few minutes before. This was Captain Sun of the Futsal Dragon. He was muttering incoherently and shivering. He was so blue he looked cyanotic, the color of an asphyxia victim. She spit the regulator out of her mouth to breathe the air that was trapped in the pocket and save her own store of oxygen, but the atmosphere was so foul and depleted that she felt faint. She grabbed the mouthpiece again and began to suck the air from her own supply. Pulling the secondary regulator off her chest, she stuck it into Sun's mouth. He breathed deeply and began to revive somewhat.
This is the end of Disc 9. Disc 10.
Sachs pointed downward into the water. He nodded. A fast glance at the pressure gauge. 700 pounds. And 2 of them were using her supply now. She released air from the BCD, and, with her arm around the limp man, they sank to the bottom of the galley, pushing aside the bodies and cartons of food that floated in their way. At first, she wasn't able to locate the doorway to the dumbwaiter shaft. She felt weak with panic for a moment, afraid that the moaning she'd heard meant the ship was settling and buckling and the doorway was now sealed off. But then she saw that the body of a young woman had floated in front of it. She gently pulled the corpse aside and opened the dumbwaiter doorway wide. They couldn't both fit into the shaft side by side, so she eased the captain in before her, feet first. Eyes squeezed shut, still shivering violently, he gripped the black hose of his regulator desperately with both hands. Sachs followed him, imagining all too clearly what might happen if he panicked and ripped the regulator from her mouth, or tore her mask or the light off, trapped in this horrible, narrow place, thrashing in panic as she breathed the foul water into her lungs. No, stop thinking about it. Keep going. She kicked hard, moving as quickly as she could. Twice the captain, floating backward, became jammed, and she had to free him. A glance at the gauge. 400 pounds of pressure. We leave the bottom with 500, no less than that. That's an ironclad rule, no exceptions. Finally they got to the top deck, where the cabins were located, and the corridor that led to the bridge, and, beyond that, precious outside, with its orange rope that would take them to the surface and a boundless supply of sweet air. But the captain was still dazed, and it took a long minute to maneuver him through the opening while making certain that he kept the regulator in his mouth. Then they were out of the dumbwaiter and floating into the main corridor. She swam beside the captain and grabbed him by his leather belt. But as she started to kick forward, she braked suddenly to a stop. The knob on her air tank was snared. She reached back and found it was caught by the jacket on the body that had been in the ghost's stateroom. The gauge. 300 pounds of pressure. God damn, she thought, pulling fiercely at the snag, kicking. But the body was jammed in a doorway, and the tail of his jacket had wound tightly around the tank knob. The harder she pulled, the more snugly she was held. The needle of the pressure gauge was now below the red line. 200 pounds remained.
Disc 11.
As Cooper was typing madly, Rhymes' phone rang. Tom answered it and put the call on the speaker.
"Hello?" he asked.
"Mr. Rhymes, please?"
"Rhyme is the name, yes. Who's this?"
"Dr. Arthur Winslow at Huntington Medical Center."
"Yes, doctor?"
"There's a patient here, a Chinese man. His name is Sun. He was medevaced to us after the Coast Guard rescued him from a sunken ship off the North Shore." Not exactly the Coast Guard, Rhyme thought. But he said,
"Go ahead."
"We were told to contact you with any news about him."
"That's right."
"Well, I think there's something you ought to know."
"And what would that be?"
Rhyme asked slowly, though his meaning was really, get to the point. He sipped the bitter coffee, even though he hated it. 17-year-old William Chang sat in the back of the Starbucks not far from the family's apartment in Brooklyn. He wanted bao ni tea, made the way his mother prepared it, brewed in an old iron pot, but he kept drinking the coffee as if he were addicted to the muddy, sour drink. Because that is what the pompadoured Batu across from him was now sipping. For William to drink tea would seem like a weakness. Wearing the same black leather jacket he'd been in yesterday, the kid, who'd identified himself only as Sen, finished his conversation on a tiny Nokia phone and clipped the unit back onto his belt. He made a point of checking the time on his gold Rolex. "What happened to the gun we sold you yesterday?" he asked in English. "My father found it." "Asshole." He leaned forward ominously. "You didn't tell him where you got it." "No. If you told anyone about us, we'll kill you." William Chang, hardened by his life as a dissident son, knew not to give an inch with people like this. "I didn't fucking tell anybody anything, but I need another gun." "He'll find that one too." "No, he won't. I'll keep it with me. He won't frisk me." Sen eyed a long-haired Chinese girl nearby. When he saw she was reading what seemed to be a college textbook, he lost interest. He looked William up and down and then asked, "Hey, you want a DVD player? A Toshiba is sweet. 200. A flat-screen TV? 800. I want a gun. That's all I want." "And why don't you get some better clothes? You look like shit." "I'll get clothes later." "Hugo Boss, Armani, I can get you whatever you want." She couldn't reach the snag behind her. Okay, nothing to do. She ripped open the Velcro of the BCD vest and slipped out of it. But as she turned to focus on the tangle, the captain went into seizure. He kicked out hard, struck her in the face with his foot. The spotlight went out and the regulator popped from her mouth. The blow pushed her backward. Darkness. No air. No. No. Rhyme! She made a grab for the regulator, but it floated somewhere behind her, out of reach. "Don't hold your breath." "Well, I fucking have to." Blackness all around her, spinning in circles, groping desperately for her regulator. Where were the Coast Guard babysitters? Outside, because I told them I wanted to search alone. How could she let them know she was in trouble? Fast, girl, fast. She patted the evidence bag and reached in desperately. Pulled out the Beretta 9mm. She pulled the slide to chamber around and pressed the muzzle close to the wooden wall, where she knew she wouldn't hit Sun, and pulled the trigger. A flash and loud explosion. The blowback and recoil nearly broke her wrist, and she dropped the weapon through the cloud of debris and gunpowder residue. Please, she thought. Please. No air. No. Then lights burst on silently as the dive chief and his assistant kicked fast into the corridor. Another regulator mouthpiece was thrust between her lips, and Sachs began to breathe again. The dive chief got his secondary regulator into the captain's mouth. The stream of bubbles was faint, but at least he was breathing. OK signs were exchanged. Then the foursome made its way out of the bridge and to the orange rope. Thumbs up. Calmer now that the risk of confinement was gone, Sachs concentrated on ascending leisurely, no faster than her bubbles, and breathing deep in, deep out, as they left behind the ship of corpses. Sachs lay in the cutter's sick bay, breathing deeply. She'd opted for nature's air, turning down the green oxygen mask the corpsman offered her. It would, she was afraid, only increase her sense of confinement, having something else pressed close against her body. As soon as she'd climbed onto the bobbing deck, she'd stripped off the wetsuit. The tight outfit itself had become another carrier of the pernicious claustrophobia, and wrapped the thick government-issue blanket around her. 2 sailors escorted her to the sick bay to check out her wrist, which turned out not to be badly injured at all. Finally, she felt well enough to venture up top. Sipping the coffee, he studied William closely.
"Or you can come with us some night. We're going to a warehouse in Queens next week. They're getting a shipment in. Can you drive?"
"Yeah, I can drive." William looked out the front window. He saw no sign of his father. The Batu asked, "You got balls, don't you?"
"I guess. Your triad hijack anything in Fujian?"
William didn't exactly have a triad, just some friends who would occasionally steal cars and shoplift liquor and cigarettes from time to time.
"Hell, we hit dozens of places." "What was your job?" "Lookout, getaway."
Sen thought for a moment, then asked,
"Okay, we're inside a warehouse and you're on guard, you know. You see a security guard coming toward us. What would you do? Would you kill him?" "What is this, a fucking test? Just answer. You have the balls to kill him?" "Sure, but I wouldn't." "Why not?"
William sneered.
"Because only an idiot would get executed over some clothes." "Who said clothes?" "You did," William replied. "Armani, boss." "Well, there's a guard. Answer me. What the fuck would you do?" "I'd come up behind him, take his gun away, and I'd keep him on his belly till you had all the clothes in the getaway wheels. Then I'd piss on him."
Sen frowned.
"Piss on him? Why?" "Because the first thing he'd do was go change his clothes before he called the police, so the cops wouldn't think he peed his pants. That'd give us time to get away. And he never got hurt, so the cops couldn't get us for assault."
This is what William had heard that some gang by the waterfront near Futsal had done once. Sen wouldn't allow himself to be impressed. But he said,
"You'll come to Queens with us. I'll meet you here tomorrow night. I'll bring some people." "I'll see. I have to get back now. My father'll notice I'm gone."
He took a wad of dollars from his pocket, flashed it at the Batu.
"What do you have?" "I sold you the only good one I had," Sen said. "That chrome baby. It was a piece of shit. I want a real gun." "You do have balls, but you got a mouth, too. You better watch it." "All I've got is a Colt 38. Take it or leave it."
"Loaded?" Sen fiddled with the gun inside the bag.
3 rounds. "That's all?" William asked. "Like I said, take it or leave it." "How much?" $500.
William laughed harshly.
3, or I walk."
Sen hesitated, then nodded.
"Only 'cause I like you."
She popped 2 Dramamine and climbed the stairs to the bridge, observing that the helicopter was back, hovering over the cutter. This ride wasn't for Sachs, however, but to evacuate unconscious Captain Sun to a Long Island medical center. Ransom explained how they'd probably missed the captain during their search for victims. "Our divers did a long search, banging on the hull, and didn't get any response. We did a sound scan later, and that came back negative too.
Son must have wedged himself in the air pocket, passed out, then come to later."
"Where's he going?" she asked.
"Marine station in Huntington, part of the hospital. They have a hyperbaric chamber there."
"Is he going to make it?"
Ransom said. Doesn't look good, but if he survived 24 hours under these conditions, then I guess anything's possible."
Slowly the chill subsided. She dried off and dressed once more in her jeans, t-shirt, and sweatshirt, and then hurried to the bridge to call Rhyme. Neglecting to share some of her underwater adventures, she told him that she'd found some evidence. "And maybe a wit."
"A witness?"
"Found somebody still alive in the ship. The captain. Looks like he got some of the people trapped in the hold into the galley after the ship went down, but he was the only one who survived. If we're lucky, he'll be able to give us some leads to the ghost's operation in New York."
"Did he say anything?"
"Oh, he's unconscious. They're not even sure he's going to make it. Hypothermia and decompression sickness. The hospital will call as soon as they know something. Better have Lon send babysitters for him, too. The ghost will come after him if he finds out he's still alive."
"Hurry back, Sachs. We miss you."
The royal "we," she knew, coming from Lincoln Rhyme, really meant I. She assembled the evidence she'd found underwater, drying the letter she'd found in the ghost's jacket with paper towels from the cutter's galley. This would contaminate it some, but she was worried that more exposure to seawater would deteriorate the paper so much it couldn't be read. Crime scene work, Rhyme had often told her, was always a compromise. Captain Ransom walked onto the bridge.
"There's another chopper on the way here for you, officer."
He carried 2 large styrofoam coffee cups, covered with lids. He handed her one.
"Thanks."
They peeled the lids off. His contained steaming black coffee. She laughed. In her cup was fruit juice that was mixed, she could smell, with a generous slug of rum. Chapter 38. Feng Shui, which literally means wind and water, is the art of trapping good energy and luck and repelling bad. Both young men glanced around the Starbucks. The bag was exchanged for the money. Without a word, William rose. Sen said, "Tomorrow, 8, here." "I'll try." Sen laughed. "Piss on him." He turned back to his coffee. Outside, William started quickly down the sidewalk away from Starbucks. The figure stepped out of the alley, moving quickly toward him. William stopped, startled. Sam Chang walked up to his son. The boy started walking again, fast, head down. "Well?" Chang asked, falling into place beside the boy. "I got it, Baba." "Give it to me," his father said. He passed his father the bag, which disappeared into the man's pocket. "You didn't tell him your name?" "No." "You didn't mention the ghost or the dragon?"
"I'm not stupid," William snapped. "He doesn't have any idea who we are."
They walked in silence for a few minutes.
"Did he charge you all the money?"
William hesitated and began to say something. Then he dug into his pocket and handed his father back the remaining $100 of cash his father had given him for the gun. As they approached the house, Chang said to his son, "I'm going to put it in the front closet. We'll use it only if the ghost tries to get inside. Never take it with you anywhere, understand?"
"We should each get one and carry it."
"Do you understand?" Chang repeated firmly.
"Yes."
Chang touched his son's arm. "Thank you, son. It was a brave thing to do." "You do have balls." "Ye would be proud of you," his father added. William nearly said, "Ye would still be alive if it weren't for you." But he remained silent. They arrived at their front door. Chang and William looked around. No one had followed them from the coffee shop. They pushed quickly inside. As Chang hid the gun on the top shelf of the closet, where only he and William could reach it, The boy dropped onto the couch next to his brother and the baby girl. He picked up a magazine and thumbed through it. But he paid little attention to the articles. He was thinking about what Sen had asked him. Should he meet with the other members of the triad tomorrow night? He didn't think he would, but he wasn't sure. It was never a bad idea, he'd learned, to keep your options open. It's widely practiced around the world, but because of the astonishing number of rules and the rarity of the ability to assess the dynamics of good and evil, there are very few truly talented feng shui practitioners. It entails far more than just arranging furniture, as Laoban's assistant had suggested, and the ghost's apartment had clearly been done by a master. Sonny Lee knew plenty of feng shui practitioners in China, but he had no idea who here in New York could have prepared the ghost's apartment so expertly. But rather than race around like Hongse in her yellow car to track down someone who could help him, Lee remained true to his Taoist way. The way to use life is to do nothing through acting. The way to use life is to do everything through being. And so Detective Sonny Lee went into the fanciest bubble tea shop he could find in Chinatown, sat down at a table, and slouched back in the chair. He ordered a cup of the odd beverage, tea sweetened with sugar and lightened with milk. In the bottom of the tall cup were large, chewy black pearls of tapioca that you sucked up through a wide straw and ate. Like the famous and equally expensive foaming iced tea popular in Futsal, this was a Taiwanese creation. Sonny didn't much care for the tea, but he kept it in front of him to buy the right to sit here for what might be a long time. He studied the chic room, which had been planned by some too clever designer. The chairs were metal and purple leather, the lighting was subdued, and the wallpaper fake zen. Tourists would breeze into the place, drink down their tea, and then hurry off to see more Chinatown sights, leaving behind huge tips, which Sonny Lee at first thought was their forgotten change. Tipping is rare in China. Sitting, sipping. 30 minutes passed. 45. Do everything through being. His patience was finally rewarded. An attractive Chinese woman in her early 40s walked into the tea shop, found a seat near him, and ordered a tea. The woman wore a beautiful red dress and high, narrow heels. She read the New York Times through stylish reading glasses with narrow rectangular lenses and blue frames no thicker than a pencil line. Most of the Chinese women shopping here in Chinatown carried cheap plastic bags wrinkled from many uses, but this woman carried one made of flawless white paper. Inside was a box tied with a gold cord. He deciphered the name on the side of the bag, Sachs, 5th Avenue. Chapter 42. John Sung had changed clothes. He was wearing a turtleneck sweater, which seemed odd in the heat, though it made him look pretty stylish, and new workout pants. He was flushed, and he seemed distracted, out of breath. "Are you all right?" Amelia Sachs asked.
"Yoga," he explained. "I was doing my exercises. Tea?"
"I can't stay long."
Eddie Deng had gone back to the 5th Precinct, but Alan Coe was waiting for her downstairs in the crime scene bus. He held up a bag.
"Here's what I wanted to give you. The fertility herbs I told you about last night."
She took the bag absently.
"Thank you, John."
"What's wrong?"
he asked, scanning her troubled face. He motioned her inside, and they sat on the couch.
"That police officer from China, the man who helped us, he was found dead about an hour ago."
Sung closed his eyes for a moment and sighed.
"Was it an accident, or did the ghost get to him?"
"The ghost."
"Oh, no. I'm sorry."
"I am too."
She said this brusquely, dismissing the emotion in the best spirit of Lincoln rhyme. She reached into her pocket and withdrew a plastic bag of the plant material she'd found at the scene.
"We found this where he was murdered."
"Where?"
he asked.
"In Chinatown, not far away. We think it's some herbs or spices that the ghost bought. Rhyme was hoping if we can figure out what it is, we might find the store where he bought it. Maybe one of the clerks might know where the ghost lives."
He nodded.
"Let me see it."
Sung opened the bag, then shook some out onto the counter. He bent down, inhaled the aroma, and examined the substance. She thought Lincoln Rhyme would use a gas chromatograph and mass spectrometer to do exactly the same thing, separating a mixture into its component parts and identifying them. Finally, he said,
"I smell astragalus, ginger, poria, maybe some ginseng and alisma."
He shook his head.
"I know you'd like me to tell you it's sold in only 1 or 2 stores, but I'm afraid you can buy it at any herbalist, drugstore, or grocery in China. I would suppose it's the same here."
Discouraged, she thought of something else.
"What do they do?"
Maybe the ghost was suffering from some sickness or injury, and they could trace him through other doctors, as they'd done with Wu Chi-tsen's wife.
It's more of an over-the-counter tonic than a medicine. It improves resistance, tonifies your qi."
She was exactly the sort of woman Sunny Lee wanted, yet knew he would forever be denied. Sleek, stylish, beautiful, hair shiny and dense as a crow's black pelt, a lean face, with some Vietnamese features beautifully sharpening the Han Chinese, keen eyes, bright red lips, and dowager empress nails to match. He looked over her dress again, her jewelry, her sprayed hair, and decided, yes, she's the one. Lee picked up his tea, walked to her table, and introduced himself. Lee sat, though the chair he chose was near but not actually at her table, so that she wouldn't be threatened by his presence. He casually struck up a conversation with her, and they talked about the beautiful country, about New York, about bubble tea, and about Taiwan, where she'd been born. He said casually,
"The reason I troubled you, forgive me, but perhaps you can help. The man I work for, he has bad luck. I believe it is because of how his apartment is arranged. You obviously have a good feng shui man."
He nodded at the emblems that had told him that she indeed followed feng shui diligently. An ostentatious bracelet of 9 Chinese coins, a pin in the likeness of the homely goddess Guanyin, and a scarf with black fish on it. This was why he had selected her, on this evidence, and because she was obviously rich, which meant that she would go to only the best practitioners of the art, men of the sort that the ghost, too, would hire. He continued,
"If I could give my boss the name of someone good to arrange his home and office, he might think more of me. It might help me keep my job and raise myself in his view."
With these words, Lee lowered his head, but kept his eyes on her face, and was pierced by what he saw. Pity, generated by his shame. What was so wrenching to him about that look, though, was that the phony shame emanating from Sunny Lee, the undercover cop, was virtually identical to the true shame that Sunny Lee the man felt daily from his father's cascade of criticism. Perhaps, he reflected, this is why she believed him. The beautiful woman smiled and dug into her purse. She wrote out a name and address, on a slip of paper not bearing her own name or phone number, of course. She slipped it to him and withdrew her hand quickly before he could touch her palm and grasp it in desperation and hunger, which, in fact, he was close to doing.
"Mr. Wang," she said,
nodding at the card.
"Many people use it to heighten the sexual experience. Supposedly it helps men stay erect longer. It's not meant to treat a specific illness."
So much for that theory, Sachs thought glumly.
"You could check the stores closest to where the policeman was killed," Sung suggested. "But I suppose you've thought of that."
She nodded.
That's what we'll have to do. Maybe we'll get a break.
She started to stand and winced as pain shot through her shoulder, a muscle she'd pulled on the Futsal dragon.
"Taking your medicine?" he asked, chiding her.
Yeah, I am. But you know how disgusting it tastes?
"You can drink beer for pleasure. Here, sit down again."
She hesitated and lowered herself painfully to the couch. He moved close behind her. She could sense his proximity from the way the ambient noise in the room grew mute. Then she felt his hands on her shoulder as they began squeezing, softly at first, then harder, more probing. His face was near the back of her head, his breath caressing her neck. The hands moved up and down her skin, pressing hard but just short of the point of pain. It was relaxing, yes, but she felt momentarily disconcerted when the palms and fingers nearly encircled her throat. "Relax," he whispered, in that calm voice of his. She tried to. His hand slid to her shoulders, then down her back. They moved forward along her ribs, but stopped before he touched her breasts, and returned again to her spine and neck. Wondering if there really was something he could do for her, to improve the chance of her and Rhymes having children. Dryness in the kidneys. She closed her eyes and lost herself in the powerful massage. She felt him shift closer to her, getting better leverage, it seemed. He was only inches away. His hands moved up her spine to her neck once more, encircling them. His breathing was coming quickly, from the effort, she supposed. "Why don't you take off that gun belt of yours?" he whispered.
"Bad karma?"
she asked.
"No,"
he laughed.
"It's interfering with your circulation."
She reached for the buckle and started to undo it. She felt his hand close around the thick nylon strap to help her remove it.
"He is one of the best in the city. If your employer has money, he will help him. He is most expensive, but he will do a good job. He helped me marry well, as you can see."
"Yes, my boss has money."
"Then he, too, can change his fortune. Goodbye."
She stood, gathered her glossy bag and purse, and strode out of the shop on her immaculate heels, leaving her check sitting prominently on the table for Sonny Lee to pay.
"Sachs?"
Rhyme looked up from the computer screen.
"Guess what the ghost blew the ship up with?"
"Give up?" she called, amused to see the look of pleasure accompanying this gruesome question. Mel Cooper answered, "Grade A, brand new Composition 4. "Congratulations." This had put Rhyme in a good mood because C4, despite being a movie terrorist's staple for bombs, was actually quite rare. The substance was available only to the military and a few select law enforcement agencies. It wasn't used in commercial demolition. This meant that there were relatively few sources for high-quality C4, which in turn meant that the odds of finding a connection between that source and the ghost were far better than if he'd used common TNT, Tovex, Gelinex, or any of the other commercially available explosives. More significantly, though, C4 is so dangerous that by law it must contain markers. Each manufacturer of the material adds inert but distinctive chemicals to its version of the explosive. Analysis of the trace at the scene of an explosion will reveal which marker was present, and this tells investigators who manufactured it. The company, in turn, must keep detailed records of whom its products were sold to, and the purchasers must keep detailed files on where the explosive was stored or used. If they could find the person who sold the ghost this batch of C4, he might know where the snakehead had other safe houses in New York or other bases of operation. Cooper had sent the trace results to Quantico,
Should hear back in the next few hours. Where's Co? Sachs asked, looking around the townhouse.
Down at INS,
Rhyme said, then added acerbically,
Don't jinx it by mentioning his name. Let's hope he stays there.
Eddie Deng arrived from downtown. Got here as soon as you called, Lincoln.
Excellent, Eddie. Put your reading specs on. You've got to translate for us. Amelia found a letter in the ghost's sports coat.
No shit, Deng said. Where?
100 feet underwater, but that's another story.
But then a harsh sound interrupted them. Her cell phone ringing. She eased away from him and pulled the unit off her belt. Hello? This is...
Sachs, get ready to roll.
What do you have, Rhyme? There was no answer for a moment as she heard someone else in his room speaking to the criminalist. A moment later he came back on the line.
The captain of the ship, Sun, is conscious. Eddie Deng's on the other line interviewing him. Hold on.
Voices. Shouts. Rhymes commanding.
Well, we don't have time. Now, now, now! Listen, Sachs. The captain spent some time in the hold of the Dragon. He overheard Chang talking with his father. Looks like some relative or friend arranged for an apartment and job for the family in Brooklyn.
Brooklyn? What about Queens?
Sam Chang's the clever one, remember? I'm sure he said Queens to lead everybody off. I narrowed down the area where I think they are. Red Hook or Owl's Head.
How do you know?
How else, Sachs? The trace on the old man's shoes, biosolids, remember? There are 2 waste treatment facilities in Brooklyn. I'm leaning toward Owl's Head. It's more residential and closer to Sunset Park, the Chinese community there. Eddie Deng's having his people from the 5th Precinct call printing companies and sign painters in Owl's Head. Lon's putting ESU on alert. And the INS is getting together a team, too. I want you over there. I'll let you know as soon as I have an address.
She glanced up at Sung. John, Lincoln's found the Chang's neighborhood. I'm going over there now.
Where are they?
In Brooklyn.
Oh, very good,
he said.
They're safe?
So far.
May I come? I can help translate. Chang and I speak the same dialect.
Sure. Sachs said into the phone. John Sung's coming with me and Co. He's going to translate. We're on our way, Rhyme. Call me when you have an address. They hung up, and Sung stepped into the bedroom. A moment later he came out, wearing a bulky windbreaker. It's not cold out, Sachs said.
Always keep warm. Important for the chi and blood, he said.
Then Sung looked at her and took her by the shoulders, Sachs responding with a smile of curiosity. With sincerity in his voice, he said,
You have done a very good thing, finding those people, Yindao.
She paused and looked at him with a faint frown of curiosity. Yindao? He said,
Is my pet name for you in Chinese. Yindao. It means close friend.
Sachs was very moved by this. She squeezed his hand, then stepped back. Let's go find the Changs. On the street in front of his safe house, the man of many names, Quan Ang. Deng's eyes were fine. No reading glasses were required, but Mel Cooper did have to set him up with an ultraviolet reading hood to image the ink on the letter. The characters had been bleached out by the seawater and were barely visible. Deng hunched over the letter and examined it. It's hard to read, Deng murmured, squinting. Okay, it's to the ghost. The man who wrote it is named Ling Shuibian. He's telling the ghost when the charter flight will be leaving Futsal and when and where to expect it at the Nagarev military base outside of St. Petersburg. Then he says he's wiring the money into an account in Hong Kong. No number or bank. Then it describes the cost of the airplane charter. It then says part of the money is enclosed in dollars. Finally, there's a list of the victims, the passengers on the Dragon.
That's all?
I'm afraid so.
Have some of our people in China check out that guy, Ling, Rhyme told Solito.
Then the criminalist asked Mel Cooper.
Trace in the paper?
Just what you'd expect, the lab man said. Salt water, sea life excrement, pollution, plant particles, motor oil, diesel fuel.
How much money was there, Sachs? Rhyme asked.
A lot, maybe 1,000, but it's hard to tell when you're swimming around in it.
The U.S. bills she'd collected were all in $100 denominations, freshly printed.
Forged?
Rhyme asked. Cooper examined one. Nope. The yuan, she'd found, the Chinese paper currency, were faded and crumpled. There are about 30 packs this size, she explained. Eddie Deng totaled the amount in this packet. 30 stacks, given the exchange rate, the young detective estimated, equals about $20,000 U.S. Sachs continued. I also found an Uzi and a Beretta, but he'd taken the serial number off the Uzi, and I lost the Beretta on the ship.
Knowing the ghost, Rhyme said, any gun of his, even with serial numbers, is going to be untraceable.
The criminalist looked toward the hallway.
Tom! We need our scribe. Tom!
The harried young man entered the room. He wrote down the information that Rhyme had dictated about the explosives, the letter, and the trace on it. The guns. There was an electronic trill as a cell phone rang, and, typical nowadays, everyone looked down to see if it was his or hers ringing. Sachs was the winner, and she pulled the unit off her belt. Hello?
Amelia.
She recognized John Sung's voice. Her stomach did a little flip at the memory of last night. Gui, the ghost, John Sung, reached his hand out and shook that of Alan Coe, who was, it seemed, an INS agent. This gave him some concern, for Coe, he believed, had been part of a group of Chinese and American law enforcers pursuing him overseas. The task force had gotten close to him, troublingly close, but the ghost's Bangso had done some investigating himself and learned that a young woman who'd worked in a company that the ghost did business with had been giving the INS and the police information about his snakehead operations. The Bangso had kidnapped the woman, tortured her to find out what she'd told the INS, and then buried her body on a construction site. But apparently Coe had no idea what the ghost looked like. The snakehead recalled that he'd been wearing the ski mask when they tried to kill the Woos on Canal Street. No one would have gotten a look at his face. Yindao explained what Rhyme had learned, and the three of them got into the police station wagon. Coe climbing into the back before the ghost could take that strategically better seat, as if the agent didn't trust an illegal alien to be sitting behind him. They pulled away from the curb. From what Yindao was telling Coe, the ghost understood that there would be other cops and INS agents present at the Chang's apartment. But he'd already made plans to get a few minutes alone with the Changs. When Yindao had come to his apartment a few moments ago, Yusuf and another Uyghur had been there. The Turks had slipped into the bedroom before the ghost had opened the outer door, and, later, when he'd gone to get his gun and windbreaker, he'd told them to follow Yindao's police car. In Brooklyn, the Turks and the ghost together would kill the Changs. Glancing back, he noticed that Yusuf's Windstar was close behind them, several cars away. And what about Yindao? He might have to wait until tomorrow for their intimate liaison. Naishin, he reflected. All in good time. Images of fucking her now filled his thoughts. He quickly lost himself in his continuing fantasies about Yindao, which had grown ever more powerful since he'd first seen her on the beach, swimming out to save him. Last night he'd given her only a chaste acupressure treatment, accompanied by some mumbo-jumbo about it helping fertility. Their next get-together would be very different. He would take her to a place where he could play out all the fantasies that had been reeling through his thoughts. Yindao, pinned beneath him, writhing, whimpering, in pain, screaming.
John, how are you?
Been for one hell of a swim, she thought, but aside from that, doing okay.
Fine, she said. Kind of busy right now.
Of course,
the doctor said. What a voice, she thought. Pure bedside manner.
Any luck finding Sam Chang and his family?
Not yet. We're working on that right now.
I was just wondering if you might have some time to stop by later.
I think that'll work out. But can I call you in a bit, John? I'm at Lincoln's right now, and it's a little crazy.
Of course. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, I'm glad you did. I'll call you later.
She hung up and started to return to the evidence. But she glanced up and saw Lon Solito looking at her with what could only be described as a glare.
"Detective," she said to him, "can I talk to you outside for a minute?"
Gruffly, Solito said,
"What's there to—"
"Now,"
she snapped. Rhyme glanced at them for a moment, but lost interest in the curious exchange and returned to examining the evidence boards. Sachs walked into the corridor and Solito followed, his feet pounding heavily on the floor. Tom had noticed something was wrong.
"What's going—"
But the aide's voice was lost as Sachs swung the door shut angrily. They continued down the hallway to where she gestured, the back of the townhouse, and they entered the kitchen. She spun around, hands on her narrow hips. "Why have you been on my case for the past 2 days, Detective?" The big man pulled his belt up over his belly.
"You're crazy. It's your imagination."
"Bullshit. You have something to say to me, say it to my face. I deserve that."
"Deserve it?"
he asked in a snide tone.
"What is all this?"
she snapped. There was a pause while he looked at the butcher block, where Tom had set a half-dozen tomatoes and a pile of basil. Finally he said,
"I know where you were last night."
"Yeah?"
she asked.
"The babysitters outside of Sung's apartment told me you went there after you left here, and you didn't leave till 1:45.
"My personal life is my own business," she said coldly. The burly cop looked around and then whispered vehemently,
"But it's not just your business anymore, Amelia. It's his business, too."
She frowned.
"His? Who?"
"Rhyme. Who do you think?"
"What are you talking about?"
"He's tough. Tougher than anybody I know. But the one thing that'll break him into little pieces is you, if you keep going the way you're headed."
She was bewildered. "Headed?"
"Look, you didn't know him back then, that woman he was in love with, Claire. When she died, it took him forever to get over it. He came to work. He did his job, but it took a year for that light to come back in his eyes. And his wife?"
He was now powerfully aroused, and used the excuse of turning around to speak to Coe to hide the evidence of his desire. He began a conversation about the INS's guidelines for political asylum. The agent was blunt and rude, and clearly disdainful, even of the man he thought the ghost to be, a poor widower doctor, a dissident who loved freedom, seeking a better home for his family, harmless and willing to work hard. "Keep the piglets out of the country at all costs," the agent was saying. The message beneath his words was that they weren't fit to be Americans. The politics and morality of illegal immigration meant nothing to the ghost, but he wondered if Coe knew that there were proportionally fewer Chinese Americans on welfare than any other nationality, including native-born whites. Did he know that the level of education was higher, the incidence of bankruptcy and tax evasion far lower? It would give him pleasure to kill this man, and he was sorry that he couldn't take the time to make it a long death. The ghost glanced at Yin Dao's legs and felt the churning low in his belly again. He recalled their sitting together in the restaurant yesterday, sharing his honest assessment of himself. Break the cauldrons and sink the boats. Why had he opened up to her in this way? It was foolish. She might have caught on as to who he was, or at least grown suspicious. He'd never been that frank with anyone in describing his philosophy of life. Why? The answer had to be more than his desire to possess her physically. He'd felt passion for hundreds of women, but had kept most of his inner feelings to himself before, during, and after the act. No, there was something else about Yin Dao. He supposed that it was this. He recognized something of his own soul within her. There were so few people who understood him, whom he could talk with. But Yin Dao was this sort of woman, he believed. As Coe was rambling on ad nauseum about the necessity of quotas and the burden on the social welfare rolls due to illegal immigration, even citing facts and figures, the snakehead was thinking about how sad it was that he couldn't take this woman back with him to show her the beauties of Xiamen, walk with her around Nan Puto Temple, a huge Buddhist monastery, and then take her for peanut soup or noodles near the waterfront. But there was no doubt that he wouldn't hesitate to do what he'd planned.
They had some fights, sure. I'm talking MGM Grand kind of fights. It wasn't the greatest marriage in the world, but after the accident, when he knew it wasn't going to work and he got divorced, that was hard for him. Real hard.
I don't know where you're going with this.
You don't? It's pretty clear to me. You're the center of his life. He's laid down all his defenses with you. You're going to break him, and I'm not going to let that happen.
His voice dropped even further.
Just think about it. If you keep seeing this guy, it's going to kill Rhyme. What the hell are you laughing at?
You're talking about me and John Sung?
Yeah, the guy you've been sneaking off to see.
Sax's hands rose to her face, and she began shaking with laughter.
Oh, Lon!
Then she turned away quickly from the detective, because a moment later, as she'd suddenly known would happen, the laughter turned into tears. I've got to talk to you about something.
You're looking like it's bad news, Doctor.
Why don't we sit down over there in the corner?
Jesus,
Solito said, starting forward. Then, stopping, hands at his side, awkward.
Amelia, what?
She held up a hand and turned away.
What's going on?
Finally, she caught her breath, wiped her face, and turned back to the detective.
It's not what you're thinking, Lon.
Another tug of his belt.
Go on.
You know Rhyme and I have talked about having kids.
Yeah?
She gave a sour laugh.
It didn't work. It's not like we were trying that hard, but I wasn't getting pregnant. I was worried that there was something wrong with Lincoln, so a few weeks ago we went in and we both had checkups.
Yeah, I remember he went to the doctor.
She thought back to that day in the waiting room.
Ah, Ms. Sachs, here you are.
Hello, Doctor.
I've just been meeting with Lincoln Rhyme's physician.
Yes?
I've got to talk to you about something.
You're looking like it's bad news, Doctor.
Why don't we sit down over there in the corner?
Here's fine. Tell me. Let me have it straight.
Well, Lincoln's doctor tells me that the results of his fertility workup are well within normal levels. A slightly diminished sperm count, which is typical of someone in his condition, but nowadays that's a very slight hurdle to pregnancy. I'm afraid, though, that you have a more serious problem.
Me?
Staring at the butcher block next to her, she now told Solito about this conversation with the doctor. Then she added,
I've got something called endometriosis. I've always had problems, but I never believed it was as bad as what the doctor told me.
Can they cure it?
Sachs shook her head.
No.
Take her to a deserted warehouse or a factory and spend an hour or so fulfilling his relentless fantasy. And kill her afterward, of course. As Yindao herself had told him, she too would break the cauldrons and sink the boats. After she learned he was the ghost, she would not rest until she had killed or arrested him. She had to die. The ghost glanced back at Ko with a smile, as if acknowledging whatever the man was talking about. The snakehead focused past the agent. Yusuf and the other Uyghur were staying right with the police car. Yindao had not noticed the van. The ghost turned back. His eyes swept over her. He then muttered a few words.
What was that?
Yindao asked him.
A prayer, the ghost said. I am hoping that Guan Yin will help us find the Chang's home.
Who's that?
She's the goddess of mercy, was the answer, though it came not from the ghost, but from helpful Agent Alan Ko in the back seat. Chapter 43. 10 minutes later, Lon Solito's phone rang. Rhyme and Cooper stared at it, rapt in anticipation. The detective took the call, listened. Then his eyes closed and he broke into a smile.
"They found the Chang's address,"
he shouted, and hung up.
"That was one of the patrolmen down at the 5th. He found a guy in Owl's Head who owns 2 quick print shops. Name's Joseph Tan. A guy gave him the line about the family'd be dead in a couple of hours if we didn't find out where they were. Tom broke down and admitted he'd gotten Chang and his kid a job and set him up in an apartment."
You have an address?
"Yep, 2 blocks from the sewage treatment plant. God love crap, what can I say?"
Rhyme thought of Sonny Lee's equally irreverent plea to the god of cops. "Guan Di, please let us find the Changs and catch the fuck ghost." He wheeled into position in front of the whiteboards. He gazed at the chart, the pictures of evidence. Solito said,
"I'll call Bo and the INS and get everybody going."
But the criminalist said,
Hold on a minute.
"What's the matter?"
An itch," Rhyme said slowly. "I have an itch."
His initial exhilaration at locating the Changs faded. Rhyme's head moved slowly from side to side as he took in Tom's careful jottings and photographs and other bits of evidence from this case, each adding to the whole grim story like hieroglyphs in ancient Egyptian tombs.
"They can operate, do hormonal therapy, but it wouldn't really help the fertility thing."
"Jesus, I'm sorry, Amelia."
She wiped her face again. A sad smile blossomed on it.
"Dryness and heat in the kidney."
"What?"
Sachs offered a hollow laugh.
"That's what I was doing at John Sung's. Dryness and heat in the kidney, those are the reasons for infertility according to Chinese medicine. Last night he examined me and gave me an acupressure treatment. And he's getting some herbs that he thinks will help. That's what he just called about. Wait here."
Sachs walked to the hallway, dug into her purse, and returned with what Sung had just given her when she had seen him last night. She handed the book to the detective. The title was Herbal Treatments and Acupressure Techniques to Assist Fertility.
"It turns out a lot of Western doctors recommend that women with endometriosis use Chinese medicine to treat it. Last night, when I took Lincoln upstairs, we talked about it. He thought it was pretty silly, but he'd noticed how upset I've been lately because of this. He's right. He said I've been distracted. It's even bothering me when I'm running scenes. So we decided I'd go ahead and see what Sung could do for me."
She fell silent. Finally she said,
"There's so much death around me, Lon. My father, my relationship with my boyfriend Nick. When he went off to prison, it was like he died. Then all the crime scenes I run. I wanted to have some life around us, Lincoln and me. I wanted so badly to fix what's wrong inside me."
"Whatever it takes, look out for yourself first. If you're not whole, you'll never be able to take care of anybody else." Sung's treatment, she hoped, was a way to do this, to make herself whole. Lifting his palms, Solito said,
"I didn't know. You were real secret about it."
Angrily she said, "Because it's nobody's business but Lincoln's and mine." She nodded toward Rhyme's room.
"Don't you know what he and I are to each other? How could you think I'd do something like that?"
The disorderly detective couldn't hold her gaze.
"With Betty leaving and everything, I was just thinking about what happened to me."
The big cop's marriage had broken up some years before. No one knew the details of Solito's divorce, but it was a well-known fact that being married to a cop was tough, and many a spouse had gone looking for a more attentive alternate. She supposed Betty had had an affair.
"I'm sorry, officer. I should have thought better."
He extended his hand, and she reluctantly shook his huge palm. He closed his eyes and let this information speed through his mind as fast as Amelia Sachs in her Camaro. Here's the answer, Rhyme thought, opening his eyes once again and staring at the entries. The only problem is that we don't know the question. Tom appeared in the doorway. "Time for some rums," the aide said. Range of motion exercises were important for quads. They kept the muscles from atrophying. They improved the circulation. They had a beneficial psychological effect, too, which Rhyme publicly disavowed. Still, his sessions were partially based on the premise that there would come a day when he himself would use his muscles again. And so, while he groused and complained and gave Tom hell when the aide expertly performed the ROMs, then measured the results, he secretly looked forward to the daily exercises. Today, however, Rhyme cast a strong glance at the aide, and the young man got the message. He retreated to the hallway. "What are you thinking?" Silito asked. Rhyme didn't answer. Engaged in its own range of motion exercises, his mind, unlike his lifeless limbs, was limited by nothing. Infinite height, infinite depth, past and future. The criminalist now mentally followed the trails of evidence that they had collected while working the Ghost Kill case, some of them as wide as the East River, some as narrow and frail as thread, some helpful, some as seemingly useless as the broken nerves that ran from Lincoln Rhyme's brain south into his still body. But even these he didn't neglect. The highway took a sweep around the Brooklyn Army facility, and Yin Dao steered the police station wagon onto an exit ramp about as fast as the ghost himself would have taken the turn in his BMW or Porsche, and descended into a pleasant neighborhood of tidy yards and red brick buildings. The ghost glanced into the side mirror casually and noticed that Yusuf was still behind them. Then he looked at Yin Dao, the profile of her beautiful face, her shimmery red hair pinned into a bun, the outline of her breasts beneath her black T-shirt. He was startled by the blare of the woman's phone ringing again. She answered it. "Rhyme? Yeah, we're in the neighborhood. Go ahead." She fell silent. "Excellent!" She turned to the ghost and co. "He's found them. A friend of Chang's got him an apartment and a job near here. It's not that far away." She turned her attention back to the phone. As she listened to what Rhyme was saying, though, the expression on her face grew momentarily dark. It seemed to the ghost that she had tensed in reaction to whatever the man was now telling her. "Will that do any good?" He nodded at the book. "I don't know," she answered, then smiled wistfully. "Maybe." "Back to work?" Silito asked. "Sure." She wiped her eyes a final time, and they returned to Rhyme's living room. Chapter 39.
"Fred,"
Rhyme said as Del Rey, now wearing the orangest shirt that the criminalist had ever seen, walked into his living room laboratory. "Hey," Sachs said to the agent. "Ooh, they let you wear shirts like that? Say, is that a real color?"
"You gave us a hell of a scare," Rhyme said. "Imagine what I myself was feeling, set my ass down on a few sticks of Mr. Nobel's creation."
He looked around the room.
"Where's Dan?"
"Dan?" Rhyme asked.
"The SSA?"
Noting the blank stares, Del Rey continued.
"The supervising agent, the guy who took over for me, Dan Wong, from our San Francisco office. I want to thank him for taking over."
Rhyme and Sachs looked at each other. The criminalist said,
"Nobody took over for you. We're still waiting."
"Still waiting?" Del Rey whispered in disbelief.
"I talked to Dan myself last night. He's the man you need. Run dozens of human smuggling cases. He's some kind of expert in snakeheads and Chinese culture. He was going to call you and be out here on an army jet this morning." "No word."
Del Rey's expression of astonishment turned to anger.
"What about Spectac?"
he asked suspiciously.
"They are here, ain't they?"
"Nope," Sachs said. With a snarl, he pulled his phone off his belt as if he were quick-drawing his weapon. One speed dial button later, he was connected.
"This is Del Rey. Put him on. Don't care, want him now. Like I said, which maybe you didn't hear, I want him now."
A disgusted sigh.
"Well, have him call me. And you tell me what happened to Dan Wong."
He listened for a long moment, then snapped the phone off without a farewell.
Dan got some emergency assignment in Hawaii. Word came from Washington, so it got priority over our little pissy insignificant case here. Somebody was supposed to call me, and you, but it fell through the cracks. And Spectac? The Sachs calling me back, but if they ain't here by now, something's fucked up in a big way.
Rhyme said,
They told us it was on the scroll for a meeting today. Hate that crappy way they talk.
Delray snapped.
I'm a-getting to take care of when I get back to the office. No excuse for this.
The ghost wondered if Rhyme had learned something about him. He grew vigilant. Sure, Rhyme, she said finally. Got it. Yindao disconnected the call. Damn, Ko said. I never thought he'd really be able to do it. The ghost looked at her. So he got the exact address. She didn't answer for a moment. Finally, she said, Yeah. Then she began talking, just chatting like a schoolgirl about her life in Brooklyn. The ghost saw at once that this wasn't her nature, and he grew even more suspicious. Whatever Rhyme had told her at the end of their conversation, he now understood, had nothing to do with the Changs. He noticed her hand slip to her leg, which she scratched absently. She left her hand near her hip, and he realized that the gesture was merely an excuse to move her hand to her gun. With his eyes still on the road, the ghost's hand now slipped casually to his side and then curled behind his back until it was touching the grip of his Glock pistol, which rested in the waistband of his workout slacks under the windbreaker. Silence in the car as they drove for some minutes through residential streets. It seemed to the ghost, though, that Yindao was merely driving in circles. He grew even more tense and cautious. Another turn, and looking at the house numbers, she pulled up to the curb, put the car in park, and set the brake, pointing to a small brownstone apartment building. That's it. The ghost glanced quickly, but kept his attention wholly on Yindao. Not the shithole I was expecting, Ko said cynically. Let's get this over with. Yindao said casually, Wait. And she turned to her right to look at Ko over the seat. The ghost could see easily that it was a feint. She moved fast, far faster than the ghost had expected. Before the snakehead could even close his fingers around his own pistol, Yindao had swept hers from her holster and was swinging the gun toward him. Chapter 44. The ghost involuntarily flinched, half expecting Yindao to shoot him without warning, which is what he, of course, would have done had the circumstances been reversed. But the muzzle of the black weapon traveled past him in a blur and came to rest on the man in the back seat. Not an inch, Ko. Don't move an inch. Keep your hands where I can see him. What is this? Ko asked, rearing back in shock. Don't move, she snapped.
Thanks, Fred. We need the help. We've got half the 5th Precinct trying to find the print shop or painting company where Sam Chang works, and we're coming up with zilch. This ain't good.
Solito asked,
Where are you with the bomb investigation? That's the other reason I came by. Simon says zip. Can't make a baby step of headway. My CIs, they're scouring Brighton Beach, but they ain't turned up anything. Not a peep. And I run dozens of skills there. You're sure the device is Russian? When are we sure about any fucking thing?
That much was true. Rhyme nodded at a paper bag he carried.
What have you got?
He dug out a plastic bag containing the bright yellow stick of explosive and tossed it across the room to Sachs. She caught it one-handed. Holy mother, Fred! She called.
It's only dynamite, and if it didn't go off with a detonator, it sure ain't gonna go bang with a little lob to left field. Hey, Amelia, you want to play softball on the bureau team? That was a good catch.
She examined the stick of dynamite. Friction ridges? Solito asked. Wiped clean, no prints. She held it up for Rhyme, who noticed numbers printed on the side.
What'd the lot numbers turn up?
He asked Delray.
Nothing. Our boys said it was too old to trace. Another dead end. One man's dead end is another man's door, Rhyme said, reminding himself to share this saying, which he'd just made up, with Sonny Lee when the Chinese cop returned. Did they test it for markers? Nope. Said it was too old for marker additives, too. Probably is, but I want to test it anyway. He shouted to Mel Cooper. Get it over to the lab ASAP. I want it analyzed. The works. Chromatography, the analytical process of choice to test the dynamite, usually required that the samples be burned, but Rhyme wasn't about to set fire to a piece of explosive in his townhouse. The NYPD lab downtown had special equipment for doing so. Mel Cooper called one of his technicians downtown and made arrangements for the test, then handed the stick back to Del Rey, giving him instructions on where to drop it off.
We'll do what we can, Fred.
Then Cooper looked over a second bag Del Rey handed him. It contained a Duracell battery, wires, and a switch.
All generic, nothing helpful.
It's your tracked housing of bombs, the tech announced.
Detonator?
A third bag appeared. Cooper and Rhyme examined what was left of the scorched piece of metal.
Russian, military grade,
Rhyme said. A detonator was basically a blasting cap, which contained a core of fulminate of mercury or a similar explosive in wires, which heated up when an electrical charge was sent through them and set off the primer explosive, which in turn set off the main charge.
One hand disappears and you're dead.
I don't... The agent blinked. You understand me?
Yes, I fucking understand you, he spat out angrily. You better tell me what this is all about. On the phone a minute ago, Lincoln had a little more to tell me than just directions to the Changs. He looked over the evidence a second time and made some phone calls. You thought you covered it up pretty well, didn't you? Put that down, officer. You can't... He knows all about it. How you're the one working for the ghost.
The agent swallowed.
Are you out of your fucking mind? You're his guardian angel. You're protecting him. That's why you fired that shot at the Wu's place on Canal Street. You weren't trying to hit him. You were trying to warn him, and you've been feeding him information. You told him the Wu's were in the Murray Hill safe house.
Coe looked around nervously, glancing outside.
Oh, this is bullshit.
The ghost struggled to control his breathing. His hands shook. He was sweating furiously. He wiped his palms on his slacks.
Don't worry, John, Yindao said to him. He's not going to hurt anybody else.
She continued speaking to the agent.
And you got the ghost a nice new gun, a Glock, a new .45, which happens to be the issue weapon in the INS.
You're crazy, officer.
We've had reports all along that the ghost was bribing people in the government over here. We just never thought it'd be an INS agent. Why all the trips to China, Coe? According to Peabody, none of the other field agents travel over there as much as you do. Sometimes, apparently, on your own nickel, too. You were meeting your boss's snakeheads.
Because my informant disappeared over there and I wanted to get the asshole who did it.
Well, Rhyme's contacting the Futsal Security Bureau right now. He wants to look over the evidence in that case, too.
You're saying I killed my own informant? A woman with children?
We'll look at the evidence, she said coolly.
If anybody said they ever saw us together, the ghost and me, they're lying.
That doesn't mean anything. He's not going to meet anybody in person who could testify against him. He's got intermediaries who do that.
You're dreaming, officer.
No, we're just examining evidence, Yindao said. Rhyme just ran your cell phone call record. 6 calls to a dead letter answering service in New Jersey in the past 2 days.
Oh, bullshit. I used that for my local CIs.
You never mentioned running informants before.
Because it didn't have anything to do with this case.
Yindao snapped. Were you going to call the ghost when we got to the Chang's apartment? Or were you just going to kill them yourself? And us, too?
Coe swallowed.
I'm not saying another word to you. I want to talk to a lawyer. You'll have plenty of time for that. Now, right hand on the door handle. It moves off by 1 inch. I'll park one in your arm. Understand me? Listen, understand me? The ghost looked at her flinty eyes and felt a chill himself.
There wasn't much of this one left. It was the only part of the bomb that had actually gone off when Del Rey sat on the device. Cooper put it under the compound microscope.
Not much. A Russian letter A and R, then the numbers 1 and 3.
And nobody's database has a record of that? Nope. And we checked everybody. NYPD, ATF, DEA, and Justice. Well, we'll see what the lab comes up with. I owe you, Lincoln. Pay me back by getting somebody from your shop to work ghost kill, Fred.
4 blocks from the bubble tea house, Sonny Lee found the address of Mr. Wang, which the woman in red had given him. The storefront showed no indication of what the occupant did for a living, but in the dusty front window sat a shrine, illuminated by a red light bulb and sticks of incense, long burnt away. The faded letters said, in Chinese, "Fortunes told, truth revealed, luck preserved." Inside, a young Chinese woman behind a desk looked up at Lee. On the desk in front of her were both an abacus and a laptop computer. The office was shabby, but the diamond Rolex watch on her wrist suggested that the business was successful. She asked if he was here to hire her father to arrange his home or office.
"I was pleased to see an apartment I believe your father did. Can you tell me if it was his work?"
"Whose apartment?"
"It was an acquaintance of another friend who sadly has gone back to China. I don't know his name. I do know the address, though."
"And that is what?"
508 Patrick Henry Street.
"Oh, no," she said. "My father does not work there. He does no work south of Midtown, only for uptown people."
"But your office is here."
"Because people expect it to be here. All of our clients are on the Upper East and Upper West sides, and only a portion of them are Chinese."
"And you don't live in Chinatown?"
She laughed.
"We live in Greenwich, Connecticut. Do you know it?"
"No,"
he said. Disappointed, Lee asked,
"Can you tell me who might have arranged this apartment? It was very well done."
"This friend, he is wealthy?"
"Yes, very wealthy."
"Then I would say Mr. Zhao. He does many of the rich places downtown. Here's his address and name. He has an office in the back of a grocery and herb store. It's about 5 blocks from here."
She wrote the name on another slip of paper and jotted down the directions. He thanked her as she turned back to the computer. Outside, for luck, Sonny Lee waited until a taxi speeding down the street was 3 meters away, then jumped in front of the car. He wondered if she hoped the man would reach for his gun so that she could shoot him.
Yes,
Coe muttered, furious. Left hand, thumb and index finger only, on your weapon. Grip first. Move real slow. Disgust on his face, Coe carefully removed the weapon and handed it to her. Yindao pocketed it and then said, "Out of the car." She opened her door and stepped out. Then she opened his, the pistol unerringly targeted on the agent's chest. "Slow." He followed her out. She gestured him around to the sidewalk. "Face down." The ghost's heart, which had been pounding like a bird trapped in a glass case, calmed slowly. "Afraid, you can be brave." This was the height of irony, he reflected. He did indeed have Americans on the take, even within the INS, a hearing officer included, which is why he had been released so fast and easily yesterday morning, but he didn't know the names of everyone his agents had bribed here. And, as Yindao had just explained to Coe, he rarely had direct contact with any of them. As for knowing the location of the Wu safe house in Murray Hill, Yindao herself had given that information away when she'd asked if he wanted to join them there. Since Coe was apparently working for him, should he now try to save the man? No. Better to cut him off. The arrest would be a good diversion, and Yindao and the others would be less cautious, thinking they'd caught the traitor. He watched as, on the sidewalk, she expertly cuffed the agent, holstered her weapon, then pulled Coe roughly to his feet. The ghost rolled down his window and nodded toward the apartment. "Do you want me to talk to the Changs?" "That's not their place," Yindao said. "It's still a few blocks from here. I lied. I had to keep Coe off guard. I picked it because there's a police precinct house around the corner. They're going to hold him for the FBI to pick up." The ghost looked Ko over and added a dismayed tone to his voice as he said,
"You were going to tell the ghost where they were. Those children! You were going to let him kill those children! You're despicable!"
The agent stared back angrily for a moment, until Yindao roughly led him to the corner, where she was met by 3 uniformed officers, who took him into custody. The ghost glanced behind him and saw, at the end of the block, Yusuf's van idling at the curb. 5 minutes later, Yindao returned, climbed in the car, fired up the engine. They resumed their drive. The driver cursed and extended his middle finger. Li laughed. He'd cut the demon's tail very close and rendered him powerless. Now, blessed with invulnerability, he would find the ghost. He glanced at the slip of paper once more and started down the street toward the Lucky Hope shop. The ghost, wearing his windbreaker to conceal his new Glock 36, a .45 caliber model, was walking down Mulberry Street, sipping the milk out of a whole coconut he'd bought at the corner. A short straw protruded from the opening the vendor had hacked into the top with a cleaver. He'd just gotten the news from the Uyghur that Yusuf had hired to break into the special NYPD safe house where the Wu family was being kept in the Murray Hill section of the city. But the security was better than he'd expected, and the guards had spotted him. They'd nearly caught him, but the Turk had escaped. Undoubtedly, the police had moved the family already. A brief setback, but he'd eventually find out where they were. He passed a store selling statues and altars and joss sticks. In the window was an effigy of his protector, the archer god Yi. The ghost bowed his head slightly and then continued on. As he walked, he asked himself, did he believe in spirits? Did he believe that the dragons inhabited hills? He doubted that he did. After all, Qian Hao, the goddess of sailors, might have shaken her finger at the tempestuous sea and calmed it, but she'd done so only in a myth. In reality, she hadn't saved the piglets trapped in the hold of the Futsao dragon. And his own prayers to the goddess of mercy, Guan Yin, had gone unanswered years ago. She hadn't stopped the hand of the pimply student from beating his parents and brother to death for the ambiguous crime of being part of the old. On the other hand, the ghost certainly believed in Qi, the life energy that flows through everyone. He had felt this force 1,000 times. He felt it as the transfer between him and the woman he was fucking, felt it as the power of victory the instant he killed an enemy, felt it as a warning that he should avoid going into this room or meeting with that businessman. When he'd been sick or endangered, he'd felt his Qi impaired. Good Qi and bad Qi. And that meant you could channel the good force and divert or block the bad. Down one alley, then down another, then across a busy street, into yet another dim, cobblestoned alley. She looked at the ghost and shook her head with a grim laugh. "I'm sorry. Are you all right?" Although the incident had shaken her some, she now seemed more like herself, relaxed and confident. "Yes." The ghost laughed too. "You handled that perfectly. You're quite an artist at your profession." His smile faded. "A traitor within the INS. All that crap about the ghost killing his informant. He suckered us." She picked up her cell phone and made a call. "Okay, Rhyme. Ko's in custody at the precinct. No problems. John and I are going on to the Changs now. Where are the teams?" "Okay, I'll be there in 3 minutes. We're not going to wait for ESU. The ghost could be on his way there right now." He could indeed, the snakehead reflected. Yindao hung up. So they would be there before everyone else. His liaison with Yindao would not have to wait after all. He'd kill the Changs, get Yindao into the Turk's van, and escape. The ghost's hand went to her shoulder and squeezed it. He felt his erection grow even more powerful. "Oh, thanks for coming along, John." She smiled at him. "What do I say for friend? Yin Dao?" He shook his head.
That's what a man would say to a woman. You would say yin jing.
This was the word for male genitals. "Yin Jing," she said.
I'm honored,
he said, bowing his head slightly. He looked over her red hair, her pale skin, her long legs.
Your friend Rhyme is quite a detective. I would like to visit him after all this is over.
I'll give you a card. I have one in my purse.
Good.
Rhyme would have to die, too, because the ghost knew that he also was a man who would never stop until he'd defeated his enemies. Po fu sen zao. Break the cauldrons and sink the boats. Too dangerous to stay alive. She'd told him that he was paralyzed. How could one torture him, the ghost wondered. His face, eyes, tongue. There would be ways, depending on how much time he had. Fire was always good. Yin Dao turned abruptly down a one-way street and stopped. She examined the address numbers and then continued halfway down the block. She double-parked and left a police ID on the dashboard.
That's the house there.
She pointed to a 3-story red brick house several doors away, the lights on in the ground-floor apartment. Finally, he arrived at his destination. He finished the milk in the coconut and tossed the shell into a trash can. Then he carefully wiped his hands on a napkin and walked through the doorway, waving hello to his feng shui expert, Mr. Zhao, who sat in the back of the Lucky Hope shop. Sunny Lee lit another cigarette and continued down a street called the Bowery. Lee knew snakeheads, and he knew that they had money and a fierce sense of survival. The ghost would have other safe houses in the area, and, since feng shui was such a personal matter, if the ghost was satisfied with the work that Zhao had done on Patrick Henry Street, he would have used the man for these other locations, too. He felt good. Good omens. Good power. He and Lao Ban had made their sacrifices to Guan Di, the god of detectives. He'd been cutting demons' tails. And he had a loaded German automatic pistol in his pocket. If this feng shui man knew he was working for one of the most dangerous snakeheads in the world, he might be reluctant to talk about him. But Sunny Lee would get him to. Judge Di, the fictional detective, prosecutor, and judge in old China, conducted investigations very differently from Lao Ban. The techniques were similar to those used in modern-day China. The emphasis was on interrogation of witnesses and suspects, not on physical evidence. The key in criminal investigations, like so much else in Chinese culture, was patience, patience, patience. Even the brilliant and persistent Judge Di would re-interview the suspect dozens of times until a crack was found in his alibi or explanation. The judge would then tear apart the man's story until the suspect delivered the all-important goal of criminal investigation in China, not a jury verdict, but a confession, followed by the equally important vow of contrition. Anything that could elicit a confession was fair, even torture, though in Judge Di's day, if you tortured a suspect and it later turned out that he was innocent, the judge himself would be tortured and put to death. Sunny Lee was the namesake of a great American gangster, Sonny Corleone, son of the godfather Vito Corleone. He was a senior officer and detective in the 1st Prefecture, People's Public Security Bureau, L'Île Guyenne, Fujian Province, a world traveler, and the friend of Lao Ban, Lincoln Rhyme. Lee would extract the ghost's other addresses from the feng shui expert no matter what it took. He continued along the street, past the bustling crowds, the fish markets in front of which were baskets of scrabbling blue crabs and bins of ice containing clams and fish. Modest, but, the ghost reflected, far more luxurious than the yellow and beige clapboard or cinder block houses for which so many Chinese have Mao to thank. They climbed out of the car and walked to the sidewalk. Paused. "Stay out of sight," she whispered, and led him close to a line of boxwood hedges. The ghost glanced back. Yusuf had parked, and, through the faint dusk light, the ghost could just see him and the other Turk. He leaned close and smelled scented soap on her skin and sweat. He found his arousal unabated, and he pressed against her arm and hip as she examined the house. She nodded at the bay window in front. "We'll go through the back door, if it's unlocked. They'd be able to see us from the front and might run." She gestured him to follow her around the back of the house nearest them. Then together they cut through the backyards to the Chang's. They moved slowly, so they wouldn't knock into anything in the near dark and announce their presence. At the back door of the Piglet's apartment they paused, and Yindao looked into the window at a small kitchen. No one was inside. "Always look through the back window first," she whispered. "My new police tactical rule." She smiled wistfully at this, though she didn't explain why. "Come on," she said. "Move slow. Don't startle them. Tell them right away we're here to help. We want to protect them from the ghost. And tell them there's a good chance for asylum." The ghost nodded and tried to imagine what their reaction would be when Sam Chang and his wife saw who the police translator was. Yindao tried the door. It was unlocked. She pushed it open quickly, so it wouldn't squeak, he supposed. How should he handle this? He realized that he should probably debilitate Yindao immediately. She was too much of a risk merely to threaten. The best thing to do, he decided, was to shoot her in the leg. The back of her knee would be ironic, he decided, considering her arthritis. He and the Turks would kill the Changs, then back to the Windstar. They would speed to a safe house or a deserted warehouse somewhere for his hours with Yindao. They walked silently through the small, stifling kitchen. On the stove a pot of water was heating. Half an onion sat on a cutting board, a bunch of parsley nearby. Some of them sliced open, their tiny black hearts still beating. He came to the Lucky Hope shop, a small place, but packed with merchandise. Jars of twisted ginseng root, packs of dried cuttlefish, Hello Kitty toys and candies for children, noodles and spices, dusty bags of rice, bins of melon seeds, star noodles, tea for the liver and kidney, dried croaker, oyster sauce, lotus, jelly, and gums, frozen tea buns, and packs of tripe. In the back, he found a man sitting at a desk, smoking, reading a Chinese-language newspaper. The office was, as Sunny Lee had expected, perfectly arranged. Convex mirrors to trap the bad energy, a large translucent jade dragon, better than wood or ceramic, and, important for successful business, a small aquarium against what would be the north wall. In it swam black fish.
"You are Zhao?" "Yes, that's right," Lee said. "I'm honored to meet you, sir. I was at the apartment of a friend at 508 Patrick Henry Street. I believe you arranged it."
Zhao's eyes narrowed a millimeter. Then he nodded cautiously.
"A friend." "That's right, sir. Unfortunately, I need to get in touch with him, and he is no longer at that apartment. I was hoping you could tell me where he might be. His name is Quan Ang."
Another faint contraction of the man's brows.
"I am sorry, sir. I don't know anyone of that name." "Oh, that's unfortunate, Mr. Zhao, because if you did know him, and you were to direct me to any other places he might be found, there would be a lot of money in it for you. It's important that I find him." "I can't help you." "You know that Quan Ang is a snakehead and a murderer.
I suspect you do know that. I can see it in your eyes.
Sonny Lee could read faces the way Lao Ban could read evidence.
No, you are mistaken.
Mr. Zhao began to sweat. Beads appeared on his scalp.
So,
Lee continued,
any money he has paid you has blood on it, the blood of innocent women and children. Does that not trouble you? I cannot help you.
Zhao gazed down at a sheaf of papers on his desk.
Now, I must get back to work.
Tap, tap. Lee was gently striking the desktop with his pistol. Zhao stared at it fearfully.
So you must be considered a confederate of his. Perhaps you are his partner.
What, he wondered, had Mrs. Chang been making for dinner? Yindao walked through the kitchen. She paused at the doorway of the corridor that led to the living room, gestured that he stop. The Turks, he noticed, were outside, in the alley beside the house. Yindao's back was to him, and he motioned them around to the front. Yusuf nodded, and the two men moved off. The ghost decided that he would let Yindao precede him. Give her a minute or so inside the living room with the Changs to put them at ease, and to give the Turks a chance to get in position at the front door. Then he would push inside and shoot her, which would be a signal for the Turks to break in and help him finish off the family. Hanging back, the ghost reached under his windbreaker and pulled his gun from the waistband of his workout slacks. Alone, Yindao began to walk slowly into the dark corridor. Chapter 45. A sound nearby. A footstep? Wondered Sam Chang, sitting on his couch next to his youngest son. In the front? In the back? They sat in the dim living room of their apartment, clustered around the television on which a talk show was playing. The volume was up, but still Chang had clearly heard a noise. A snap. Yes, a footstep. What was it? A phoenix rising from ashes, a dragon angered that this heavy house had been built on his home. The spirit of his father returning here to comfort them, perhaps to warn them. Or maybe it was Gui, the ghost himself, who had found them. It's my imagination, Chang thought. Except that he looked across the room and saw William, where he'd been reading a year-old auto magazine. The boy was sitting up, his neck lifted, head swiveling slowly, like a heron trying to identify the source of danger. "What is it, husband?" Mei whispered, now seeing both their faces. She pulled Bao Yi to her. Another click. A footstep. He couldn't tell where it came from. Sam Chang was on his feet quickly. William joined him. Ronald started to rise, but his father waved the young boy into the bedroom. A firm nod at his wife. She gazed into his eyes for a moment, then slipped into the bedroom with the toddler and her youngest son, and shut the door silently. "Do what I told you, son." "You are a snakehead too. I think that is so." No, I honestly don't know who you mean. I am simply a practitioner of feng." "Ah," Lee sneered. "I'm tired of this. I'll call the INS and let them take over from here. They can deal with you and your family." He nodded toward a cluster of family pictures on the wall. Then he turned toward the door. "Oh, there's no need for that," Zhao said quickly. "Sir, you mentioned money before?" 5,000 one color. If he... Quan will never learn about you. You'll be paid in cash by the police." Zhao wiped his face with his shirt sleeve. His eyes swept the desktop as he debated. Tap, tap, tap. Finally, Zhao blurted, "I am not sure of the address. He and his associate picked me up here and drove me to the apartment through alleyways. But if you want him, I will tell you this. He was here not 5 minutes ago. He left just before you walked in." "What? Quan Ang himself?" "Yes.
Which way did he go?" "Outside the store I saw him turn left. If you hurry, you can find him. He's carrying a yellow bag with my store's name on it. Wait, sir, my money!" But Lee was sprinting out of the store. Outside, he turned to the left and jogged down the street. He looked around frantically. Then, about 100 meters away, he saw a man of medium build with short dark hair carrying a yellow shopping bag. His gait was familiar. Lee remembered it from the ship. Yes, Lee thought, his heart stuttering with excitement. It's the ghost. He supposed he should try to call Laoban or Hongse, but he couldn't risk the man's escaping. Lee started after him, gripping the pistol in his pocket. Sprinting, breathless, he closed the distance quickly. He was gasping loudly, and as he got nearer, the ghost paused. As he started to look behind him, Lee ducked behind a dumpster. When he looked out again, the snakehead was continuing through the deserted alley. In L'Île Guyenne, Sonny Lee had a pale blue uniform, white gloves, and a hat with a patent leather brim. But here, he looked like a busboy. He had nothing on him to indicate that he was working with the New York Police Department and Lincoln Rhyme. He was concerned that if someone saw him arrest the ghost, they would think that he himself was an attacker, a bandit, and the police would arrest him, and the snakehead would escape in the confusion. And so Lee decided to take the man here, in the deserted alley. When the ghost turned down one more alley, Lee made certain that no one was around and simply sprinted forward as fast as he could, the pistol outstretched in his hand. Before the snakehead realized he was being pursued, Sonny Lee was on him, grabbing his collar and shoving his gun into the man's back. William took his position beside the doorway that led to the back of the apartment, holding an iron pipe Chang had found in the backyard. Together, father and son had planned what they would do if the ghost came for them. Chang would shoot the first person through the door, either the ghost or his bangso. Hearing the shot, the others would probably hang back, giving William time to grab the fallen man's pistol, so he too would have a weapon. Chang then shut off 2 of the lights in the living room so that he would not be so evident a target, but he could see the assailant in the doorway in silhouette. He'd shoot for the head. From here, he couldn't miss. Sam Chang crouched down behind a chair. He ignored his exhaustion from the ordeal on the ship, exhaustion from the loss of his father, exhaustion from the erosion of his soul in these 2 short days, and with his steady calligrapher's hands, pointed the weapon at the doorway. Inside the townhouse, Amelia Sachs stepped forward slowly into the dark corridor. "Wait here a minute, John," she whispered. "Yes," came the faint reply. She stepped into the corridor, hesitated only a moment, and then called, "Now!" "What?" the ghost asked, hesitating. But instead of responding, she spun back toward him, raising her own pistol so quickly that the motion of the black weapon was a gray blur. The abyss of the muzzle settled steadily on the ghost's chest before he could even lift his own Glock. Sachs's utterance hadn't been directed to the ghost at all, but to the half-dozen men and women in full combat gear, Bo Howman and other Emergency Services Unit tactical cops, who pushed into the small kitchen. They rushed in from the back door and passed her from the living room, guns pointed at the shocked ghost's face, screaming their deafening litany, "Down! Down! Down! Police! Drop your weapon! On the floor! Down!" His pistol was torn from his hand, and he was flung face down to the floor and cuffed and frisked. He felt a tug at his ankle, and the Model 51, his lucky gun, was lifted away. Then his pockets emptied. "We've got the subject down," an officer shouted. "Scene clear. Outside, we've got 2, both down and locked," meaning on their bellies with cuffs or plastic restraints on their wrists. These were the 2 men in the Windstar Sachs had spotted following them. More the Uyghurs from the cultural center in Queens, she'd assumed. "Any other minders?" Sachs bent down and whispered harshly into the ghost's ear. "We've got the 2 men who are following us. Anybody else?" The ghost didn't answer, and Sachs said into her radio, "I only noticed the 1 van. That's probably it." Then Lon Solito and Eddie Deng joined her from upstairs, where they'd been waiting, out of the way of the takedown team. The killer dropped the yellow bag and started to reach under his shirt, but Lee pressed his gun against the ghost's neck. "Don't move!"
He took a large pistol from his prisoner's belt and slipped it into his own pocket. Then he roughly spun the snakehead around to face him. "Quan Ang," he intoned, then recited the familiar incantation. "I'm arresting you for violation of the organic laws of the People's Republic of China." But as he was about to continue the litany and present the particular offenses, Lee's voice faded. He glanced at the neck of the ghost's shirt, which had been tugged open as he'd reached for his pistol. Lee saw a white bandage taped to the man's chest, and, dangling from a leather cord around the ghost's neck, was a soapstone amulet in the shape of a monkey. Chapter 40. His eyes wide in shock, Sonny Lee stepped back, holding the pistol level at the ghost's face. You, he stammered. His thoughts were jammed as he tried to figure out what was happening. Finally, he whispered, "You killed John Sung at the beach, and you took his papers and the stone monkey. You've been pretending to be him." The ghost looked at him carefully. Then he smiled. "We've both been doing some masquerading, it looks like. You were one of the piglets on the Futsal Dragon." He nodded. "Waiting to get me on U.S. soil to arrest me and turn me over to the police here." Lee understood what the man had done. He'd stolen the red Honda from the restaurant on the beach. Lao Ban and the police assumed he'd driven it to the city, but no. He'd stuffed Sung's body into the trunk and hidden it near the beach, where no one would think to look for it. Then he'd given himself a superficial wound with his own gun and swum back into the ocean, awaiting rescue by the police and the INS, who helpfully transported him into the city themselves, first to the hospital and then to the immigration hearing officer. 10 judges of hell, Lee thought again. Hongse had no clue that the doctor was the snakehead himself. "You were using a policewoman to find out where the Changs and the Woos were." The ghost nodded. "I needed information. She was happy to provide it." He now examined Lee more closely. "Why did you do this, little man? Why did you come all the way after me?" "You killed 3 people in Liu Guan, my town." "Did I? I don't remember. I was there a year ago, I think. Why did I kill them? Maybe they deserved it." They looked the ghost over as he lay on the floor, breathless from the shock and the rough treatment. Amelia Sachs thought he looked harmless, just a handsome but diminutive Asian man with slightly graying hair. Solito's radio blared with the message, "Snipers 1 and 2 to base. Okay to stand down?" He turned the squelch down on his Motorola and said, "Base to snipers. That's a roger." The big detective added to the ghost, "They had you in their sights from the minute you stepped out of the station wagon. If you'd aimed your weapon in her direction, you'd be dead now. Lucky man." They dragged the ghost into the living room and pushed him into a chair. Eddie Deng read him his rights, in English, Putonghua, and Minanhua, just to make sure. He confirmed that he understood, with surprisingly little emotion, Sachs observed, considering the circumstances. "How are the Changs?" Sachs asked Solito. "They're fine. 2 INS teams are at their apartment, and almost got ugly. The father'd got his hands on a gun, was ready to shoot it out, but the agent spotted him through a window with a night scope. They got the apartment's phone number and called to tell them that they were surrounded. As soon as Chang realized it was a legit INS team and not the ghost, he gave it up." "The baby?" "She's fine. Social worker's on the way. They're going to keep them at their place in Owl's Head until we're through with this piece of shit." Nodding toward the ghost. "Then we can go over there and debrief them." The townhouse in which they now stood, about a mile from the Changs, was a neatly decorated place, full of flowers and tchotchkes, a surprise to Sachs, considering that it was inhabited by one of the city's best homicide detectives. "So, this is your house, Lon?" she asked, picking up a porcelain little Bo Peep statuette. "It's my better others," he answered defensively, using the cop's pet name for Rachel, his girlfriend. He'd combined better half and significant other in a rare display of levity. They'd moved in together several months ago.
She inherited half of this stuff from her mother.
He took the figurine from Sachs and replaced it carefully on the shelf.
This was the best we could do for a takedown site on such short notice. We figured if we drove too far from Owl's Head, the prick would start to get suspicious.
It was all fake,
the ghost said, amused. It seemed to Sachs that his English was better than the dialect he'd affected when he'd been portraying John Sung.
You set me up.
Guess we did.
Lincoln Rhymes' call, as they'd been driving through Brooklyn on their way to the Chang's real apartment in Owl's Head, had been to tell Sachs that he now believed the ghost was masquerading as John Sung. Sonny Lee was appalled that the man didn't even remember the deaths.
No, you and a little snakehead started shooting. You killed 3 bystanders.
Then it was an accident.
No, it was murder.
Well, listen, little man. I'm tired, and I don't have much time. The police are close to finding the Changs, and I have to get there first, and then get out of this country and go home. So, 100,000 one color, the ghost said. I can give it to you in cash right now.
I'm not like most of the Security Bureau officers you're used to.
Oh, you mean you're more greedy? Then 200,000.
The ghost laughed.
You would have to work for 100 years to make that much money in L'Île Guyenne.
You are under arrest.
The smile on the ghost's face faded, realizing that he was serious.
This will go badly for your wife and children if you don't let me go. Lee growled.
You will lie down on your belly, now.
All right. An honorable and honest Security Bureau officer. I am surprised. What's your name, little man?
My name is not your concern.
The ghost knelt on the cobblestones. Lee decided to use his shoelaces to tie the ghost's wrists. Suddenly Lee realized in shock that the shopping bag was between them and that the ghost's right hand had disappeared behind it.
No!
He shouted. The Lucky Hope shop bag exploded toward Lee as the ghost fired through it with the second gun he had hidden in an ankle holster or his sock. The bullet zipped past Lee's hip. He raised his hand in an automatic gesture, flinching. But by the time he was thrusting his own pistol forward, the snakehead had knocked it from his hand. Lee grabbed the ghost's wrist and tried to pull the Model 51 from his fingers. Together they tumbled to the slick cobblestones, and this gun too fell to the ground. Desperately they clutched at each other, clawing and striking when they could, but mostly wrestling and trying to reach one of the weapons that lay on the cobblestones near them. The ghost slammed his palm into Lee's face and stunned him, then spun away, struggling to pull the Glock from the cop's pocket. Lee recovered quickly and tackled the ghost, knocking this weapon too to the ground. The cop's knee struck the killer's back and knocked the breath out of him. Still facing away from Lee, the ghost, gasping and moaning in pain, struggled to his knees. Lee's arm remained around the snakehead's throat in a chokehold. Unstoppable, the ghost struggled toward the pistol.
Stop him! Stop him! Lee raged to himself. He's the man who would kill Hong Se, the man who would kill the Changs, who would kill Lao Ban too. Stop him!
Another team of INS and NYPD cops was on their way to the Chang's real apartment to detain them. Solito and Eddie Deng were setting up a takedown site at Solito's house where they could collar him without the risk of bystanders getting killed in a shootout with the homicidal snakehead and capture any bangsos with him. Rhyme assumed that they would be following Sachs from the safe house in Chinatown, or else would be summoned by the snakehead via cell phone when they arrived at the Changs. As she'd listened to Rhyme's voice, it had taken all of Sachs's emotional strength to nod and pretend that Ko was working for the ghost, and that the man who was supposedly her friend, her doctor, the man sitting 2 feet from her and undoubtedly armed, wasn't the killer they'd been seeking for the past 2 days. She thought, too, of the acupressure session last night, coming to him with her secret, with her desperate hope of being cured. She shivered with repulsion at the memory of his hands on her back and shoulders. She thought, too, with horror, that she'd actually mentioned to him the location of the safe house where the Woos were staying when she'd asked him if he wanted to join them. The ghost asked,
"How did your friend, this Lincoln Rhyme, know that I wasn't Sung?"
She picked up the plastic bag containing the contents of the ghost's pockets. Inside were the fragments of the shattered monkey amulet. Sachs held it close to his face.
"The stone monkey," she explained. "I found some trace under Sonny Lee's fingernails. It was magnesium silicate, like talc. Rhyme found out that it came from soapstone, which is what the amulet's carved out of."
Sachs reached out and roughly tugged down the ghost's turtleneck, revealing the red line from the leather cord.
"What happened? He ripped it off your neck and it broke?"
She released the cloth and stepped away. The ghost nodded slowly.
"Before I shot him, he was clawing the ground. I thought he was begging for mercy, but then he looked up and smiled at me."
So Lee had scraped some of the soft stone under his nails intentionally to tell them the ghost was actually Sung. Once Cooper's report on magnesium silicate told them that the substance might be soapstone, Rhyme remembered the contamination on Sax's hands yesterday. He realized that it might have come from Sung's amulet. He'd called the officers who'd guarded Sung's apartment, and they'd confirmed that there was a back entrance to the place, which meant that the ghost had been able to come and go without their seeing him. He'd also asked if there was a gardening shop near the place, the likely source for the mulch that they'd found, and was told about the florist on the ground floor of the apartment building. He seized the leather thong around the ghost's neck, the one that held the stone monkey amulet, and began to pull hard. The leather tightened. The ghost's hands flailed uselessly, and from his throat came a gurgling noise. The snakehead began to quiver. His heels were nearly off the ground.
"Let go," Sonny Lee told himself. "Arrest him. Don't murder him." But he didn't let go. He pulled harder and harder until the leather snapped. The monkey figurine fell to the ground and shattered. Lee stumbled backward, falling hard into the alley, striking his head on the cobblestones. He nearly passed out. Judges of hell! The cop could faintly see the ghost, also on his hands and knees, gasping and coughing, holding his throat with one hand as his other patted the ground for a weapon. An image came into Lee's mind. His stern father reprimanding him for some foolish comment. Then another one. The bodies of the ghost's victims in Lee's town in China, lying bloody on the sidewalk in front of the cafe. And he pictured another terrible sight, one that had not yet happened. Hongse dead, lying in darkness. Laoban, too, his face as still in death as his body had been in life. Sonny Lee rolled to his knees and began crawling toward his enemy. The crime scene bus left 20-foot skid marks on the Chinatown street, which was slick with runoff from the melting ice from bins at a nearby fish market. Amelia Sachs, her face grim, jumped out, accompanied by INS agent Alan Coe and Eddie Deng. They ran through the pungent alleyway toward the cluster of uniformed officers from the 5th Precinct. The men and women stood casually, looking as matter-of-fact as police always did at crime scenes, even scenes of homicides. Sachs slowed and gazed down at the body. Sonny Lee was lying on his stomach on the filthy cobblestones, eyes partially open, palms flat beside him, level with his shoulders, as if he were about to start a series of push-ups. Sachs paused, filled with the desire to drop to her knees and grip the man's hand. She'd walked the grid many times in the years she'd worked with Rhyme, but this was her first scene involving a fellow cop and, she could now say, friend. A friend, too, of Rhyme's. Still, she resisted the temptation toward sentiment. This was, after all, a crime scene, no different from any other, and then he checked calls to Sachs's cell phone. The number of the cell that had been used to call the Uyghur Center showed up in her records.
The real John Sung had been a doctor and the ghost was not. But, as Sunny Lee had told Rhyme, everyone in China knew something about Eastern medicine. What the ghost had diagnosed about Sachs and the herbs he'd given her were common knowledge among anyone who'd been treated regularly by a Chinese doctor.
"And your friend from the INS?"
the ghost asked. "Ko?" Sachs replied. "We knew he didn't have any connection with you, but I had to pretend Ko was the spy. We needed to make sure you didn't think we were on to you, and we needed him out of the way. If he'd found out who you were, he might have gone after you again like he did on Canal Street. We wanted a clean takedown, and we didn't want him to go to jail for killing someone." Sachs couldn't resist adding, "Even you." The ghost merely smiled calmly. When she'd handed Ko over to the 3 cops from the precinct house, she'd explained to him what was going on. The agent, of course, had been shocked to have been sitting inches from the man who'd killed his informant in China, and had begun to complain angrily that he wanted to be part of the takedown. But the order to keep him in protective custody had been issued by one police plaza, and he wasn't going anywhere until the ghost was in custody. Then she looked him over, shook her head in disgust. "You shot Sung, hid the body, then shot yourself, and swam back into the ocean. You nearly drowned."
"I didn't have much choice, did I? Jerry Tung abandoned me. There was no way I was going to escape from the beach without masquerading as Sung."
"What about your gun?"
"Stuffed it into my sock in the ambulance. Then I hid it in the hospital and picked it up after the INS officer released me."
"INS officer," she mused, nodding. "You did get released awfully fast." The ghost said nothing, and she added, "Well, that's something else we'll look into." Then she asked, "Everything you told me about John Sung, you made it up?" The ghost shrugged.
"No. What I told you about him was true. Before I killed him, I made him tell me about himself, about everyone who was on the raft, about Chang and Wu. Enough so I could make my performance believable. I threw out his picture ID and kept the wallet and the amulet."
"Where's his body?" Another placid smile was his response. His serenity infuriated her. He was caught and was going to jail for the rest of his life and might possibly be executed. As Lincoln Rhyme often pointed out, one of the worst contaminants at scenes was careless cops. Look past it. Ignore who the victim is. Remember Rhyme's advice. Give up the dead. Well, that'd be damn tough to do. For both of them. But for Lincoln Rhyme especially. Sachs had noticed that in the past 2 days, Rhyme had formed an improbable bond with this man, as close as he'd come to a friendship since she'd known him. She was now aware of the painful silence of 1,000 conversations never to occur, of 1,000 laughs never to be shared. But then she thought of someone else, Bao Yi, soon to be another victim of the man who'd committed this crime, if they didn't find him. And so Sachs put the pain away, the same way she closed and locked the storage box in which her Colt .45 competition shooting pistol rested.
"We did what you wanted,"
said another officer, a detective in a gray suit.
"Nobody got closer than this. Only the EMS tech was in."
A nod toward the body.
"He's DCDS."
Cop initials, perfunctorily signifying the category of lifelessness. Deceased, confirmed dead at the scene. Agent Ko walked slowly up to her.
"I'm sorry,"
the agent said, running his hand through his scarlet hair. There seemed to be little genuine sadness in his voice, however.
"Yeah."
"He was a good man."
"Yes, he was."
She said this bitterly, thinking, "And he was a hell of a better cop than you are. If you hadn't fucked up yesterday, we'd have gotten the ghost. Sonny would still be alive, and Bao Yi and the Changs would be safe." She motioned to the cops. "I've got to run the scene. Could I have everybody out of here?"
"Oh, man," she thought.
dismayed at what she now had to do, though she was anticipating not the difficult and sad task of searching the scene, but something far more arduous. She pulled her headset on and plugged it into her radio. Okay, just go ahead. Do it. She made the call to Central and was patched through to the phone. A click.
Yes?
Rhyme asked. She said, I'm here. A pause. Then,
And?
She sensed him trying to keep hope out of his voice. He's dead. The criminalist gave no response for a moment. But he looked as if he were only being inconvenienced by a late train. Fury seized her, and she drew back her hand to strike him in the face. But when he gave no reaction, no cringe, no squint, she lowered her arm, refusing to give him the satisfaction of stoically withstanding the blow. Sax's ringing phone intruded. She stepped away and answered, Yes?
Everyone having fun?
Rhyme's voice demanded sarcastically.
Having a picnic, maybe? Taking in a movie? Forgetting about the rest of us?
Rhyme, we were in the middle of a takedown.
I suppose somebody was going to call me eventually and let me know what happened. At some point. No, I won't, Tom. I'm pissed off.
We've been a little busy here, Rhyme, she answered.
Just wondering what was going on. I'm not psychic, you know.
She knew he'd already heard that none of their team was injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't be riddling her with sarcasm. She responded, You can stow the attitude.
Stow? Spoken like a true sailor, Sachs.
Because we caught him, she added. I tried to get him to tell me where John Sung's body is, but he...
Well, we can figure that out, Sachs, can't we? It is obvious, after all.
To some people, maybe, she reflected, though she was delighted to hear his characteristic barbs, rather than the flat-line voice of earlier. The criminalist continued,
In the trunk of the stolen Honda.
And that's still out on the eastern end of Long Island? She asked, understanding finally.
Of course. Where else would it be? The ghost stole it, killed Sung, and then drove east to hide it. We wouldn't look in that direction. We'd assume he headed west, into the city.
Solito hung up his phone and pointed to the street. Sachs nodded and said, I've got to go see some people, Rhyme.
See some people? See? You are treating this like a goddamn picnic. Who?
She considered for a moment and said, Some friends. Chapter 46. She found the family standing outside a run-down house near Owl's Head Park. The smell of sewage was heavy in the air, from the treatment plant that had both betrayed them and saved their lives. None of the family was in handcuffs, and Sachs was pleased at that. She was also pleased that 2 uniformed NYPD police were chatting good-naturedly with the boy who must have been the Chang's youngest son. His father, Sam Chang, stood with his arms crossed, grim and silent, head down, as an Asian-American man in a suit, an INS agent, she assumed, talked with him, jotting notes.
I see.
I'm sorry, Lincoln, she said softly. Another pause, and he said,
No first name, Sachs. Bad luck, remember?
His voice nearly caught.
All right, get going. Run the scene. Time's running out for the Changs.
Sure, Rhyme. I'm on it. She quickly dressed in the Tyvek suit and went about processing the scene. Sachs did the fingernail scrapings, the substance samples, the ballistics, the footprints, the shell casings, the slugs. She took the pictures. She lifted prints. But she felt she was just going through the motions. Come on, she snapped at herself. You're acting like you're some damn rookie. We don't have time to just collect evidence. Think about Bao Yi. Think about the Changs. Give Rhyme something he can work with. Think. She turned back to the body and processed it more carefully, considering everything that she found, demanding in her mind that every bit of evidence explain itself, offer an explanation of where it had come from, what it might mean. One of the uniformed officers walked up to her, but seeing her stony face, he retreated quickly. A half-hour later, she'd finished bagging everything, written her name on the chain of custody cards, and assembled the evidence. She made another call to the criminalist.
"Go ahead,"
Rhymes said grimly. How it hurt to hear the pain in his voice. For years, she'd heard so much flat emotion, so much lethargy, so much resignation. That had been tough, but it didn't compare to the pain now in Rhymes' voice. He was shot 3 times in the chest, but we've got 4 casings. 1 casing's from a Model 51, probably the one we saw before. The others are 45. He was killed with that one, it looks like. Then I found the Walther that Sonny was carrying. There was trace on his leg, yellow paper flecks, and some kind of dried plant material. And there was a pile of the same material on the cobblestones.
"What's your scenario, Sachs?"
I think Sonny spots the ghost leaving a store, carrying something in a yellow bag. Sonny follows him. He collars him in the alley here and gets the ghost's new gun, the 45. He assumes that's his only weapon. Sonny relaxes and tells the ghost to get onto the ground, but the ghost pulls out his backup, the Model 51, and shoots through the bag, spattering the plant material and flecks of paper on Sonny. The bullet misses, but the ghost jumps him. There's a fight. The ghost gets the 45 and kills Sonny.
"Because,"
Rhymes said. At his side was an unhappy, stolid woman in her 40s, holding the hand of Bao Yi. Sachs felt a huge thud within her when she saw the treasured child. The toddler was adorable. A round-faced girl with silky black hair cut in bangs and short on the sides. She wore red corduroy jeans and a Hello Kitty sweatshirt that was about 2 sizes too big for her. A detective recognized Stiletto and walked up to him and Sachs. "The family's fine. We're taking them to the INS detention in Queens. It looks like with Chang's record of dissident activity. He was at Tiananmen and has a history of persecution. He's got a good shot at asylum."
"You have caught the ghost?"
Sam Chang asked her in unsteady English as he joined them. He would have heard the news, but understandably couldn't get enough reassurance that the killer was, in fact, safely in custody. "Yes," she said, her eyes not on the man she was speaking to, though, but on Bao Yi. "He's in custody." Chang said,
"You were important with his capture?"
Sachs smiled. "I was at the party, yep."
"Thank you."
The man seemed to want to add more, but the English was perhaps too daunting. He thought for a moment, and then asked,
"I may ask you, the old man killed in Ghost's apartment building, where is body?"
"Your father?"
"Yes."
"At the city morgue, downtown in Manhattan."
"He must have proper funeral. Is very important."
Sachs said, "I'll make sure he's not moved. After you're through with the INS, you can arrange to have a funeral home pick him up."
"Thank you."
A small blue Dodge with a City of New York seal pulled up to the scene. A black woman in a brown pantsuit got out, carrying an attaché case. The woman spoke to the INS agent and Sachs.
"I'm Chiffon Wilson. I'm a social worker with Children's Services."
An ID card was flashed.
"You're here for the baby?" "Right."
Chang looked quickly at his wife. Sachs asked,
"You're taking her?"
"We have to."
"She can't stay with them?"
Wilson shook her head sympathetically.
"I'm afraid not. They have no claim to her. She's an orphaned citizen of another country. She'll have to go back to China."
Sachs nodded slowly, then gestured the social worker aside. She whispered,
"She's a girl. You know what happens to baby girl orphans in China? She'll be adopted."
"Maybe," Sachs said dubiously.
The yellow paper and the plant material were on Sonny's legs, meaning the ghost had the Model 51 in an ankle holster and fired low. The gunshot residue was high on his body from the .45.
That's what it looks like.
And how do we use that scenario?
Wherever the ghost bought that stuff that was in the bag, a clerk might know him and have an idea where he lives.
You want to canvass all the stores near there to see who has yellow bags?
No, that'd take too long. It'd be better to find out what the plant material is first.
Bring it in, Sachs. Mel will run it through the chromatograph.
No, I've got a better idea, she said. A glance at Sunny Lee's body. She forced herself to look away. It's probably Chinese herbs or spices. I'm going to stop by John Sung's apartment with a sample of it. He should be able to tell me right away what it is. He only lives a few blocks from here.
Part 5. All in Good Time. Wednesday, the hour of the rooster, 6:45 p.m. to Monday, the hour of the monkey, 3 p.m. To effect capture, the opponent's men must be entirely encircled without any adjacent places vacant. Exactly as in war, when a post is surrounded, the soldiers are taken prisoner by the enemy. The game of Wei Qi. Chapter 41. He stared out the window at the gray dusk, premature because of the lingering storm. His head drooped forward, heavy, heavy, immobile. This wasn't from damaged fibers of nerve, but from sorrow. Rhyme was thinking of Sunny Lee. When he'd run the forensic unit, he'd had the chance to hire dozens, probably hundreds of employees, and to finagle, or bully, onto his staff men and women from other assignments because he knew they were damn good cops. He couldn't tell exactly what appealed to him about these people. Oh, sure, they had the textbook qualifications: persistence, intelligence, patience, stamina, keen powers of observation, empathy. Yet there was another quality, something that Rhyme, for all his rational self, couldn't define, though he recognized it immediately. There was no better way to say it than the desire, even the joy, of pursuing a prey at all costs. Whatever else Sunny Lee's failings, his cigarettes at crime scenes, his reliance on omens and the woo-woo factor, he had this essential aspect. I don't know about that. I just know that I'm following the law. Look, we do this all the time, and we've never heard about any problems with the kids who go back to the recipient country. Recipient country. The phrase troubled her as much as Coe's harsh undocumenteds. Sachs asked, "Do you ever hear anything at all after they go back?" Wilson hesitated. "No." She then nodded to the INS agent, who spoke in Chinese to the Changs. Mei Mei's face went still, but she nodded and directed the baby to the social worker. "She will," Mei Mei said, then frowned, trying to think of the English words. "Yes?" the social worker asked. "She will be good take care of?" "Yes, she will." "She very good baby. Lost mother. Make sure she good take care of?" "I'll make sure." Mei Mei looked at the girl for a long moment, then turned her attention back to her youngest son. Wilson picked up Bao Yi, who squinted at Sax's red hair and reached out to grip a handful of the strands with curiosity. When she tugged hard, Sax laughed. The social worker started for her car. "Ding!" came a woman's urgent voice. Sax recognized the word for wait or stop. She turned to see Zhong Mei Mei walking toward them. "Yes?" "Here, there is this." Mei Mei handed her a stuffed animal toy, crudely made. A cat, Sax believed. "She like this. Make her happy." Wilson took it and gave it to Bao Yi. The child's eyes were on the toy. Mei Mei's on the girl. Then the social worker strapped the child into a car seat and drove away. Sachs spent a half-hour talking to the Changs, debriefing them, seeing if she could learn anything else that might help shore up the case against the ghost. Then the exhaustion of the past 2 days caught up with her, and she knew it was time to go home. She climbed into the crime scene bus, glancing back once to see the Changs climb into an INS minibus. She and Mei Mei happened to catch each other's eyes for an instant. Then the door closed. The bus pulled into the street, and the vanished, the piglets, the undocumenteds. The lone cop had traveled literally to the ends of the earth to collar his suspect. Rhyme would have traded 100 eager rookies and 100 cynical veterans for one cop like Sonny Lee. A small man who wanted nothing more than to offer to the citizens on his beat some retribution for the harms done to them, some justice, some comfort in the aftermath of evil. And for his reward, Lee was content to enjoy a good hunt, a challenge, and, perhaps, just a little respect from those he cared about. He glanced at the book he'd inscribed to Lee. To my friend.
Okay, Mel,
he said evenly.
Let's put this one together. What have we got?
Mel Cooper was hunched over the plastic bags the patrolman had raced here from the crime scene in Chinatown. Footprints.
We sure it was the ghost?
Rhyme asked. Yep, Cooper confirmed. They're identical. Looking at the electrostatic prints that Sachs had taken. Rhyme agreed they were the same.
Now the slugs.
He was examining the 2 bullets, one flattened, one intact, both bloody.
Check the lands and grooves.
This referred to the angular marks left in the soft lead bullet by the rifling in the barrel of the gun, the spiral grooves that spin the slug to make it go faster and more accurately. By examining the number of grooves and the degree of the twist, a ballistics expert can often determine the type of gun the shooter used. Cooper, wearing latex gloves, measured the undamaged slug and the marks cut in the side from the rifling. It's a .45 ACP, octagonal profile in the lands and grooves, right-hand twist. I'm guessing one complete twist every 15, 16 inches. I'll look that up and...
Don't bother,
Rhyme said shortly.
It's a Glock.
The unsexy but dependable Austrian pistols were increasingly popular throughout the world, among criminals and police alike.
What's the wear on the barrel?
Sharp profile.
So it's new. Probably the G36.
He was surprised. This compact but extremely powerful handgun was expensive and wasn't widely available yet. In the United States, you found it mostly among federal agents. Useful? Useful? He wondered. Not yet. All it told them was the type of gun, not where the weapon or the ammunition had been purchased. Still, it was evidence, and it belonged on the board. The family began their journey to yet another temporary home. Evidence exists independent of perpetrators, of course, and even though the ghost was in custody, Lincoln Rhyme and Amelia Sachs spent the next morning processing the information that continued to arrive regarding the ghost kill case. An analysis of the chemical markers in the C4 by the FBI had determined that the likely source of the plastic explosive used to blow up the ship was a North Korean arms dealer who regularly sold weaponry to China. Recovery divers from the Evan Brigant had brought up the bodies of the crewmen and the other immigrants from the Futsal Dragon, as well as the rest of the money, about $120,000. The cash had been logged into evidence and was being stored in an FBI safe deposit box. They also had learned that Ling Shuibian, The man who had paid the money to the ghost and had written him the letter that Sachs found on the ship had an address in Futsal. Rhyme assumed he was one of the ghost's little snakeheads, or partners, and he emailed the name and address to the Futsal Public Security Bureau with a note telling them about Ling's involvement with the ghost. "You want it on the chart?" Tom asked, nodding at the whiteboard.
Right,
he said impatiently. They still would have to present the evidence to the prosecutors, and reproducing the information as it was written on the whiteboards would be the most concise and helpful way to do this. The aide took the marker and wrote down the information that had just come in. Ghost used new C4 to blow up ship, checking origin of explosive through chemical markers. North Korean arms dealer is source. Large quantity of new U.S. bills found in Ghost's cabin. Total, approximately $120,000. Approximately $20,000 in used Chinese yuan found in cabin. List of victims. Air charter details and bank deposit information. Checking name of sender in China. Ling Shui Bien resides in Futsal. Name and address sent to local police. Captain, alive but unconscious. Regained consciousness, now in INS detention. As Tom was writing on the board, Rhyme's computer beeped.
"Command, email,"
he snapped. The computer accepted his gruff tone without affront and offered him the list of new messages.
"Command, cursor down. Command, double-click."
He read the message that had just come in.
"Ah,"
Rhyme announced.
"I was right."
He explained to Sachs that the body of John Sung had in fact been found in the trunk of the red Honda that the ghost had stolen.
"Tom! Tom!"
Rhyme shouted.
"We need you!"
The aide appeared immediately. "There are other things I need—"
"No," Rhyme said. "There aren't other things." "Right."
The aide must have sensed Rhyme's despondency over the death of Sonny Lee, and said nothing in response to the sharp command. He picked up the marker and walked to the whiteboard. Cooper then opened Lee's clothes over a large sheet of clean blank newsprint. He dusted the items of clothing with a brush and examined the trace that had fallen onto the paper. Dirt, flecks of paint, the yellow paper particles that probably were from the bag, and the dried plant material, spices or herbs that Amelia mentioned, Cooper said.
"She's checking out that plant stuff right now. Just bag them and put them aside for the time being."
Rhyme, who over the years had grown immune to the horror of crime scenes, nonetheless felt a pang as he looked at the dark blood on Lee's clothing. The same clothing he'd worn in this very room not long ago. Zai Jian, Sonny. Goodbye. "Fingernail scrapings," Cooper announced, examining the label on another plastic bag. He mounted the trace on a slide in the compound microscope.
"Project it, Mel,"
Rhyme said, and turned to the computer screen. A moment later, a clear image appeared on the large flat screen. "What do we have here, Sonny? You fought with the ghost. You grabbed him. Was there anything on his clothes or shoes that was transferred to you? And if so, will it send us to his front door?"
"Tobacco,"
the criminalist said, laughing sadly, thinking of the cop's addiction to cigarettes.
"What else do we see? What are those minerals there? What do you think, Mel? Silicates?"
Looks like it. Let's run some through the GCMS. The gas chromatograph mass spectrometer would determine exactly what the substance was. Soon the results came back. Magnesium and silicate.
"That's talc, right?"
Yep. The criminalist knew that talcum powder was commonly used by some people as a deodorant, by workers who wore tight-fitting rubber gloves for protection, and by those who engaged in certain sexual practices using latex clothing.
"Go online and find out everything you can about talc and magnesium silicate."
Will do.
This is the end of Disc 10.
As Rhyme predicted, the The car had been found sunk in a pond only 200 feet from Easton Beach. So there would be one more murder count to add to the charges against Kwan Ang. There was another message that interested him. This one was from Mel Cooper, who was back in his office at the NYPD Forensics Lab in Queens. From M. Cooper to L. Rhyme. Results of chromatographic and spectrometric analyses of Department of Justice PERT, evidence sample 3452-02. The official-sounding heading was in contrast to the informal message below it. Lincoln, we have met the dynamite, and it is phony. Del Rey's butt wasn't in any danger. The perp screwed up and used dummy explosive, stuff used for training. I tried to follow up and trace it, but nobody has a database on fake bomb materials. Might be something to think about. Rhyme laughed. Some arms dealer had scammed Fred Del Rey's attacker by selling him the fake explosives. He was relieved that the agent hadn't really been at risk. The doorbell rang, and Tom went down to see who it was. Heavy footsteps on the stairs. 2 sets. He believed they belonged to Solito and Del Rey. The cop walked with distinctive heavy footfalls, and the agent took the stairs 2 at a time on his long legs. For a moment, Rhyme, otherwise reclusive, was glad they were here. He'd tell them about the fake bomb. They'd all get a laugh out of it. But then he was aware of something else, and an alarm bell went off inside his head. The men had stopped outside the doorway and were whispering. It was as if they were debating between themselves who should deliver bad news. He was right about whom the steps belonged to. A moment later, the rumpled cop and the lanky FBI agent pushed into the bedroom. "Hey, Link," Solito said. One look at their faces told Rhyme that he was also right about the bad news. Sachs and Rhyme exchanged a troubled glance.
This is the end of Disc 11. Disc 12.
Rhyme looked from one to the other. "Well, Christ, one of you say something." Del Rey uttered a long sigh. Finally, the detective said, "They took him out of our jurisdiction. The ghost. He's being sent back to China." "What?" Sachs gasped. Angrily, Del Rey said, "Being escorted onto a flight later today." The agent shook his head. "Once it takes off, he's free." Chapter 47. "Extradited?" Rhyme asked. "That's the fuzzy little spin they're putting on it," Del Rey growled. "But we ain't seen any single solitary arrest warrant for him issued by a Chinese court." "What does that mean, no arrest warrant?" Sachs asked. "That his fucking Guanxi's saving his ass," Rhyme said bitterly. Del Rey nodded. "Thus the country that wants the extradition shows valid paper. We never send nobody back over. No way." "Well, they'll try him, won't they?" Sachs asked. "Nope. I talked to our folks over there. The high-ups in China want him back. Let me quote, for questioning in connection with irregular matters of foreign trade. Not a breath about smuggling. Not a breath about murder. Not a breath about nothing." Rhyme was stunned. "He'll be back in business in a month." The Changs, the Woos, and who knew how many others were suddenly at risk again. "Fred, can you do anything?" he asked. Del Rey was well thought of in the FBI. He had friends at headquarters down on Pennsylvania Avenue and 10th in D.C., and had a good stockpile of his own Guanxi. But the agent shook his head, squeezing the cigarette that rested behind his right ear. "This little decision got made in State Department, Washington. Not my Washington. I got no clout there." Rhyme remembered the quiet man in the blue suit. Webley from State. "God damn," Sachs whispered. "He knew." "What?" Rhyme asked. "The ghost knew he was safe. At the takedown he was surprised, but he didn't look worried. Hell,
He told me about killing Sung and taking over his identity. He was proud of it. If anybody else had been collared like that, they would have listened to their rights and shut up. He was goddamn bragging.
It can't happen,
Rhyme said, thinking of the poor people floating dead in the Futsal Dragon and lying bloody on the sand at Easton Beach. Thinking of Sam Chang's father. Thinking of Sonny Lee.
Well, it is extremely happening, Delray said. He's leaving this afternoon, and there's not a single damn thing we can do.
In the Federal Men's Detention Center in downtown Manhattan, the Ghost sat across the table from his lawyer in a private conference room, which the lawyer's handheld scanner had assured them was not bugged. They spoke in Minanhua Chinese, quietly and quickly. When the lawyer was finished telling him about the procedure for his release into the hands of the Futsal Public Security Bureau, the Ghost nodded and then leaned close.
I need you to find some information for me.
The lawyer took out a pad of paper. The Ghost glanced at it once and frowned. The lawyer put the fool's cap away.
There is a woman who works for the police department. I need her address. Home address. Her name is Amelia Sachs, and she lives somewhere in Brooklyn. S-A-C-H-S. And Lincoln Rhyme, spelled like in poetry. He's in Manhattan.
The lawyer nodded.
Then there are the two families I need to find.
He didn't think it wise to describe them as people he was trying to kill, even in the absence of listening devices. So he said simply,
The Woos and the Changs, from the Dragon. They might be in INS detention somewhere, but maybe not.
What are you?
You don't need to ask questions like that.
The slim man fell silent. Then he considered.
When do you need this information?
The Ghost wasn't sure exactly what awaited him in China. He guessed that he would be back in one of his luxury apartments in 3 months, but it could be less.
As soon as possible. You will keep monitoring them, and if the addresses change, you will leave a message with my people in Futsal.
Yes, of course.
Then the Ghost realized that he was tired. He lived for combat. He lived to play deadly games like this. He lived to win. But my, how tired you got when you broke cauldrons and sank boats, when you simply did not accept defeat. Now he needed rest. His chi sorely needed to be replenished. He dismissed his lawyer, then lay back on the cot in the antiseptically clean, square cell, the room reminding him of a Chinese funeral parlor, because the walls were blue and white. The Ghost closed his eyes and pictured Yindao. Lying in a room, a warehouse, a garage, which had been arranged by a feng shui artist in the opposite manner of most practitioners. The nature of his fantasy room would maximize anger and evil and pain. The art of wind and water can do this too, the Ghost believed. Yin and yang, opposites in harmony. The supple woman tied down on the solid floor, her fair skin and darkness, hard and soft, pleasure and agony. Yindao. The thought of her would get him through the difficult coming weeks. He closed his eyes.
We've had our differences, Alan,
Rhyme said.
I guess.
INS Agent Ko was cautious. He sat in Rhyme's bedroom, in one of the uncomfortable wicker chairs that the criminalist had furnished the room with in hopes that it would discourage visitors from staying for long periods of time. Ko was suspicious about the invitation, but Rhyme didn't want there to be any chance of someone's overhearing them. This had to be a completely private conversation.
You heard about the Ghost's release?
Of course I heard about the Ghost, the man muttered angrily. Rhyme asked,
"Tell me, what's your real interest in the case? No bullshit."
Coe hesitated, and then said, "The informant of mine he killed. That's it."
"I said no bullshit. There's more to it, isn't there?"
Coe finally said, "Yeah, there's more."
"What?"
"The woman who was the informant, Julia, we were lovers." Rhyme carefully scanned the agent's face. Although he was a firm believer in the overarching value of hard evidence, he wasn't wholly skeptical to messages and faces and eyes. He saw pain. He saw sorrow. After a difficult moment, the agent said, "She died because of me. We should have been more careful. We went out in public some. We went to Xiamen, this tourist city south of Futsal. There are lots of Western tourists there, and I thought we wouldn't be recognized. But I think maybe we were." There were tears in his eyes now. "I never had her do anything dangerous, just glance at scheduling calendars from time to time. She never wore a wire, never broke into any offices. But I should have known the ghost. Nobody could get away with even the slightest betrayal." "I am coming into town on bus, I'm saying. I saw a crow on road picking at food. Another crow tried steal it, and the first crow not just scare other away. He chase and try to peck eyes out, not leave thief alone." "The ghost got her," Coe said. "She left 2 daughters behind." "That's what you were doing overseas during the time you took off?" He nodded. "Looking for Julia. But then I gave up on that and spent my time trying to get the children placed in a Catholic home. They were girls, and you know how tough a time orphan girl babies have over there." Rhyme said nothing at first, though he was thinking back to an incident in his own life that was similar to Coe's tragedy. A woman he'd grown close to before the accident. A lover. She was a cop, too, a crime scene expert. And she was dead because he'd ordered her into a booby-trapped scene. The bomb had killed her instantly. "Did it work?" the criminalist asked. "With the girls?" "No. The state took them, and I never saw them again." He looked up and wiped his eyes. "So that's why I go on and on about undocumenteds. As long as people pay $50,000 for an illegal trip to America, we're going to have snakeheads like the ghost killing anybody who gets in their way." Rhyme wheeled closer to Coe. "How badly do you want to stop him?" he whispered. "The ghost?" "With my whole soul." That question had been easy. Rhyme now asked the hard one. "What are you willing to risk to do it?" But there was no hesitation as the agent said, "Everything." Chapter 48.
"There may be a problem,"
said the man's voice through the phone. Sitting in the middle row of a large INS van en route to Kennedy Airport, sweating Harold Peabody nodded as if the caller could see him. He didn't need problems. Not with this case. "Problem, I see. Go ahead." The man beside Peabody stirred at these words. The quiet man in the navy blue suit, Webley, who worked for the State Department and who'd made Peabody's life unrefined hell since he'd flown in from Washington the afternoon of the day the Futsal Dragon sank. Webley turned his head toward Peabody, but remained stony-faced, a skill he was extremely good at.
"Alan Coe disappeared,"
said the caller, the assistant special agent in charge of the FBI's Manhattan office.
"We had a report that he was talking to Rhyme, then he vanished again."
"Okay." Peabody tried to figure out what this meant. Behind Peabody and Webley were 2 armed INS agents on either side of the ghost, whose handcuffs kept clinking as he sipped his Starbucks coffee. The snakehead, at least, seemed untroubled by the talk of problems.
"Keep going," Peabody said into the phone. "We were keeping an eye on Coe, like you said, 'cause we weren't sure if he'd try to do harm to the subject."
Do harm to the subject? What a fucked-up way to talk, Peabody thought.
"And? Well, we can't find him. Or Rhyme, either."
"He's in a wheelchair. How hard is it to keep track of him?" Doughty Peabody was drenched. The storm had passed, and, though the skies were still overcast, the temperature was in the high 80s. And the government van had government air conditioning.
"There was no surveillance order," the ASAC reminded calmly. "We had to handle it informally."
His equanimity, Peabody realized, put the FBI agent in control of the situation, and he reminded himself to try to gin up some more power. Bureaucracy was such a bitch. "What's your situational assessment?" Peabody asked, thinking, "How's that for jargon, you asshole?"
"You know Coe's had a top-of-the-deck priority to get the ghost himself."
"True, and?"
"Rhyme's the best forensic detective cop in the country. We've been sniffing the thought that he and Coe are planning to take out the ghost."
How do you sniff a thought? Peabody wondered.
"How do you mean?" "With Rhyme's grip on forensics, they might have come up with some way to make it impossible to convict Coe. Manipulate the evidence somehow."
"What?" Peabody scoffed. "Ridiculous. Rhyme wouldn't do that." These words now brought some emotion to Webley. He frowned.
"Why not?"
the ASAC continued.
"Ever since his accident, he's not the most stable person in the world. He's always had this issue about killing himself, and it sounds like he got pretty close to that Chinese cop. Maybe when the ghost shot Lee, it pushed him over the edge."
This sounded crazy, but who knew? Peabody caught people trying to sneak into the country illegally and sent them back home. He didn't know the workings of the criminal mind. In fact, he had no experience with psychology whatsoever, except resentfully paying his ex-wife's shrink bills. As for Coe, well, he definitely was unstable enough to try to cap the ghost's ass. He'd already tried to take him out, at the Wu's apartment on Canal Street.
"What's Del Rey say?"
Peabody asked.
"He's operational in the field at this time. He's not returning calls."
"Doesn't he work for you?"
"Del Rey pretty much works for Del Rey," said the ASAC.
"What are you suggesting we do?" Peabody asked, using his wrinkled tan jacket to wipe his face.
"Do you think Coe's following you?"
Peabody glanced around him at the billion cars on the Van Wyck Expressway.
"Like I could fucking tell?"
he answered, giving up entirely on the language of high-level government.
"If he's going to make a move, he'll have to be at the airport. Tell your people to look out for him. I'll tell Port Authority security, too."
"I just don't see it happening."
"Thanks for the assessment, Harold. But then again, it was Rhyme who collared the prick in the first place, not you."
The line went dead. Peabody turned around and studied the ghost, who asked,
"What was that about?"
"Nothing." Peabody asked one of the agents,
We have body armor in the back?"
"Nah," one answered. Then, "Well, I'm in a vest."
"Me too,"
said the other agent. The tone of their voices said that they weren't about to give them up. Nor would Peabody ask his agents to do so. If Coe made a move on the ghost and he was successful, well, that was just the way it was. He and Rhyme would have to take the consequences. He leaned forward and snapped at the driver.
"Can't you do anything about the goddamn air conditioning?"
The shackles binding his wrists felt light as silk. They would come off as soon as he was at the doorway of the airliner that would carry him back home from the beautiful country, and, because he knew that, the metal restraints had already ceased to exist. Walking down the international corridor of JFK Airport, he was reflecting on how flying in the Far East had changed. Thinking of the early days when he would fly on the national airline of China, CAAC, which every English-speaking Chinese knew stood for Chinese Airliners Always Crash. Things were different now. Today it would be Northwest Airlines to L.A., then a China Air flight to Singapore with a connection to Futsal, business class all the way. The entourage was a curious one. The ghost, 2 armed guards, and the 2 men in charge, Peabody from the INS and the man from the United States Department of State. They were now joined by 2 armed Port Authority guards, big men, nervous as squirrels, who kept their hands near their weapons as they surveyed the crowd. The ghost didn't exactly know what the uneasiness and firepower were all about, but he supposed that there had been death threats against him. Well, that was nothing new. He'd lived with death since the night the 4 Olds murdered his family. Footsteps behind.
"Mr. Quan! Mr. Quan!"
They turned to see a thin Chinese man in a suit walking quickly toward them. The guards drew their weapons, and the approaching man stopped, eyes wide.
"It's my lawyer," the ghost said.
"You sure?" Peabody asked.
"What do you mean? Am I sure?"
Peabody nodded the man forward, frisked him despite the ghost's protests, and let him and the snakehead step to the side of the corridor. The ghost turned his head toward the lawyer's mouth.
"Go ahead."
"The Changs and the Woos are out on bond, pending the hearing. It looks like they'll be granted asylum. The Woos are in Flushing, Queens. The Changs are back in Owl's Head, the same apartment."
"And Yindao,"
the ghost whispered. The man blinked at the crude word. The snakehead corrected himself.
"I mean, the Sachs woman."
"Oh, I have her address, too, and Lincoln rhymes. Do you want me to write them down for you?"
"No. Just tell them to me slowly. I'll remember them."
After only 3 repetitions, the ghost had memorized them. He said,
"You'll find your money in the account."
No need to say how much money or which account. The lawyer nodded, and, with a glance at the ghost's guards, turned and left. The group continued down the corridor. Ahead of him, the ghost could see the gate, the pretty clerks behind the check-in counter. And through the window he caught a glimpse of the 747 that would take him west, like Monkey making his pilgrimage, at the end of which he found enlightenment and contentment. His boarding pass was protruding from his shirt pocket. He had 10,000 yen in his wallet. He had a U.S. government escort. He was going home, to his apartments, his women, his money. He was free. Then, sudden motion. Somebody was moving toward him fast, and the guards were pulling him aside, their weapons coming out of their holsters again. The ghost, gasping at the shock, thought that he was going to die. He muttered a fast prayer to his guardian, Yi, the archer. But the attacker stopped short. Breathing unsteadily, the ghost began to laugh.
"Hello, Yindao."
She was wearing jeans, T-shirt, and windbreaker, her badge around her neck, hands on her hips, one of which rested very close to her pistol. The policewoman ignored the ghost and glanced at the nervous young INS agents. "You better have a damn good reason for drawing down on me." They started to reholster their weapons, but Peabody gestured for them not to. The ghost focused past Yindao. Behind her was a tall black man in a white suit and noisy blue shirt. The fat cop who'd arrested him in Brooklyn was here as well, as were several uniformed city policemen. But the one person in this retinue who captured his full attention was a handsome, dark-haired man about the ghost's age, sitting in a complicated, bright red wheelchair, to which his arms and legs were strapped. A trim young man, his aide or nurse, stood behind the chair. This was, of course, Lincoln Rhyme. The ghost studied the curious man, who'd miraculously discovered the location of the Futsal dragon at sea, who'd found the Woos and the Changs, and who had actually succeeded in capturing the ghost himself, which no other policeman in the world had ever been able to do. Harold Peabody wiped his face with his sleeve, surveyed the situation, and motioned the guards back. They put their weapons away.
"What's this all about, Rhyme?"
But the man ignored him and continued to study the snakehead carefully. The ghost felt a tickle of unease. But then he mastered the sensation. He had guanxi at the highest level. He was immune even to the magic of Lincoln Rhyme, whom he asked bluntly,
"Who exactly are you? A consultant? A private detective?"
Me?
The cripple responded.
I'm one of the 10 judges of hell.
The ghost laughed.
"So you inscribe names in the register of the living and the dead?"
Yes, that's exactly what I do.
"And you've come to see me off?"
No, he answered.
Peabody said cautiously,
"And what do you want?"
The State Department bureaucrat said impatiently, "All of you, now just clear on out of here."
He's not getting on that airplane,
Rhyme said. "Oh, yes, he is," said the dour official. He stepped forward, plucking the ghost's ticket from his pocket and striding toward the gate agent.
"You take one more step toward that airplane,"
the fat policeman said to him,
"and these officers are authorized to arrest you."
"Me?" Webley muttered angrily. Peabody gave a sharp laugh and looked at the black agent.
"Delray, what is this crap?"
Probably ought to listen to my friend here, Harold. In your best interest, believe you me.
Peabody said,
5 minutes.
A regretful frown crossed Lincoln Rhyme's face.
Oh, I'm afraid it may take a little longer than that.
The snakehead was far smaller and more compact than Lincoln Rhyme had expected. This was a phenomenon he recalled from his days running the NYPD forensics unit. The perpetrators he pursued took on disproportionate stature in his mind, and when he saw them in person for the first time, usually at trial, he was often surprised at how diminutive they were. The ghost stood shackled and surrounded by law enforcers. Concerned, yes, but still in control, serene, shoulders and arms relaxed. The criminalist understood immediately how Sachs could have been succored by him. The ghost's eyes were those of a healer, a doctor, a spiritual man. They would dole out apparent comfort and invite sharing confidences. But, knowing the man now, Rhyme could see in the placid gaze evidence of a relentless ego and ruthlessness. "Okay, sir, what's this all about?" asked Peabody's friend, Webley from State, as Rhyme now thought of him, echoing the man's own pompous identification of himself in Rhyme's living room the other day. Rhyme said to the two men,
"You know what happens sometimes in our line of work, gentlemen? I mean forensic science."
Webley from State started to speak, but Peabody waved him silent. Rhyme wouldn't have let anyone rush him anyway. Nobody hurried Lincoln Rhyme when he didn't wish to be hurried.
"We sometimes lose sight of the big picture. All right, I admit I am the one who loses sight more than, say, my Sachs here. She looks at motive. She looks at why people do what they do. But that's not my nature. My nature is to study each piece of evidence and put it where it belongs."
He glanced at the ghost with a smile.
"Like placing a stone on a weight-chi board."
The snakehead, who had brought so much sorrow to so many lives, said nothing, gave no acknowledgement. The gate agent announced pre-boarding of the Northwest Airlines flight to Los Angeles.
"We figured out the clues just fine."
A nod toward the ghost.
"After all, here he is, caught, right? Thanks to us. And we've got enough evidence to convict him and sentence him to death. But what happens? He's going free."
"He's not going free,"
Peabody rejoined. "He's going back to stand trial in China."
"Free from the jurisdiction where he's committed a number of serious felonies in the past few days," Rhyme corrected sharply. "Do we have to squabble?"
This was too much for Webley from State. "Get to the point, or I'm putting him on that plane." Rhyme continued to ignore the man. He had the stage and wasn't relinquishing it.
The big picture. Big picture. I was thinking how bad I felt. Here I'd found out where the Futsal dragon was and sent the Coast Guard after her, but what happens? He scuttles it, killing all those people.
Peabody shook his head. "Of course you'd feel bad," he said with some sympathy. "We all felt bad, but—" Rhyme kept steaming forward.
"Big picture. Let's think about it. It's Tuesday, just before dawn, on board the Dragon. You're the Ghost, a wanted man, wanted for capital offenses, and the Coast Guard is a half-hour away from interdicting your smuggling ship. What would you have done?"
The gate agent continued with the boarding of the flight. Peabody sighed. Webley from State muttered something sotto voce. Rhyme knew it was not complimentary. The Ghost stirred, but he remained silent. Since no one was helping him out, Rhyme continued.
"I personally would have taken my money, ordered the Dragon back out to sea full speed ahead, and escaped to shore in one of the life rafts. The Coast Guard and cops and INS would have been so busy with the crew and immigrants, I could easily have gotten to land and been halfway to Chinatown before they realized I was gone. But what did the Ghost do?"
Rhyme glanced at Sachs, who said, "He locked the immigrants in the hold, sank the ship, and then hunted down the survivors, and he risked getting caught or killed to do it."
"And when he didn't kill them all on the shore," Rhyme took over the narrative, "he followed them to the city and tried to murder them there. Why on earth would he do that?"
"Well, they were witnesses," Peabody said. "He had to kill them."
"Aha, why?" "That's the question that nobody's asking," Rhyme asked. "What would it gain him?" Peabody and Webley from State were silent. Rhyme continued. "All that the passengers on the ship could do is to testify in one case of human smuggling. But there were already a dozen warrants against him for smuggling around the world. Homicide charges, too. Look at the Interpol Red Notice. It made no sense to go to all that trouble to murder them just because they were witnesses." He paused a histrionic few seconds. "But killing them makes perfect sense if the passengers were his intended victims." Rhyme could see two different reactions in their faces. Peabody was perplexed and surprised. In Webley from State's eyes, there was a different look. He knew exactly where Rhyme was going. "Victims," Rhyme continued. "That's a key word. See, my Sachs found a letter when she went for her little swim in the Dragon." The Ghost, who'd been staring at Sachs, turned slowly toward Rhyme when he heard this. "A letter?" Peabody asked. "It said, more or less, 'Here's your money and a list of the victims you'll be taking to America.' Are we catching on to the big picture, gentlemen? The letter didn't say passengers or immigrants or piglets, or your own indelicate term, Peabody, undocumenteds. The letter said, quote, 'victims.' I didn't realize at first, when I had the letter translated, that that was the exact word the writer used. And the big picture becomes a lot clearer when we look at who those victims were. They were all Chinese dissidents and their families. The Ghost isn't just a snakehead. He's also a professional killer. He was hired to murder them."
"This man is crazy," the Ghost snapped. "He's desperate. I want to leave now."
But Rhyme said, "The Ghost was planning all along to scuttle the Dragon. He was only waiting until the ship was close enough to shore so that he and his bengso could make it to land safely. But a few things went wrong. We found the ship and sent the Coast Guard in, so he had to act sooner than he'd planned. Some of the immigrants escaped. Then the explosive was too powerful, and the ship sank, before he could get his guns and money and find his assistant.
"That's absurd," muttered Webley from State. "Beijing wouldn't hire anybody to kill dissidents. It's not the 1960s anymore."
"Beijing didn't do it," Rhyme responded. "As I suspect you probably know, Webley. No, we found out who sent the ghost his instructions and his money. Ling Shui Bian is his name."
The ghost glanced desperately at the boarding gate. Rhyme continued.
"I sent the Futsal police an email with Ling's name and address and told them that I thought he was one of the ghost's partners, but they sent back a message saying I must be mistaken. His address was a government building in Futsal. Ling is the Fujian governor's assistant in charge of trade development."
"What's that mean?" Peabody asked.
"That he is a corrupt warlord," Rhyme snapped. "Isn't it obvious? He and his people are getting millions in kickbacks from businesses all along the southeastern coast of China. He's probably working with the governor, but I don't have any evidence about that. Not yet, anyway."
"Impossible," offered Webley, though with much less bluster than he'd displayed earlier. Rhyme said,
"Not at all. Sonny Lee told me about Fujian province. It's always been more independent than the central government likes. It has the most connections with the West and Taiwan, more money, too, and the most active dissidents. Beijing is always threatening to crack down on the province, nationalize businesses again, and put its own people in power. If that happens, Ling and his boys lose their income stream. So how to keep Beijing happy? Kill the most vocal dissidents. And what better way to do it than by hiring a snakehead? If they die en route to another country, it's their own fault, not the government's."
"And more likely than not," Sachs said, "nobody'd even know that they died. They'd be just one more shipload of the vanished." Nodding at Webley from State, she reminded, "Rhyme?"
"Oh, right. The last piece of the puzzle. Why's the ghost going free?" he said to Webley. "You're sending him back to keep Ling and his people in Fujian happy, to make sure our business interests aren't affected. Southeast China is the biggest site for U.S. investment in the world."
"That's bullshit," the man snapped in reply. The ghost said, "This is ridiculous. It's the lie of a desperate man," nodding toward Rhyme. "Where's the proof?"
"Proof? Well, we had the letter from Ling. But if you want more, remember, Harold, you told me that other shiploads of the ghost's immigrants disappeared in the past year or so. I checked the statements from their relatives in the Interpol database. Most of those victims were dissidents from Fujian, too."
"That's not true," the ghost said quickly.
"Then there's the money,"
Rhyme said, ignoring the snakehead. "Money?"
"The smuggling fee. When Sachs went for her little paddle in the Atlantic, she found 120,000 U.S. dollars and maybe 20,000 worth of old yen. I invited a friend of mine from the INS over to my place to help me look at the evidence. He,
"Who?" Peabody asked sharply. Then he understood. "Alan Coe. It was him, wasn't it?"
"A friend. Let's leave it at that."
In fact, the friend was Agent Coe, who'd also spent the day stealing classified INS files, which would probably cost him his job, if not earn him a jail sentence. This was the risk that Rhyme had referred to earlier, and that Coe had been only too happy to assume.
The first thing he noticed was the money. He told me that when immigrants contract with snakeheads, they can't pay the down payment in dollars, because there are no dollars in China. Not enough to pay for transit to the U.S., anyway. They always pay in yen. With a shipload of 25 or so immigrants, that means Sachs should have found at least 500,000 in yen, just for the down payment. So why was there so little Chinese money on board? Because the ghost charged next to nothing to make sure that the dissidents on the hit list could afford to make the trip. The ghost was making his profit from the fee to kill them. The 120,000? Well, that was the down payment from Ling. I checked the serial numbers on some of the bills, and according to the Federal Reserve, that cash was last seen going into the Bank of South China in Singapore, which happens to be used regularly by Fujianese government ministries.
More rows were boarding. The ghost was truly desperate now. Peabody had fallen silent and was considering all this. He seemed to be wavering, but the State Department official was resolute. He's getting on that plane, and that's all there is to it. Rhyme squinted and cocked his head.
How high are we now on the ladder of evidence, Sachs?
How about the C-4?
Right. The explosive used to blow up the ship. The FBI traced it to a North Korean arms dealer who regularly sells to, guess who? People's Liberation Army bases in Fujian. The government gave the ghost the C-4.
Rhyme closed his eyes for a brief moment. They sprang open.
Then there's the cell phone that Sachs found at the beach. It was a government-issue satellite phone. The network he used was based in Futsal.
The trucks, Rhyme, Sachs reminded. Tell them about the trucks. Rhyme nodded, never able to resist delivering a lesson in his craft.
Interesting thing about crime scene work. Sometimes what you don't find at a scene is as important as what you do find. I was looking at our evidence board and I realized that something was missing. Where was the evidence of the trucks for the immigrants? My INS friend told me that ground transport is part of the smuggling contract, but there weren't any trucks. The only vehicle at the beach was Jerry Tong's to pick up the ghost and his bangso. Well, why no trucks? Because the ghost knew the immigrants would never get to shore alive.
The line of boarding passengers was shrinking. Webley from State leaned down and whispered viciously into Rhyme's face. "You're in way over your head here, mister. You don't know what you're doing." Rhyme gazed back at him in mock contrition.
"Nope, I don't know a thing. Not about world politics, not about laissez-faire d'état. I'm just a simple scientist. My knowledge is woefully limited to things like, say, fake dynamite."
Which shut up Webley from State instantly.
"This is where I come in,"
Del Rey said.
"Unfortunately for you folks."
Peabody cleared his throat uneasily. "What are you talking about?" he asked, but only because the script called for him to pose the question, the answer to which was the last thing in the world he wanted to hear.
"The bomb in Fred's car? Well, the results came back from the lab about the dynamite. Interesting. It wasn't dynamite at all. It was sawdust mixed with resin. Fake, used for training. My INS friend told me that immigration has its own bomb squad and bomb training facility in Manhattan, and he stopped by the place this morning. They have dummy explosives on hand to teach rookies recognition and handling. The sticks in Fred's car match the samples from there, and the numbers on the detonator are similar to some he found in an INS evidence locker. They were confiscated last year when some agents arrested a dozen illegal Russian nationals in Coney Island."
Rhyme enjoyed the flicker of horror in Peabody's eyes. The criminalist was surprised that Webley from State could still manage to look so indignant. "If you're suggesting that anyone in the federal government would hurt a fellow agent—"
"Hurt? How could a small detonator hurt anyone? It was just a firecracker, really. No, the important criminal charge I'd think of would be felonious interference with an investigation, because it would seem to me that you might have wanted Fred off the case temporarily."
"And why?"
"'Cause,"
white-suited Del Rey took over, stepping forward, driving Webley from State against the wall.
"I was making waves, getting together the Spectac team, who would have taken the ghost out no nonsense, not pissing around like the INS folks were doing. Hell, I think that's why I was on the case in the first place. I didn't know beans about human smuggling, and when I arranged for an expert, Dan Wong, to take over the case, next thing we know, his butt's on a plane heading west."
Rhyme summarized.
"Fred had to go, so you could dispose of the ghost the way you'd planned. catching him alive and getting him safely out of the country as part of a deal between the State Department and Ling and Fujian.
A nod toward the plane.
Just like what's happened.
I didn't know anything about killing dissidents, Peabody blurted. That was never expressed to me, I swear.
Watch it,
Webley from State muttered threateningly. All they said was that they needed to keep the Justice Department minimized. There were important national security issues at stake. Nobody mentioned business interests. Nobody mentioned—
Harold!
Webley from State cracked the whip. Then he turned away from the sweaty bureaucrat to Rhyme and said in a reasonable voice, Look, if any of this is true, you have to realize there's a lot more to it than just this one man, Lincoln. The Ghost's cover's been blown. He's not going to be sinking any more ships. Nobody'll hire him as a snakehead after this. But, the diplomat continued smoothly, if we send him back, that'll keep the Chinese happy. Beijing won't crack down on the provinces, and the end result will be a better economy for the people there. And with more American influence, there'll be improved human rights. He lifted his hands, palms up. Sometimes we have to make hard choices. Rhyme nodded.
So what you're saying is that it's essentially an issue of politics and diplomacy.
Webley from State smiled, pleased that Rhyme finally understood. Exactly. For the good of both countries. It's a sacrifice, sure, but it's one I think has to be made. Rhyme considered this for a moment. Then he said to Sachs,
We could call it the historically unprecedented great sacrifice for the beneficial good of the people.
Webley from State's face twisted at Rhyme's sarcasm.
See, the criminalist explained, politics are complicated. Diplomacy is complicated, but crime is simple. I don't like complicated things, so here's the deal. Either you hand the Ghost over to us for prosecution in this country, or you let him fly back home. And if you do that, we go public with the fact you're releasing a perp in a multiple homicide for political and economic reasons, and that you assaulted an FBI agent in the process. He added flippantly, Your choice. Up to you.
Don't threaten us. You're just fucking city cops, said Webley from State. The gate agent announced the final boarding of the flight. Now the Ghost was scared. Sweat on his forehead, face dark with rage, he walked up to Webley and raised his hands, the shackles jangling. He whispered angrily to him. The bureaucrat ignored him and turned back to Rhyme. How the hell are you going to go public? Nobody's going to be interested in a story like this. You think it's fucking Watergate? We're sending a Chinese national back to his homeland to stand trial for various crimes.
Harold, Rhyme asked.
Miserable, Peabody said. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do.
So that's your answer,
Rhyme replied, smiling faintly.
That's all I wanted. A decision. You made one. Good.
He thought, with both amusement and sorrow, that this was very much like playing a game of Wei Chi.
Tom, could you please show him our handiwork?
Rhyme asked his aide. The young man took an envelope out of his pocket and handed it to Webley from State. He opened it. Inside was a long memo from Rhyme to Peter Hoddens, international desk reporter with the New York Times. It described in detail exactly what Rhyme had just told Peabody and Webley. Peter and I are good friends, Tom said. I told him we might have an exclusive about the Futsal Dragon sinking, and that it had implications all the way to Washington. He was very intrigued.
Peter's a good reporter,
Rhyme said, then added proudly,
He was shortlisted for a Pulitzer.
Webley from State and Peabody looked at each other for a moment. Then they retired to the corner of the now empty gate area, and each made phone calls. We must have Mr. Kwan on board the aircraft now, the gate agent said. Finally, the 2 federal telephones were hung up, and a moment later, Rhyme had his answer. Webley from State turned without a word and stalked down the corridor to the main lobby.
"Wait!" the ghost cried. "There was a deal! We had a deal!"
The man kept going, tearing up Rhyme's memo as he walked, not even pausing as he tossed it toward a trash container. Solito told the gate agent to close the door to the aircraft. Mr. Quan wouldn't be making the flight. The ghost's eyes bored into Rhyme's, and his shoulders slumped, a clear flag of defeat. But an instant later it seemed that the despair from this loss was immediately balanced by the hope of future victory. The yang was balanced by a surge of yin, as Sonny Lee might have said. The snakehead turned toward Sachs. He looked her over with a chill smile. "I'm patient, Yin Dao. I'm sure we'll meet again. Naishin, all in good time. All in good time." Amelia Sachs returned his gaze and said, "The sooner, the better." Her eyes, Rhyme decided, were infinitely colder than his. The uniformed NYPD cops took custody of the snakehead.
"I swear that I didn't know what this was all about," Harold Peabody said. "They told me that—"
But Rhyme had grown weary of the verbal fencing. Without a word, he moved his fingers slightly on the touchpad to turn the storm arrow away from the bureaucrat. It was Amelia Sachs who provided the final interaction between the various branches of government regarding Quan Ang, Gui the ghost. She held out her hand to troubled Harold Peabody and asked, "Could you give me the cuff keys, please? If you want the shackles back after he's booked, I'll leave them at men's detention for you." Chapter 50. Several days later, the ghost had been arraigned and was being held without bail. The laundry list of offenses was long. State and federal charges for murder, human smuggling, assault, firearms possession, money laundering. Del Rey and his bosses at Justice had pulled some strings at the U.S. Attorney's Office, and, in exchange for his testimony against the ghost, Sun Zijun, captain of the late Futsal Dragon, was given immunity from prosecution on the charges of human smuggling. He would testify at the ghost's trial, and, following that, be deported to China. Rhyme and Sachs were presently alone in his bedroom, and the policewoman was looking herself over in a full-length mirror.
"You look fine,"
the criminalist called. She was due to make an appearance in court in an hour. It was an important session, and she was preoccupied, thinking about her impending performance before the judge. She shook her head uncertainly. "Oh, I don't know." Amelia Sachs, who'd never looked back when she gave up modeling, called herself a jeans and sweats girl. Presently, she was dressed in a crisp blue suit, white blouse, and, my God, Rhyme now observed, a pair of highly sensible navy blue Joan & Davids with heels that boosted her height to over 6 feet. Her red hair was perfectly arranged on top of her head. Still, she remained his Sachs. Her silver earrings were in the shape of tiny bullets. The phone rang, and Rhyme barked,
"Command, answer phone."
Click. "Lincoln?" a woman's voice asked through the speaker.
"Dr. Weaver,"
Rhyme said to the neurosurgeon. Sachs turned her attention away from Couture and sat down on the edge of the Flexicare bed. "I got your phone call," the doctor said. "My assistant said it was important. Is everything all right?"
"Fine,"
Rhyme said. "You're following the regimen I gave you? No alcohol, plenty of sleep?" Then she added with some humor, "No, you tell me, Tom. Are you there?"
"He's in the other room,"
Rhyme responded, laughing.
"No one's here to blow the whistle on me."
Except Sachs, of course, but she wasn't going to snitch. "I'd like you to come into the office tomorrow for the final checkup before the surgery. I was thinking—"
"Doctor?"
"Yes?" Rhyme held Sax's eye.
I've decided not to have the operation. I'm canceling. Forfeiting my room deposit, he joked, and down payment.
Silence for a moment. Then,
You wanted this more than any patient I've ever had.
I did want it, that's true. But I've changed my mind.
You'll recall I've told you all along that the risks were high. Is that why?
He looked at Sax. He said only,
In the end, I guess, I don't see that much of a benefit.
I think this is a good choice, Lincoln. It's the wise choice,
she added.
We're making a lot of progress with spinal cord injuries. I know you read the literature.
I keep my finger on the pulse, true,
he responded, enjoying the irony of the metaphor.
But there are new things happening every week. Call me whenever you like. We can think about options in the future. Or just call me to talk if you want to.
Yes, I'd like that.
I'd like it too. Goodbye, Lincoln.
Goodbye, Doctor. Command, disconnect.
Silence filled the room. Then a flutter of wings and a shadow disturbed the peace as a peregrine falcon landed on his window ledge. They both stared at the bird. Sax asked,
Are you sure about this, Rhyme? I'm with you 100% if you want to go ahead with it.
He knew that she would be. But he knew, too, without a doubt, that he didn't want the surgery now.
Embrace your limitations. Fate make you this way, Laupin, and make you this way for purpose. Maybe you best detective you can be because of what happened. Your life balanced now, I'm saying.
I'm sure, he told her. She squeezed his hand, then looked out the window again at the falcon. Rhyme watched the oblique pale light hitting her face with the demure illumination of a Vermeer painting. Finally he asked,
Sax, are you sure you want to do this?
He nodded toward the file on the table nearby, which contained a picture of Bao Yi, a number of affidavits, and official-looking documents. The top sheet of paper was headed, Petition for Adoption. Then she glanced at Rhyme. The look in her eye told him that she, too, was sure about the decision she'd made. Sitting in the judge's chambers, Sax smiled down at Bao Yi, the treasured child, who sat beside her in the chair where the social worker had deposited her a few moments before. The girl played with her stuffed kitten.
Ms. Sachs, this is a rather unorthodox adoption proceeding, but I assume you know that.
Justice Margaret Benson Wales, a heavy-set woman, sat behind her abysmally cluttered desk in the dark monolith of Manhattan Family Court.
Yes, Your Honor.
The woman bent forward and read some more.
All I can say is, in the past 2 days I've talked to more people from Human Services, Family Services, City Hall, Albany, One Police Plaza, and the INS than I talked to in a month in most placements. Tell me, officer, how's a skinny girl like you get so much pull in this city? I'm lucky, I guess. More to it than that, the judge said, returning to the file. I hear good things about you. Apparently, Sachs, too, had good guanxi. Her connections reached from Fred Del Rey to Lon Solito to Alan Coe, who was, far from being fired, taking over early retiring Harold Peabody's job at the INS. In the space of several days, the miles of red tape that accompany most adoptions had been shredded. The jurist continued. You understand, of course, that the welfare of this child comes first, no matter what, and if I'm not convinced that the disposition is in her best interest, I will not sign the papers. The woman had the same benevolently gruff air that Lincoln Rhyme had mastered. I wouldn't want it any other way, Your Honor. Like many judges, Sachs had learned Benson Wales was prone to lecture. The woman eased back in the chair and addressed her audience. Now, the adoption procedure in New York involves taking a home study, undergoing training and spending time with the child, and usually a 3-month probation period.
I spent all morning reviewing papers and reports, talking to the social workers and the law guardian that we appointed for the girl. I've gotten very good reports, but this has been moving faster than the Bulls' slide after Michael Jordan left. So here's what I'm going to do. I'll grant foster guardianship for a 3-month period, subject to supervision by the Department of Social Services. At the end of that time, if there are no problems, I will grant permanent adoption, subject to the standard 3-month probation period. How's that sound to you?
Sachs nodded. It sounds fine, Your Honor. The justice examined Sax's face carefully. Then, with a glance at Bao Yi, she jabbed her intercom button and said, "Send in the petitioners." A moment later, the door to the justice's chambers opened, and Sam and Mei Chang cautiously entered. Beside them was their attorney, a Chinese man in a light gray suit and a shirt so boldly red that it might have come from Fred Del Rey's closet. Chang nodded to Sachs, who rose, stepped forward, and shook his hand, then his wife's. Mei's eyes went wide when she saw the child, whom Sachs handed off to her. She hugged Bao Yi fiercely. The judge said, "Mr. and Mrs. Chang, do you speak English?" "I do, some," Chang said. "My wife, not good." "You are Mr. Singh?" the judge asked the lawyer.
Yes, Your Honor.
"If you could translate."
Certainly.
"Usually the adoption process in this country is arduous and complicated. It is virtually impossible for a couple of uncertain immigration status to be given adoptive custody." A pause while Singh translated. Mei nodded. "But we've got some unusual circumstances here." Another pause, and the Chinese rattled explosively off Singh's tongue. Now both Chang and his wife nodded. They remained silent. Mei's eyes brightened, though, and her breathing was coming fast. She wanted to smile, Sachs could see, but she restrained herself. "I'm told by Immigration and Naturalization that you've applied for asylum and, because of your dissident status in China, that it will probably be granted. That reassures me that you can bring some stability into the child's life, as does the fact that both you and your son, Mr. Chang, are employed." "Yes, sir." "Ma'am, not sir," sternly corrected Justice Benson Wales, a woman whose orders in court undoubtedly needed to be issued only once.
"I am sorry, ma'am."
The judge now repeated for the Changs what she'd told Sachs about the probation and adoption. Their understanding of English was apparently good enough so that they could comprehend the ultimate meaning of the justice's words without the need for complete translations. Mei began to cry quietly, and Sam Chang hugged her, smiling and whispering in her ear. Then Mei stepped up to Sachs and hugged her.
"Xie, thank you, thank you."
The justice signed a document in front of her. "You can take the child with you now," she said, dismissing them. "Attorney Singh, see the clerk about the disposition of the paperwork."
Yes, Your Honor.
Sam Chang led his family, now officially increased by one, to the parking lot near the Blackstone Family Court building. This had been his second court appearance today. Earlier, Chang had testified at the Wu family's preliminary hearing. Their asylum bid was less certain than the Changs', but their lawyer was guardedly optimistic that they would remain in the U.S. The Changs and the policewoman now paused beside her yellow sports car. William, who'd been sullen and moody all day, brightened when he saw it.
"A Camaro SS," he said.
The woman laughed. "You know American cars?"
"Who'd drive anything else?"
he asked derisively. The lean boy examined the sports car closely.
"This is fucking sweet."
"William," Chang whispered threateningly, and received back a cold, uncomprehending look from his son. Mei and the children continued on to their van, and Chang remained beside the policewoman. Translating his words slowly, Chang said to the red-haired woman, "Everything you do for us, you and Mr. Rhyme, I am not knowing how to thank you. And the baby. See, my wife, she has always... I understand, the woman said. Her voice was clipped, and he realized that though she appreciated the gratitude, she was uneasy receiving it. She dropped into the seat of her car, wincing slightly from a sore joint or pulled muscle. The engine fired up with a powerful rattling noise, and she drove quickly out of the parking lot, spinning the tires as she accelerated. In a moment, the car was out of sight. The family was due soon at a funeral home in Brooklyn, where the body of Zong Jiechi was being prepared. But Sam Chang remained where he was, gazing at the complex of gray courthouses and office buildings around him. He needed a moment of solitude, this man caught between the yin and the yang of life. How badly he wanted to slough off the hard, the masculine, the traditional, the authoritarian, the aspects of his past life in China, and embrace the artistic, the feminine, the intuitive, the new, all that the beautiful country represented. But how difficult it was to do this. Mao Zedong, he reflected, had tried to abolish old customs and ideas with a simple decree and had nearly destroyed his country as a result. No, Chang reflected. The past was with us always, but he didn't know, not yet, how to find a place for it in his future. It could be done. Look at how close in proximity was the Forbidden Palace with its ancient ghosts, to Tiananmen Square with its very different spirits. But he suspected that this reconciliation would be a process that lasted for the rest of his life. Here he was, half a world away from everything familiar, steeped in confusion and beset by challenges, and pummeled, too, by the uncertainty of life in a strange land. But some things Sam Chang did know. That, at the autumn tomb-sweeping festival, he would find comfort in tidying his father's grave, leaving an offering of oranges and conversing with the man's spirit. That Bao Yi, the treasured child, would grow up to become a woman in complete harmony with this remarkable place and time. The beautiful country, at the start of a new century, easily embracing the souls of both Hoa and Meiguo, China and America, yet transcending each. That William would eventually get a room of his own and discover something other than his father to be mad about, but that little by little his anger would lift away like a phoenix rising from cooling ash, and he, too, would find a balance. And that Chang himself would work hard at his job, continue his efforts as a dissident, and on his days off would enjoy modest pleasures, strolling with Mei through their neighborhood, visiting parks and art galleries, and passing hours in places like the home store, where they would make their purchases, or just walk up and down the aisles, examining the bounty on the shelves. Finally, Sam Chang turned away from the tall buildings and returned to the van, summoned by his desire to be with his family again. Still dressed for her undercover work as a Manhattan businesswoman, Amelia Sachs strode into the living room. "So?" the criminalist asked, wheeling to face her. "A done deal," she answered, disappearing upstairs. She returned a few minutes later, as jeans and sweats as she could be. He said, "You know, Sachs, you could have adopted the baby yourself if you'd wanted." He paused. "I mean, we could have done that." "I know." "Why didn't you want to?" She considered her answer, then said, The other day I laid some brass on the deck with a perp in a Chinatown alleyway. Then I went swimming 90 feet underwater, then was point on a takedown team. I can't not do things like that, Rhyme." She hesitated as she thought of how best to summarize her feelings, then laughed. "My father told me there are two kinds of drivers, those who check their blind spot when they change lanes, and those who don't. I'm not a checker. If I had a baby at home, I'd be looking over my shoulder all the time. That wouldn't work." He understood exactly what she meant, but he asked playfully,
"If you don't check your blind spot, aren't you worried about an accident?"
"The trick is just to drive faster than everybody else. That way there's no chance anybody'll be in your blind spot."
"When you move, they can't get you," he said.
"Yep."
"You'd be a good mother, Sachs."
"And you'll be a good father. It'll happen, Rhyme. But let's give it a couple of years. Right now we've got a few other things to do with our life, don't you think?" She nodded at the whiteboard, on which were written Tom's charts for the ghost kill case. The same whiteboard that had been covered with notations from a dozen prior cases, and would be filled with those from dozens of future ones. She was, of course, right, Lincoln Rhyme reflected. The world represented by these notes and pictures, this place on the edge that they shared, was their nature, for the time being at least.
"I made the arrangements," he said to her.
Rhyme had been on the phone, making plans to have Sonny Lee's body shipped back to his father in Lille, Guyenne, China. The arrangements were being handled by a Chinese funeral home. There was one more task attendant to the death that Rhyme needed to do. He called up a word processing program. Sachs sat down next to him. "Go ahead," she said. After a half hour of writing and rewriting, he and Sachs finally came up with this.
"Dear Mr. Lee, I am writing to express my heartfelt condolences at the death of your son. You should know how thankful my fellow police officers and I are for the privilege of having been able to work with Sonny on the difficult and dangerous case that resulted in the loss of his life. He saved many lives and brought a vicious killer to justice, an accomplishment we alone could not have achieved. His actions have brought the highest honor to his memory, and he will always have a place of great respect within the law enforcement community of the United States. I truly hope you are as proud of your son for his courage and sacrifice as we are. Lincoln Rhyme, Detective Captain, NYPD, retired."
Rhyme read it and grumbled.
"It's too much. Too emotional. Let's start over."
But Sachs reached down and hit the print key. "Nope, Rhyme. Leave it. Sometimes too much is a good thing."
"You sure?"
"I'm sure." Sachs set the letter aside for Eddie Deng to translate when the young cop arrived later in the day. "Want to get back to the evidence?" Sachs asked, nodding toward the whiteboards. There was much preparatory work that needed to be done for the ghost's trial. But Rhyme said,
"No, I want to play a game."
"Game?"
"Yeah."
"Sure," she said coyly. "I'm in the mood to win."
"You wish,"
he chided. "What game?" she asked.
"Wei Chi. The board's over there, and those bags of stones."
She found the game and set it up on the table near where Rhyme was parked. She glanced at his eyes, which were examining the grid of the board, and said, "I think I'm being hustled, Rhyme. You've played this before."
"Sonny and I played a few games,"
he said casually. "How few?"
3 is all. I'm hardly an expert, Sachs."
"How'd you do?" The criminalist said defensively.
"Well, it takes a while to get the feel for a game."
"You lost," she said. "All of them."
"But the last one was close."
She looked over the board. "What'll we play for?" With a cryptic smile, Rhyme replied,
"We'll think of something."
Then he explained the rules, and she leaned forward, rapidly taking in his words. Finally he said,
"That's it. Now, you've never played, so you get an advantage. You can make the first move."
"No," Sachs answered. "No advantages. We'll flip a coin."
"It's customary,"
Rhyme assured her. "No advantage," Sachs repeated. Then dug a quarter out of her pocket. "Call it," she said, and tossed the coin into the air.
That was Stone Monkey by Jeffery Deaver. Read by William Dufries. We do hope you've enjoyed listening to this Chivers audiobook. For details of further titles, please contact us at Chivers Audiobooks, P.O. Box 1450, Hampton, New Hampshire, 03843-1450. Or call us at 1-800-621-0182.